We'll get started in a moment. We just got a little tech. Good afternoon. I will call the meeting to order. Welcome to the June 11th, 2024 Special Council meeting. We acknowledge we're on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory. That was a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba 150 years ago this fall. It's the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and home of the Métis Nation. City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of council and city administration may be attending this meeting or are attending this meeting through video conferencing, and just microphones, cameras off, folks. And when you go to speak, microphones and cameras on. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? We are going to add the list of registered delegations and delegation DEE 4-102 Jeff Ballon from Ballon Consulting Corp, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Thanks, Councillor LeBlanc. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. I'll call the question. Any opposed? All right. Folks, we have a number of delegations here today, many of which were present at the Regina Planning Commission. And I'm just going to, actually one moment, please. Councillor Brasciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters, my council colleagues and members of the general public. Today, I will again recuse myself from today's meeting as my son's company is the applicant for the discretionary use. For the record, I would also like to add, it has been insinuated that me and my family have influenced the sale and the rezoning of this land. I want to ensure everyone knows these accusations are untrue. I have been completely transparent and truthful. I take any allegations or defamation of my character very seriously. As a counselor, I swore an oath to uphold the integrity of this position, and an oath of truth that I take very seriously and have upheld. Thank you very much, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bresciani. Thanks. Coming back to that, it was a bit of an intro. What we are here to consider in the special council meeting is the rezoning from institutional to low-rise residential, as well as an amendment or a discretionary use application for an additional floor within that zoning amendment. And to echo a little bit of what Councillor Bresciani had to say, we are not here to impugn the reputations of residents or members of council. What council has to determine today is balancing the needs of the city versus the needs of neighborhood residents, and to make the best decision possible. We want to hear from the residents, and many of us tuned in, attended, or watched afterwards the RPC Planning Commission and have been debriefed by Councillor Stevens, who is the chair of the RPC, who we'll hear from later. And so in terms of how this goes, we are going to be careful in how we ask questions of delegates. We're not here to debate with delegates. We're here to hear concerns, and that is it. To that end, I will call upon Delegation Allison Waters. If you've done this before, you will understand that you're going to introduce yourself for the record when you're in front of the microphone, the organization you represent, if any, where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Allison Waters.
Hi. I come here today as a mother and as a registered nurse. I strongly oppose this build. My husband is a fireman. We have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. We live on the street of the proposed build behind Douglas Park School. You'd be surprised at the number of nurse-fireman couples. Many of our friends with similarly young children are teachers, tradespeople, government workers. The number one thing we all look for in a home, especially when we have young children, is safety. For this reason, many of our friends and co-workers live rurally and choose a long commute to get to work. Before purchasing our property, we spent hours watching the traffic, assessing the area for safety. We felt it was a safe place to be. The school zone gave us peace of mind. Upon living on 20th Avenue, we have already been surprised that the traffic on our street feels much less safe than we had expected. People still race through school zones, park illegally, and make illegal U-turns. In the winter months, the large snow banks make the streets narrower and pose another risk for safety, as the kids love to play on them. We don't want you to have to think about it, but in our jobs, we see and we talk about the horrors and the tragedies in our city. This deepens our vigilance to choose a safe place to raise our families. I know if this build were to proceed, young families like mine, with thinking like ours, would be given no choice but to look elsewhere for homes, as it would not feel like a safe place to raise our children. I'd like to remind everyone that Regina no longer has a pediatric ICU, that it takes hours, usually at least 4 to 6, to get critically ill or injured child to Saskatoon for the right surgery or the intensive care they need. If this goes forward with the nature of this street, there will be accidents and they will likely involve children. Children get dropped off on 20th Avenue because it is meant to be a safer it is meant to be safer in one street away from Douglas Avenue, a double-lane through road from Park Street to access Winnipeg or Wascana Parkway. If you have not had the opportunity to see the lot where the proposed build may be, you may not know that this 5-story, 90-unit, potentially 200-plus resident rental apartment will directly overlook the playground of the current L'École de Parc and is directly next to Douglas Park School playground. On page 2 of the package that Regina Planning Commission provided about this build, under the impact section, it states that one of City Council's strategic priorities is community safety and well-being, but it seems to not talk about children's safety at all. Is this not an important part of that strategic priority? In Appendix B, this document acknowledges that City cannot regulate tenancy, and further, that the Regina Police Service is responsible for responding to crime. These statements do not ease our mind. They validate our concerns about the impact of safety, on safety that it will have in our neighborhood. On page 5 of this same summary from Regina Planning Commission, we learn that this build already does not comply with the school reuse guidelines, specifically that densities be slightly higher than the surrounding neighborhood, and that the building height be consistent with that of the adjacent development. These school reuse guidelines perhaps do not even expect a school with the youngest of children to still actively exist on the reused property, not to mention be neighboring another large public school and overlook and shadow its playground. What the drawings do not show you is that this building will tower above the neighboring schools, church, and homes to all by at least double. How does this extreme densification on a street where hundreds of children get dropped off truly align with community safety and well-being? Traffic accidents would be the foremost concern, but to densify so intensely in this location, it cannot be ignored that there is a risk of many other safety concerns. People who prey on children, gang violence, theft, drugs, and privacy in a world where everyone has a camera at their fingertips. Teachers now have to practice active shooter drills twice per year. Whether it is proposed to be high-end rentals or not, you cannot guarantee who or how many will live in any given residence at any given time. Crime is measured by the population of an area. Simply by increasing our per capita so densely, especially south of Douglas Avenue, we will see an increase in crime. If you guys are planning for the future here, please realize the increase in crimes that we hear of now that were unimaginable in our past. Do we not then try to plan our areas to be safe for our children first and foremost? I would like to ask you, councillors, is this the answer? Is building the largest possible low-rise in all of our school playgrounds the answer? The city's goal of profoundly increasing housing and the assistance of the Housing Accelerator Fund should not mean we become dogmatic in our thinking with each proposal that presents from here on. People's opinions and concerns used to make a difference. Our community wants people to have homes to live in and would love to see the right fit for our neighborhood in this space, but certainly not a monstrous complex that overlooks two playgrounds, overcrowds the streets where children are most at risk, and dwarfs the beating heart of our community, Douglas Park School. And we are not a vocal minority. 700 plus signatures, as well as the unaware parents of Douglas Park School children, is not a vocal minority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Waters, does any member of, no, I will clear the gallery. You'll be waiting outside. You are to make no noise. There will be decorum kept in this gallery. Any member of council have any questions for Ms. Waters? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation, both written and delivered today, and ask you to return to the gallery. I would like to call upon Delegation Mar Reeks. You can correct me if I've got that pronunciation wrong. You'll introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to reside. 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Mar Reeks, and I'm in grade 8, and I attend Douglas Park School. When I first heard of the proposed development, my first thought it was extremely creepy. My view has not changed. Why would such a large development be built overlooking two schools? Even in high-density neighborhoods such as Harbor Landing and the Greens, no complex looks over schoolyards. While I will not be attending Douglas Park School after this year, I thought of the students that will have to deal with people looking down at them is really sad. I cannot imagine how students at the other school will feel. It is extremely unprofessional to allow grown adults to overlook two very busy schools with around 600 kids combined, especially if it allows them to watch the kids and be able to watch the kids walk home. I haven't seen a single school in Regina that has a residential building over 2 stories looking down on the schoolyard, let alone inside the schoolyard. The amount of people who like to speed in the school zone is unbelievable. Today I crossed the street, and as soon as I was over, the person went at least 10 to 15 over the speed limits, even though there was other kids crossing ahead of me. On a daily basis, kids are almost getting hit by people speeding down at lunch, speeding after school, speeding before school. Kids are actually complaining about it to their teachers, and the teachers can't do anything about it. In addition to from the traffic that will become from the build, there will be more possibilities of children getting hit or severely injured by people being stuck in traffic, speeding, all that kind of stuff. I asked the city council to decline the zoning application that is before you. Thank you.
Oh, I'm just going to double check, see if there's anybody, member of council, that wishes to speak to you.
Yeah, sorry.
Any member of council have any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, Maurice, thank you very much for taking time today to come and express your concerns. I'd call upon delegation Stu Niebergall. Mr. Niebergall, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, and where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to, oh, wait, yeah, there we are. It's 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Niebergall.
Thank you. Stu Niebergall, the President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. I'm here to speak in support of the Douglas Avenue project. Our association has been following this project because back in 2021, I authored a paper for our association titled Accommodating Growth, the delicate balance between greenfield and infill growth. In January of 2022, I, along with a colleague, presented that paper to you, City Council. The report highlighted the biggest obstacle to intensification in Regina and recommendations on how to move forward. What was interesting at the time, we used this very location as a prime example of how challenging it is in Regina to develop successful infill projects. When I saw this project moving forward, I reached out to Josh Bresciani at TWG to see how it was going, and he shared that our paper was like a crystal ball. Everything our paper suggested was going to be a challenge, has been, which brings me to why I'm here today speaking in support of this project. Josh Bresciani and TWG is not a member of our association, although we wish they were. As a rule of thumb, we do not normally come out to speak in support of non-members' projects. However, considering we had written about this type of project in this very location, well in advance of the land purchased by TWG, we felt we must. In our paper, we suggested this location was one of the most attractive locations for this type of housing investment in Regina. Yet it had roadblocks for any developer to move forward. We suggested if you cannot make intensification work here, every other site in this city is less attractive for investment. Since our paper, City Council has moved important initiatives forward. The Housing Accelerator Fund, the Housing Supply motion, the zoning amendments to accommodate more housing supply are examples. This investment in project by TWG in our community is where the rubber meets the road. I can appreciate that vocal voices in the community are not supportive of this type of project, even though TWG has been exceptionally careful in their design to go beyond what the requirements are to ensure as much cohesion with the community as possible. The concerns raised by some community advocates are exceptionally common through North American cities. What is common is concerns rooted in maintaining property values, keeping the neighborhood as it exists today, and keeping unwanted groups out of the community. However, unlike the market, zoning does not build buildings, it can only stop them from getting built. The future of neighborhoods outlined in the OCP and Housing Accelerator Fund sets the stage for more housing options in each neighborhood. With almost 80% of the housing in this neighborhood consisting of single-family homes and 97% of the population consisting of non-mover, non-migrant, there are few options in this neighborhood for people of age or professionals to downsize to stay in their community, even less for newcomers or new families to participate in a community which has suffered in the larger area from depopulation. Projects like 535 Douglas Avenue are needed to add housing supply for building more affordable, prosperous, equitable, and a sustainable city. We encourage City Council to approve, and in doing so, deliver much-needed and attractive housing supply into one of Regina's exceptional neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Niebergall, I have a couple questions. Go ahead, Councilor LeBlanc, please.
Thank you. I want to ask about community consultation before this type of build is made. Does your organization have a position or a gold standard on what consultation should look like with residents before something like this comes to council? Through the chair.
Not really. We don't have a position on that. We leave that to the city administration to make those decisions. Community consultation is an important part of the process, though, and that we certainly absolutely recognize. I do think observationally, when I was listening to the stories during, the Planning Commission, I can appreciate that the, many in that community have felt they maybe have not been consulted, through that process for what they were trying to achieve initially. And I think you're going to hear more about that if it replicates the Planning Commission. So I think it certainly got through a pretty rough start. But I do see through this process, again, how the developer has put many other steps in place since that and has made many adaptations to try again to make as much cohesion as possible. I think what gets missed by the community as they are making suggestions about what can and what can't go there is with the zoning change, without the discretionary use, by right, if with the zoning change happens, what that community could get as a project on that piece of land is most likely much less attractive in terms of compared to what this developer is putting forward. And again, I've got no ties to this developer in any shape, way, or form. I see these projects all over our city, all over our country, all over North America. And as that goes, this is a pretty attractive project. And people have gotten very hung up on the term 5 stories. I hear it referred to lots of the process as being a high-rise, The reality is in urban planning, a high-rise is typically considered 11 stories or more. A medium rise is potentially 5 to 10 stories, and a low-rise is, 4 to 5 stories. So this project is either at the bottom end of a mid-rise or at the top end of a low-rise. And so I think there's been some challenging in the consultation process in terms of framing this project early on. And I don't know, I could probably babble on this for quite a while, but I don't know if that's kind of answered your question.
No, fair enough. And maybe just to get to bottom, so is it fair to say you don't know of and your organization does not distribute a sort of checklist of best practices for community consultation before this sort of thing?
No, we don't.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
Okay.
Administration may ask. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor LeBlanc. Councilor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So for my first question, my understanding is even with this, so the proposed, yes, it's proposed to increase the amount, like the height of the building, but with the 90 units that are being proposed, my understanding is it could still be possible within what is currently admissible on that, like at that site, to have more than 90 units. 90 units is less than what could currently be proposed by a developer. Is that accurate?
That's a really good question and a really good one when the developer and the architect, but reflecting on what was communicated when I was sitting in the gallery during the planning commission, yeah, that was my understanding that they could put, I can't remember if it was 124 or 144 units, but it was plus 100, that's for sure. And again, this would be less units, and I understand they're larger, but again, that's just going by what I heard during the planning commission.
Yep, that's fair. I will ask someone else that question as well, if I remember. Secondly, I guess I'll start with this one. Can you speak to, from your position, why is it important for us to add density to our community? And perhaps if you can touch on your understanding of property tax implications without additional, like for everyone, without additional density in your answer, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, so I mean, I think to step back a little bit here, back when the OCP was written through the design Regina process, I mean, it wasn't our industry that set the targets of 70% and 30%. That was the consultation with the community, the city council of the time, and the city administration of the time. We know our industry has struggled to achieve the city's target of 30% growth in that area. And I've been in front of this council and previous councils many times on this subject as we've worked very hard to try to figure out how to increase the density throughout the cities. I mean, I think when I look at what would be our kind of official position around this, we are very supportive of that target. And, that was the point of the paper we wrote back in 2021 was the enormous obstacles to be able to deliver on this. Some of that, at the time and really up till, this council's decisions over the past year around zoning, the HAF fund and that have just made these things too challenging. But one of the takeaways, that's been reinforced through this process for me is if density is good, and that is the goal of the city and it's important, then density is good everywhere, right? And why do some communities require density and others need to be protected? I think most people in our city love the neighborhood that they are in. I know I live in a neighborhood my home was built in 1985. And, if you were taking pictures of what urban sprawl is, my home is one of those homes. Most people in our community wouldn't think my community is one of particular character because of the years it was built in. But me and my neighbors love our community and our neighborhood as well for all our many reasons. So if density and through these city policies, if it's fair to put that density in my neighborhood, which I get the people in the gallery, I wouldn't be wild about that either. I don't want a 6-story apartment or a 4-unit on a residential lot right beside me any more than anybody else does. But when I think of it from the larger citywide perspective and understand why density is important, I need to accept that into my neighborhood, and we need policies that are citywide, not picking winners and losers within these communities. And ultimately, my understanding, and again, it's a really good question back to your administration about the benefits of densification, but one of the questions that doesn't really ever get asked right across North America in these type of communities, debates that have gone on everywhere, is are you prepared as a community to pay significantly higher taxes? I don't know what the exact math is. I would speculate $300 to $500 more a year on our tax bills so that the city could pay for the services that it needs to cover operationally and capital investment, so that we don't need to have densification in our neighborhoods. I think that would be, my kind of assumption of what those numbers would look like. Again, a long rambling answer, but I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Sorry, yeah, that's great, and I don't have any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Newbo. A question to be twofold. The subject property is not within the location specifically targeted through the Housing Accelerator Fund. So that's one question. Second, when we talk about the institutional land, the objectives in the OCP speaks to the school reuse guidelines were to ensure that the redevelopment of closed schools reflect the massing of massing and density of the surrounding built form, while allowing a modest level of intensification. So my question is, as we grow the city, as we look into how we plan our growth and where we grow first or second or third, how does this fit in what you're talking about, that we need intensification? So my question is intensification at any cost in any area? Because we're looking for intensification, looking at growing our tax base. How does that work in your opinion as a company, you say?
Yeah, I think that again is a fair question to get a better perspective. I think again as an association, I think in my last answer, I think we're pretty clear on that if densification is good in one area, it's good in all areas. It either makes sense in these locations or it doesn't. Again, we use this particular spot in our paper because of the attractiveness for this investment, and all other places from our perspective in that paper, which we presented to you, demonstrated that all other locations people can come up within the city are less attractive in this than this particular location. Because it's one thing for a municipality to create policies about where they want to target growth, but the market's got to go along with them, right? I recently was at a town hall put on by one of the councillors in the room here. That was very good. The city did a good job of explaining the citywide perspectives related to that. And I think to better answer that question, one of the people at the event, and they also spoke in front of this council on a different item related to this. I think they're represented the communication often on this. We're not NIMBYs. We're not against growth. We're not against these things, but put them in neighborhoods where it's needed, not ours. And the places that they are needed, isn't actually maybe where the market wants to be. Interesting as just this morning, CBC, if you give me just a bit of grace here, CBC just released a new piece about right across Canada where you can afford rent, right? And so it's a calculator, and you can bring up and find out what that looks like at any city in Canada. So I did, just while we were in the gallery here, a little calculation here. So if your annual income before taxes is $100,000 a year household-wide in the city of Regina, you've got potentially 157 two-bedroom apartments that you can choose from that are vacant right now. And then they actually map it out here, and I know you won't be able to see it, but you can see where on the map where it's potentially vacant and affordable, and you can see on the map where it's too expensive. There's actually nothing in Regina that was classified as too expensive. And then you can see what's affordable, but with very few vacancies. And it's interesting, the whole Ritchie, Boot Hill area, that whole section of the city falls directly into that category of affordable, but very few vacancies, right? So the idea that newcomers, people who have needs for two-bedroom apartments, that the only place that we can accommodate them are in areas of the city that might be considered less desirable, or on the peripheral of the city, is that what you're wanting to achieve as a council and as a city?
Okay. So I'm going to follow up with institutional lands. We are getting fewer and fewer of institutional lands, and institutional lands were earmarked for things like retirement homes, assisted living, or things like that within the community. If the discussion is that the community needs something like this, I think the community will need something as assisted living. I mean, the community is older. I can see, so when do we say stop and to retain the institutional lands for other purposes than just building a condos?
So, again, I don't want to speak on behalf of the architect, the developer. I'm even going to take a slightly off my RHBA hat here and just my experience on talking on these subjects. So if everything was exactly the same, but this building was designated for people who are 55 plus or 60 plus, would this whole conversation disappear based on what you just described? Because then it would be a retirement home. And that would be the question I think you have to struggle. I think you have to go back, it's in my part of my submission, one paragraph. I think you have to go back and consider what the Supreme Court ruled, on this particular subject matter, that the role of municipalities is to rule for land use, the use of the land, not people's use of land. And I think that is where this, this always runs into these particular challenges.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. I'm good.
Thank you very much, Councillor Findura. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
What do you think the answer to that question is? If it was a 55-plus building, in your hypothetical, through the chair, do you think there would be as many people in the gallery today? Or what's your sense of the answer?
I think there'd be exactly the same amount of people in the gallery, right? I think the community is speaking very loudly. They don't want a 5-story building in their community. My guess, and I hear through the gallery, and I heard through the last planning commission, that something that was 2 or 3 stories would be much more applicable. My guess, looking at the literature again across North America, if this was a 2 or 3-story building, we'd still be having the same conversation, and et cetera, unless it was a single family, even if it was a single family development. There's typically changes of use of this land usually come up with these type of arguments because people consider it as green space. They consider it as, part of a park, part of these things. But it's not that. It was institutional land, and it was never zoned for a baseball diamond. It happened to be a baseball diamond there, right? Because that was how it was being utilized, which is different sometimes than its land use. So I think the debates again are exceptionally common, and the arguments on both sides of this are exceptionally common. Ultimately, it comes down to, do you want density in this city or do you not, right? And if you don't want the density in this particular city, these are your policies, right? Find different ways to make it work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Really quickly, sir. Is there anything to the argument or the merits of a lower height building here versus a 5-story?
Well,
Because there's a discretionary use application tied to the rezoning. So we
Yeah.
rezone it because we want densification,
Yeah.
theoretically.
I mean, again, I have to be very cautious here. I do not want to again speak for the architect or the developer, but just following this particular story, we've seen the renderings of this particular building and what the developer is planning on doing with it. And again, zoning aside, just on the development permit side, which is really what you're talking about taking hold here, and what they could build without a discretionary discretionary application, could be widely different buildings. So you can get 4 stories in there that would not look nearly as appealing as this 5-story building is going to look. And, you just got to look around our city at some of the architecture and some of the design to see exactly what I'm talking about. We've got a building up on Quantz Street that, it could fit in the middle of, former Soviet Moscow. Right? This is not that, right? Kind of thing. Like I say, it is one of the more attractive renderings that I think as a project we will have seen in this city for quite a while. Not that there's a bunch of bad design, but the potential for bad design is far greater than improving the design. And I'm not sure the community completely, captures that.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions from council.
Okay,
Thank you very
great.
much for being present. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. I would call upon Delegation Joseph Vermeulen. Mr. Vermeulen, I'm going to ask that you state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, where you reside, and you'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time council may have some questions for you to answer. Good afternoon.
Very good. My name is Joseph Vermeulen, a city resident with a 31-year home ownership history on Douglas Park Crescent, about 1 city block from the above proposed development project, representing myself, concerned neighbors, and other city residents. I do not support the above zoning bylaw amendment or proposed project development. I'd like to bring in a little bit of a historical context too. It's not talked about a lot, but residents near Douglas Park and the surrounding neighborhood have enjoyed a very high quality of life with the best of a central city location surrounded by rustic and natural prairie-like surroundings complemented by Wascana Lake. Many more species of wildlife and birdlife are found in this ecological niche environment of only a few square miles than anywhere else in this city. Many waterfowl and birds of prey, pelicans, red-winged blackbirds, ducks, geese, gulls, a variety of shorebirds, owls, hawks, etc., as well as otters, muskrat, fox, coyote, deer are all readily accessible within a walking distance of most residents in this area. Also, a nature preserve is in Douglas Park, and east of Broad Street, the Wascana Lake is reserved as a bird nesting reserve. Most of the homes in this entire area are owner-occupied, and their pride of ownership is readily apparent. Now, over the past 10 to 15 years, Douglas Park has already received a large amount of infrastructure and new service development, which continues to this present day. For example, we've got new paved roads and access roads and streetlights, a new paved parking lot and streetlights there, new paved walkways and bike paths, new amenities including the new live football field, new shower and washroom facilities, football office building, new baseball diamonds, renewed track and field facility, new frisbee golf course, a resurfaced tennis courts with new pickleball courts, and there's a new cricket field. There's a new cricket field and facilities for them, and a new dedicated pickleball court is also under construction right now. With all this development and increased traffic, northbound Park Street was recently restricted down to a single northbound lane. It's difficult at times to even get onto Park Street whenever there's a sporting event on there. And it goes on for hours and hours. And the traffic keeps coming well into the night, too. All this development has transformed the neighborhood and, to some extent, has degraded the quality of life for local residents. For example, there's a lot more traffic and noise right now. There's much more traffic than ever before and growing, especially from the football and cricket activities. City residents and even out-of-town buses literally fill the large parking lot totally full on a near daily basis. Please see the 21 photos of this situation, which I've submitted. I hope that someone will take a look at that. And I submitted to the City Planning Committee as well. The resulting traffic and noise dominates Park Street and Assiniboia Avenue for many hours before, during, and well after a sporting event. Also, illegal activity. There's been a large increase in crime and neighborhood disturbances as a result of all this earlier development. Illegal drug users enter and use my backyard for their illegal drug activity while I sleep in my home. Let me show you. If you haven't seen these things at the last, these are a crack pipe here. There's another crack pipe.
Sir, we don't need to see the props.
All
We
right, well,
understand.
that's the facts.
We
though.
understand.
I've got 4 of them in my backyard while I'm sleeping under my window there, that they're doing that in my backyard. If this was your house, I don't think you would want more people coming into this neighborhood to do more of the same thing. There's condoms and there's needles in this park, which I've found. There's all kinds of stunting and racing going on in that park well into the night. I've called the police numerous times, as have other residents. And what do we need to do? Do we need to see use mattresses and use furniture thrown into the park as well? Is that what we're going to do? This is not, the argument that this is, if you can't make intensification work anywhere else in the city, if you can't make it work here, you can't make it work anywhere else in the city is ridiculous. That is a false statement. If density is good here, then it's good just everywhere. Also, it's false. This is a unique neighborhood, guys. We're not talking about just anywhere. You've got 3-story apartment blocks being built all over East End on Costco right now. Why don't you put a 5-story there? You know, they're just 3 stories. You've got Argyle Street North. It's all apartments and condos up there. And Dewdney West and Harbor Landing. Why do you have to go and plunk something like this right in the middle of an owner-occupied neighborhood where everybody who's been there for decades and decades and have a sincere invested interest in this property, in their property, their values, their quality of life, as well as the natural environment they're talking about desecrating further and further as you go along incrementally over the years like this. This has to stop. Furthermore, there's vandalism too. I've seen up to like 30 cars have been stunting and smashing into each other. This goes on until 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes. The young people don't respect the 11 p.m. curfew at all. And there's just inappropriate use of the shower facilities by some park goers as well. I've encountered all of this, as well as vandalism to the city property. The shower, that washroom building has been vandalized numerous times. Shower chairs have been broken off the wall. All the soap dispensers have been pulled off the wall for whatever reason. Who would want that? Just kids just wanting to do damage. There's going to be graffiti. We've got lots of problems in this park right now because of the development that's already taken place. So that's the point I wanted to make. And I think that the arguments that density has to be, if we can't make it work here, well, then it can't work anywhere is ridiculous. It's already working elsewhere in the city, all over the place. So.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you for both the written presentation as well as being here today and the pictures, and we do have it within the list of delegations. We do have the photos that you've provided. Does any member of council have any questions for the delegation? Thank you. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Yes, and through you, Mayor Masters, I appreciate the concerns that you have, but my question to you would be, do you think that your neighborhood is unique in that respect? We have seen quite a lot of increase of crime and drug use in the city. So is it unique to your neighborhood or?
No, of course it's not unique. No, not at all. But it is accelerated because of there's a cost to all this development. I mean, you get people who do not have an investment in the neighborhood coming and piling, or even from out of town, doing what they want to do, then they go back to their own residence wherever they live. No, it's not unique. Of course it's not. There's much worse neighborhoods where this crime is rampant out there. We don't want to see this kind of coming to our neighborhood, and you wouldn't want it coming to yours. So.
No, and I think that is something that we, as a city, are struggling with, and the police department is struggling with.
Why spread it around? Why spread it over the entire city?
Yeah. Now, I did see in the development proposal that there's allocation for a lot of seniors units in this development. There was some conversation with the previous delegation about, the kind of residents that might be living there. Are you concerned about, because it's a rental unit, is that your main concern through the chair?
No, not at all. I'm a landlord, actually. I rent 2 houses in that area right now. 2 immigrants, I might add, as well. They're fine. It's great. It's no problems. They're well-mannered. They take care of the property because I'm a part of the relationship. But an apartment owner who's somewhere else is not going to take care of things in the same way at all. And so, no, it's not it's not the fact that immigrants would be wanting to live there. I don't have any concerns with the caliber of, other than the fact they don't have any investment in the neighborhood at all. They can rent for a month and then give their notice and be gone. Their kids can do whatever, and I'm not saying everybody would, but there is an element of people who do, and it does happen. I've got the proof here. So, no, it's not the quality.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stenichuk. I don't see any further questions for you. Mr. Vermeulen, I'll ask that, thank you very much again for
Thank you
presenting
very much.
today. And ask that you return to the gallery. I would call upon delegation Tyson, Mady. Sir, you're going to have to give that to me when you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. Welcome this afternoon.
And sorry, just before I start, I just wanted to check that you received the photos that I sent in.
Yes, we did.
Thank you. So my name's Tyson Mady. I live on 20th Avenue. I am a firefighter in the city of Regina, but I'm here representing my neighborhood today. Just a little info in regards to my job and what we've been seeing. We've been responding to almost as many overdoses as fire calls for the last few years in the city, which is a growing problem. We responded to just under 1,700 overdoses in the city for 2023. And these are only the instances where someone called 911. The true number of overdoses is much higher than that. These instances where 911 was not called is because someone administered Narcan to the person overdosing, bringing them back to consciousness. Narcan is the drug that we use to counteract the opioid overdose. The vast majority of overdoses that we respond to were brought on by fentanyl use. It's because of fentanyl that we are responding to this major increase in overdose calls. What's so shocking with this increase in overdoses is that prior to this fentanyl crisis, responding to an overdose was a complete rarity in the city. A little bit about fentanyl. Tiny grains smaller than that of table salt can bring on an overdose. This means that you don't even need to see it for it to be present. Because of its potency, children as well as babies are now overdosing in the city. I alone was a part of 3 in the year 2023, and that's 3 of me alone, and I'm only one of just under 300 firefighters in the city. Baby child death is something that's clearly on the very near horizon of the city. Babies are exposed because it's on the floor of their homes, it's in their playgrounds as well as their green spaces. The reason drugs are commonly found on school grounds and green spaces is because they provide a quiet place in the night where people can avoid drawing attention. Imagine that hundreds of people's backyard just became the school grounds on 20th Avenue East. Is this still not a cause for concern? Another part of my job is responding to needle pickups, which are used dirty needles. School grounds, parks, green spaces, and playgrounds are some of the most common areas we find these. As I mentioned before, these are places that provide a quiet place in the night where people can avoid drawing attention. The other common place we find drug paraphernalia is in back alleys. Well, there isn't even any back alleys in this area of Douglas Park, which is why I would expect an even larger amount of drug paraphernalia showing up on these school grounds. All of this info again brings me to my point. I can't believe we're considering placing a 90-unit rental property that will have hundreds of occupants on and immediately next to 2 school grounds. It's not just in the neighborhood, it's on the school grounds. These hundreds of people's backyard just became the school ground and playground. Our neighborhood is not against development, we just need it to be practical and make somewhat sense. Is the only way to densify our neighborhood to put a monster of a property next to a school or on the school? Could there not be multiple smaller units placed around the neighborhood and throughout? I would think so. The easy decision would be to approve this development because it simply checks the box of densification, but there are other boxes to be checked that are being disregarded. Please don't hurt the school just because it checks the one box. How can schools and children's safety not be the city's priority? You'll be seeing much more drug paraphernalia showing up on this school ground if this development happens. And some of it won't be seen because, as I said before, you won't see the grains of fentanyl laying around on the school ground. I just really hope that it's me who is exposed to this, not my kids or a single kid in the neighborhood for that matter, as they're rolling around on the grass, going down the slide, or crazy carpeting down the hill. When the first kid is exposed, whose fault will it be? Are teachers prepared to be administering Narcan to overdosing children on the playground? Can you imagine the trauma and responsibility that would be placed at these teachers' feet? Before my family and I moved to Douglas Park, we lived close by in an apartment-style condo that had 14 units. We had drug paraphernalia in our hallways and our stairwells, theft and break-ins also being a major issue. I would ask that you take a drive down our street to see for yourself. There's nothing remotely resembling this development currently in our neighborhood. During the last meeting, the principal of the Christian school was comparing our schools to his own during the last meeting, saying that the traffic was not a problem at the Christian school. Well, the Christian school has a parking lot where parents can comfortably pull into, safely picking up their kids. So it's not even a remotely similar comparison. Our parents pick up their kids on the street. They line up down 20th Avenue to do this, parking on both sides of the street, despite it being no parking on the one side. As you can see in the photos that I provided, that is directly beside where the proposed development would be situated. So the parking on this street was a major problem even before this development was brought forward, yet planning still pushed it through. Can there really not be a safe place for parents to pick up their kids from school? Also, the Christian school is located on Albert Street. Is that really a comparable for 20th Avenue East for a development such as this? And that's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mady. I'll just wait and see if any member of council has any questions for you. I don't see any. Oh, thank you very much for presenting both in written and being present today as well, and for the pictures that you provided as it relates to the parking issues along 20th.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I call upon delegation Mark Reeks. Mr. Reeks, if you could come on down, you'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, after which time the council may have some questions for you, but I'll ask you to state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to reside. Welcome this afternoon.
Let's get organized here. Hi, my name is Mark Reeks. I live on 20th Avenue and have lived there for about 44 years. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this application for zoning of 2/3 of the operating school playground at 535 East Douglas Avenue. I have a number of concerns. First one is high density. The project was proposed well before the accelerator fund was publicly announced, so it's not clear how this project fits. It does make independent decisions difficult. Administration has proposed repealing the Appendix B of the OCP. However, for the purpose of this review, the Appendix B must provide the primary guidance. Appendix B states that attached and semi-detached dwellings are appropriate for local streets. Administration acknowledges 20th as a local street. The developer and Regina Christian School are well aware of the guideline. The proposal is two steps above the guideline for a local street. Following the guideline would mean the subject land value would logically be lower with the reduced density. I put forward the notion that this proposed amendment was put forward only to flaunt the guidelines to maximize the profit in both organizations at the expense of the residents of Douglas Park. Doesn't sound very Christian to me. The proposal includes 90 residential units, which is almost the number of residential units south of Douglas Avenue. This well exceeds the guidance in the OCP. Across the street are 7 condos and 2 houses. The proposed project is 10 times that density. The OCP recommends a maximum of 2.5 times density. It is not responsible to exceed that density so significantly. The OCP also states that high-rise apartments should be located on collector and arterial roadways. None of these exist. Arcola Avenue is the closest arterial, about 1 kilometer away. In addition, the proposal provides just over 50% of the required spaces for daycare play area. Administration has not documented that the agreement for a remainder is in place. The school already states that it has a competing daycare So for what reason would it help a competitor? The proposed development overlooks 2 elementary schoolyards. I am not aware of any building of this height and density directly on top of and overlooking any elementary school in the city. How would your kids and grandkids feel with a 5-story building right on top of them? Looking at the developer's website, the current debt activity is limited to commercial buildings. With no experience in building and managing a residential building, we're not sure of what this impact would be on the community. The secondary is traffic. Cars traveling through the school zone on 20th Avenue regularly exceed the speed limit. The increased volume will likely increase risk for the young children living near 20th Avenue, as well as those going to the main access to Douglas Park School. I'd hate to see a car doing a U-turn being T-boned by a speeding car. I guess that would be better than a child being hit at the same spot. The Douglas Park area does not have close up proximity to services and amenities except for Wascana Park. That means the nearest groceries would be about a 25 to 30-minute brisk walk. In addition, there's limited bus service. This would result in most tenants having to drive for all services. The TIA, which was completed in November, was completed at a point when the traffic was at its lowest point. With a high number of sports venues, such as the cricket, softball, there's considerable flow of traffic on all community streets from April through October. Also, I'm not sure if the TIA considered the impact of the 50-plus daycare spaces. The traffic infrastructure in 20th Avenue does not appear sufficient for the proposed volume increase, particularly west of Douglas Park Crescent. Take a drive down there sometime, particularly Francis Street. The proposal directs traffic onto 20th Avenue. This is inconsistent with the main collector, 2-lane collector, Douglas Avenue. Wouldn't it be reasonable for administration to request amending the project to move traffic onto Douglas Avenue? The alley west of the proposed building will cease to be a walkable conduit. Okay, I'll quickly.
If you could wrap up, sir, that'd be great.
I'll quickly finish. I believe this is the first operating school property subdivision proposal, so this is a precedent for the city. The city has approved many developments, so is this a good place to experiment? I've not heard opposition to a responsible development on the 535 Douglas Avenue property. Approving the proposal would be a dangerous precedent for all wards in the city. Developers would see such high-density, multi-story buildings can be built in any green space or school property without any subdivision.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna cut you off. I'm gonna cut you off right there.
Anyways, my last comment was maybe McVitie or St. Francis or any other school in any ward is available.
And we do have a copy of your written submission, sir,
Oh,
as well.
thank you.
So, any parts that you skipped over for time?
Yeah, I
There are-
skipped over lots. Sorry.
We do have them. Does any member of council have any questions for the delegation? I do have one, sir.
Yep.
The traffic concerns, if I just look at roadway use, traffic, snow removal, parking, were these concerns before this proposal was brought forward, since you
The
have a
snow
number of
removal
vehicles?
was the biggest concern, is that in that site on 20th Avenue gets blown in. Administration is probably quite aware of it because we have graders periodically and we appreciate it coming down. But the parking has never been a concern in that area. The traffic, the alley west has been a main conduit for people, lots of people walking dogs and walking back and forth, and some cars. But the concern that we have, or I have now, is I don't know if we'll be able to walk that anymore.
Okay, well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that answer. I don't see any further questions from council, so thank you very much for both your written and presented submission today, and ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I would call upon delegation Leona Reed. Leona, I'm going to ask that you state your name for the record, an organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. So please, welcome today.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Leona Reed. I've lived in Douglas Place for 26 years and am opposed to the rezoning of the property 535 Douglas Avenue East. Throughout this proposal process, I've been disappointed with the lack of community consultation and am surprised at what appears to be a bias towards the developer by the city administration. We, the community, learned of this proposed development on our own. An email was sent to Dan LeBlanc in September, which was forwarded to the city liaison officer, to which they replied, and I quote, "We have had conversations with the potential developer of the site and have encouraged them to consult with the community or community association in advance of formally submitting a development proposal. Once a formal development application is submitted to the city, we would formally notify the public and require a public open house with opportunity for input," end quote. Before submitting a large-scale and unprecedented rezoning and discretionary use building application for a property that the developer has no title to, the developer did not make any attempt to engage the community with signage, letters, or any other form of communication. We made the request to the city to erect a public notice sign at the site. After the application was submitted and the community had gathered for their own public meeting with over 230 in attendance to better understand information about the application process with city administrative staff in attendance. After this, a large group of community members asked the city for an open house with the developer. Ben Mario advised that the city had decided that they would host an online-only meeting for residents. The developer also decided to hold a series of small private meetings with up to 3 members of the public at a time and required them to submit their questions in advance. On February 27th, Jeremy Fenton sent an invitation to all of the citizens who had signed up for the city updates to the developer's private event regarding this development. When asked about this, Ben Mario replied, I quote, "The meeting announced on Tuesday is entirely the developer's initiative and separate from the city's process," end quote. And yet the city used their resources to promote the meetings. Does this developer have city staff working on their payroll, or does the administration work for the citizens? The private developer meetings required booking uncomfortable closed-quarter meetings in the Regina Christian School rather than an open public forum. To book a meeting, residents were required to provide the developer with their names and contact information rather than attending a city meeting as an anonymous concerned citizen. So citizens had the choice of participating in a city-led virtual meeting, which excluded those who were unfamiliar with the online format, or to an intimidating private meeting with the developer and his team after having to provide their personal data. During the virtual meeting on March 21st, Ben Mario shared information about the feedback of the community had provided thus far. He stated, 250 people are completely opposed to the development, 40 people would accept if different, and 50 people were in favor. With the majority of the residents saying they were opposed as proposed, it is bewildering how such soft language was included in the Regina Planning Commission agenda, where the city states why the commission may consider declining the application was because, I quote, "This option is not supported by some who provided comments through the public review process," end quote. This grossly understates the fact that the majority, or 73% of respondents, were fully opposed, and an additional 12% of respondents did not support the proposal in its current form. If 85% of the respondents have indicated no support for this project, that is not some. This is a strong majority. Lastly, we as a community find it disheartening that administration does not seem to hold the same level of interest, care, and concern as we do for our neighborhood. On May 15th, again, the community put on a public meeting to discuss the process of the upcoming RPC and Regina Council meetings. We emailed every city councillor and member of the Regina Planning Commission to come to the meeting to see the proposed schoolyard site and hear from residents who know the area best. Thank you to Dan LeBlanc, John Findura, and Shannon Zakidniak, who were the only city council members from either group to show us the courtesy of hearing the concerns of the community.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Does any member of council have any questions for the delegation? Thank you, Councillor Bandura. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Strong comments, if I'm listening, you suggesting that you would like to engage in consultation.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
this is your, what you're saying is whatever's been done up to so far, in your opinion, you want to have a true consultation put on by the city. Am I hearing that?
We want an open house. We want to engage with the developer in the city. We appreciate this opportunity to be able to engage with City Council. We have not been invited by the developer to their open house.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Bandura. Ms. Reid, I see no other questions from council, so thank you very much for both your written and personal submission here today. We do have a picture that was attached as well. I will call upon delegation Bill Cronin. Mr. Cronin, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, name's Bill Cronin. I live on Francis Street in Douglas Park, and I'm representing myself today. And as you've heard, there are many reasons this application should be denied. To me, the main one is keeping the characteristic of the neighborhood, and this monstrosity of a building totally destroys that. A 5-story building fits in very few communities, and Douglas Park is definitely not one of them. As Councillor LeBlanc stated, if elected, I will push for affordable multi-family homes that also respect and follow each community's standards. I couldn't agree more. 3 years ago, you denied a very similar application in an area that actually fits the profile better than Douglas Park. The Greens has newer infrastructure, roadways to handle the extra density and cars, and it was denied by a vote of 10-1. This development will be built on a school zone facing a small street with a 1-lane back alley that is supposed to handle traffic. This is a joke. Nothing has changed in the 3 years since that last vote. The issue council wants to resolve is density. The developer wants to make a profit. The residents want to see something as reasonable and not this proposed eyesore. While we can get density, the developer can make a profit and the community can have a building that conforms to the characteristics of the neighborhood. The developer has said that he could put 140 units in a 3-story building. That's 50 more units than a 5-story. This would give him less building costs and more revenue. The city would get their density and the residents will get a structure they can live with. This still leaves the issue of our poor, very poor roadways and aging infrastructure, which I believe is a real problem if there are 90 units or 140 units. So let's deny this application and have the developer come back with a 3-story design that benefits everybody. Don't be a hypocrite. Vote no.
Thank you, sir. See, I have a question from Councillor Zakidniak. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is, I heard you refer to the proposed development as a monstrosity. And so I'm wondering, I assume that you've seen the renderings of the design. Is that accurate? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen them.
What, just like for my information, what about that would you categorize as a monstrosity?
5 stories.
Okay. And as you noted, you can put more units into a 4-story, like it would be possible to have additional units in what is currently allowed, like a 4-story complex. So do you think that cramming more units would actually result in a more attractive looking development?
A 4 or 5-story building in that neighborhood will be ugly. I don't care what you make it look like. It will not suit the neighborhood. It can't. So To me, a three-story, but we have some three-story apartments in the area. Attractive, well, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. But to me, anything above 3 would just doesn't fit. It just doesn't look right. And this neighborhood's been around since 1960, 1958. It's developed a characteristic. You're going to come in, you're going to destroy that. I don't care what the building looks like to some people. 5 stories is just way too big.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakiniak. I don't see any other questions from council. Thank you, Mr. Cronin, very much for presenting in writing and being here today. Thank you. I'll call upon delegation Daryl Mihail. Daryl, you can correct me on your pronunciation when you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to talk to council, after which we may have some questions. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Daryl Mihail. I live in the Douglas Park neighborhood. I'm opposed to this development at 535 Douglas Avenue. As I've stated at other meetings, Planning Commission. I believe the traffic intensity will lead to increased risk for children in the adjacent school grounds, school zone. The building height doesn't conform to the character of the neighborhood, and the buildings of this density belong on major corridors and in the more populated urban parts of the city. I'd like to talk about the process a little bit. In October 2023, when the proposed development was announced, it stated a requested rezoning from institutional to residential high-rise. The community created a petition, which I've provided to you, requesting that the city not consider high-rise rezoning, but the discretionary use application be considered only for residential neighborhood, urban or detached zoning. This petition was signed by 331 people online and 389 people in person as of November 10th of 2023 when the tally stopped. There's a map of the area canvassed in the package. We had 720 signatures for this request, and it was submitted to Jeremy Fenton and Ben Mario in the city administration. Councillor Fundura, Councillor LeBlanc, and the mayor in 2023. The petition was excluded by the city from the May 28th Regina Planning Council agenda package. When Councillor Fundura questioned Ben Mario if the city had received the petition from the community and refrained from including it for the council, Ben said, and this is a quote, "We have received the petition, we possess it." So I believe it's prudent for this council to ask why the city administrator felt that it was appropriate to suppress the voices of over 700 residents and not share this information with the Planning Commission when considering their recommendation for this project. Also, on May 28th at the Regina Planning Commission meeting, when asked about this petition, the developer, Mr. Bresciani, stated to the council that this petition was presented to those canvassed in the neighborhood, and this is a quote, that it was presented as a 20-story building with pedophiles in it. That's the petition that was going around, he said. And after an unapproving audible response from the crowd, he finished with the quote, "I guess the truth is the joke." I personally canvassed the neighborhood and presented the petition that is in front of you to the community, and I did not state to anyone that I visited that this was a 20-story building. I did not either suggest anything as audacious as the development inviting pedophiles as residents. My fellow community members are people of integrity who have worked hard for months with nothing but courtesy and respect to try to oppose this proposal that we feel is a liability to our neighborhood. These statements by Mr. Bresciani are not true, and I believe he seeks to diminish the credibility of the people of the neighborhood and myself personally. I would ask the council to seek the truth in this misrepresentation when questioning Mr. Bresciani as a delegate. Last, I'd like to bring to your attention a discrepancy of information provided to the community and the Regina Planning Commission by Ben Mario and the City Planning Branch. On March 21st of this year, during an online-only information session for the community, Ben Mario stated that 250 people had submitted feedback of completely opposing the project. It was stated in the Regina Planning Commission meeting on May 28th that only 200 people had submitted opposition feedback. I've again provided some verification of this in the package that I sent in. It was also stated in the agenda packet for the Regina Planning Commission meeting that feedback was open for the duration of the review period. We know there was feedback of opposition submitted up until about May 15th to the city from new members in the community who kind of got involved in later parts of this proposal. So my question is, why were at least 50 citizens' feedback withheld from Regina Planning Commission? This is material because in the same agenda packet there's an agenda in the same agenda packet there is an option shown to not recommend. In this option, the city states the option is supported by some, and I've got the word some underlined, who provided comments through the public review process.
Sir, I'm just going to say your 5 minutes are up. I know you've only got a couple sentences left, so if you could wrap it up.
This
that'd be
grossly
great.
understates the fact that 250 out of 350 citizen respondents, as shown on shown on March 21st, have expressed direct opposition to this proposal. 73% is a strong majority, not just some. If residents' concerns are not considered, then is this administration truly engaged in democratic process or simply pushing the current administration's agenda using a dictatorial system?
Thank you, sir. I do have a question. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. With apologies, it's actually just a point of order, if you'll hear it, which is all the delegates, including you, sir, have been very respectful. I think it's appropriate to not say individual staff members' names when we're talking about the history. There's something of a tone that there was something offside in that respect.
Okay, I appreciate that. I had a moment as well, other than it's public record. It was broadcast, and so I think for delegations, to Councillor LeBlanc's point, just to name administration. There were council members that were present that understand who answered the question. It is public information as to who those were, but I think to your point, you're just trying not to get particular. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Also named were the developers and other members. I think that avoiding personalizing this at all would add to the respect which you asked for at the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you. Sometimes it can be difficult to appreciate what you were saying, sir, and you were repeating again what was in the public record. We're just looking to neutralize it and refer to them as delegates and developers and delegates and administration, sir. That's all. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for being present this afternoon as well as your written submission. I would call upon Delegation Loran Wild. Loran Wild, you have 5 minutes to address City Council. I'll ask you to state your name for the record, an organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address Council, after which there may be some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Then my address is 316 20th Avenue East. I represent the families of Marchand, Kazama, Elstad, and Piggott. I represent the voices of some of my neighbors and relatives who don't have a say today. First, I want to acknowledge that we are all gathered here because we care. We all uphold the congruous desire to live in a vibrant, healthy, and beautiful city. However, although the voices of this neighborhood have been collected and counted, they have been covertly dismissed by the entities of political and financial powers. This gathering is intensely polarized in setting a precedent for the future of our city. We are dealing with complete non-alignment on evaluation criteria and in community engagement. Despite numerous discussions and forums intended to bridge this gap, the majority of residents still feel their opinion counts for nothing and their voices have been diminished. The prevailing excuses given by our leadership and the appointed stewards of the Wascana Center favor the Winchester Group and private school boards over the residents of the Boot Hill neighborhood. The willingness of city administration to bend the guidelines...
I'm just going to interrupt one moment for a second.
Of the board of the Wascana Center, and they've taken no position in this matter.
Thank you. Come back to naming organizations or attempting to present their viewpoint. We appreciate and want to hear from your viewpoint.
The willingness of city administration, well, the commission, is bending guidelines and amending the bylaws, which would radically change our neighborhood. We hear that the Christian school, the Regina Christian School, is active and motivated and not closed. And somehow it can't afford to maintain the property, so now a portion of it is considered surplus and underutilized. We have officials who cite that turning this land into more housing somehow makes our neighborhood more complete. But these claims don't hearken to our values or our needs. A complete neighborhood plan would consult the residents about what they actually want and need in terms of resources. Over 700 people signed a petition that now seems irrelevant and omitted from all agendas. Additionally, there are 40 persons who were counted as conditional support, who made a concerted effort to review the proposal and provide alternatives that would create an acceptable compromise, including height and the proximity to a school. The process does not have equality of representation. It doesn't have equity in the power of the voices. Despite numerous invitations, few city councilors met with our community. And we know that there has been some whisperings of private investments or whatever, but I would love to understand how it goes the other way. How many of you met with the developer? I honor the role of the Regina Planning Commission and the city councilors who provided the agenda package. It was really helpful for me. But I find it very hard to explain how you arrived at recommending approval of a plan that's glaringly misaligned with the official community plan, the Housing Accelerator initiatives, and these residents. I honor the nobility of my neighbors who took a stand since October of 2023 against an extreme proposal, especially those 40 people who titrated their passionate opposition into an honorable and professional compromise that would welcome a housing development without an extreme character change. Instead of creating suitable compromise, every concern that this neighborhood has raised was defeated by recommendations to delete Appendix B of Section D5 of the city plan, to amend the bylaws, and treat the guidelines as non-binding. Therefore, the approval of this development has disregarded the families who already live in this neighborhood. For the record, I request that you reject the current proposal and organize a respectable process whereby city administration, developer, school, and the Boot Hill neighborhood can co-create a vibrant and complete neighborhood.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll just give council a moment to see if any members of council have any questions. Thank you. Councilor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to touch base about the petition briefly. If it was sent in by community members to council and I missed it. My apologies. Do you know if any community members sent it to councillors?
To my knowledge,
Through the chair.
yes, it was sent.
Directly to councillors through the chair.
If it was missed, it was probably because the process wasn't transparent enough for them to know where to send it.
Okay. Well, so just anyone can send it to us. Our email addresses are publicly available. So if anyone would like to send it to us, please feel free to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. I don't see other questions from council. Thank you very much for both your written submission and being here today personally. Appreciate it. Council, we have a mandatory 15-minute break. I will see you back here at 2:47. Ask everybody, including councillors, to take a seat. All right, I would call upon delegation Danielle Stevenson. Danielle Stevenson, I'll ask when you present yourself to state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to reside. You don't have to give us your specific address. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be questions of council. The only thing I would advise, given your written submission, is just to refer to the developer or administration. That would be fantastic. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of council and participants in the gallery. My name is Danielle Stevenson, and my family has lived on 20th Avenue since 2010. I believe effective public consultation should foster trust, include early engagement, transparency, two-way communication, and a willingness to actively listen on both sides. As a nurse, I'm acutely aware that this process can be significantly influenced by prejudice and bias. At the Regina planning meeting, Mr. Bresciani stated that he had heard that the petition claimed the building to be 20 stories with pedophile units.
Sorry, just refer to the developer. Thank you.
Oh, said developer. He was mistaken. Unfortunately, his subsequent remarks in that meeting clearly revealed his disdain for the community. And I personally felt offended, as I don't even know him, and I would never, ever call it pedophile units. In saying this, some of the residents in the community may have approached this process with bias as well. Community residents have been attacked by social media and the public for being NIMBYs. This term in itself carries inherent prejudice, as it portrays us as negative or irrational, and it creates an us versus them mentality that can destroy communication and lead to the dismissal of legitimate concerns. Effective public consultation requires two-way communication. It was extremely frustrating in the Zoom meeting to see that the majority of our safety concerns in the group chat were ignored, and that the few that were actually posed to the developer went with a noticeable lack of engagement, as he immediately referred to the TIA. On the city website, it states a TIA provides an evaluation of roadway constructions, pedestrian movements, and safety concerns. As a recall, the TIA for this project concluded that the anticipated additional traffic does not warrant infrastructure or traffic control upgrades. So the assessment focused on two factors: infrastructure and traffic control upgrades. It should come as no surprise that the community's concerns remain prevalent, and it is alarming that the city approved this assessment considering the factors that I am going to present to you. Did they take into account the congestion that will occur with residents who own multiple vehicles, visitor parking, daycare employees, and parents picking up and dropping off their vehicles? Did they identify any areas of limited visibility, or so-called blind spots, making it difficult for vehicles to see pedestrians and vice versa, particularly as it relates to the entrance and exit roads? Are there any safety measures for children who run out between parked cars and across the street? Are there any recommendations on ensuring the safety of cyclists navigating through the traffic? And did anyone consider the fact that with cars parked on either side of 20th, there is no room for two-way traffic? You cannot get by two cars with cars parked on either side. I would ask, if an engineer is tasked not to identify these factors, who is? On Sunday, a group of residents volunteered to participate in a reenactment to simulate the traffic and pedestrian conditions if the project is approved. To quickly recap, I think all of my details are in your submitted presentation. Our reenactment featured a total of 23 volunteer vehicles. A total of 17 cars were parked on both sides of the street in front of the proposed build. So only 17 cars could park on both sides of the street of the proposed build. The other side is the school restriction parking there. So the developer has proposed 117 parking spots equal to 1.2 cars. If we use the average of 2 cars per household, which is unfortunately still quite common, it leaves 63 vehicles with no parking. This does not include cars belonging to both the visitors of the residents of the complex and the homes across the street, daycare employees, and parents of children attending daycare if the 6 daycare stalls are occupied. This reenactment was truly an eye-opener. The 2 things that concerned me most was the vision impairment experience while exiting the parking lot. If you notice in one of the pictures, you had to navigate your car halfway out, like a quarter way out into traffic to be able to see around the parked cars. One of the submitted pictures illustrates this situation quite well. Another concern, like I said, is how difficult it was to approach pass oncoming traffic. I took my husband's truck to the thing to have 2 vehicles, and we were in the center and we couldn't pass, my truck and I, with another vehicle coming the other way. 20th Avenue serves as an access point for guests to park conveniently and enjoy all the amenities in the neighborhood that have been mentioned. The pictures show the increased traffic and pedestrian congestion that will arise when the new development utilizes the once available parking on the street for the residents of the complex. Who would be willing to risk their lives and the lives of their loved ones walking, jogging, or biking on this once quiet, low-traffic street? And I must say that we have many dog walkers, joggers, cyclists, children walking. I was going to say, like, my dog barks every time another dog goes by, and you know what? He barks pretty much all day long. Why are we jeopardizing the safety of community residents and guests coming into our neighborhood? For stunning views of Wascana Lake for a few residents? Effective public consultation should foster trust. It concerns me that the Winchester Group website indicates that there is space available in this complex. How is the developer able to advertise space in a building that has not yet been approved? This type of action completely erodes the community's trust in the integrity of this entire process. As I know, I believe the Winchester Group will be able to develop extraordinary projects in Regina. Unfortunately, we cannot build projects based solely on their aesthetic and sustainability if it endangers the safety of the public. As I know my time is coming to an end, I strongly encourage you to ask about 20th Avenue in the winter. This is another concern raised by the community which has been ignored by, or what we feel has been ignored by the developer. I sincerely thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to speak and attentively listening to the delegates speaking today.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Does any member of council have any questions for the delegation? I don't see any from council, but based upon the presentation, in terms of, I asked a previous delegation, the traffic concerns existed prior to the development proposal, is that correct?
The traffic concerns, well, I have to add, in the winter, if I can just quickly relate a personal story, especially in the winter, what they talked about the winter conditions as well. I leave for work about 6:30 to 6:45 in the morning. It was December of 2022, and we had had snowfall the week before. There were 2 to 3 foot high snowbanks on either side of the street. And of course, you know, they're 2 to 3 foot wide as well. We had several cars parked on the street, kind of teeter-tottering, you know, off the side snowbanks. I had exited my driveway and I was heading west. I saw a car parked ahead of me that was idling. That road was very icy and rutted. I had to you drove down the middle of the street. When I got about 6 foot away from the vehicle, the driver's side door flew open and a leg emerged. I put on my brakes and I turned my wheel, but I clipped his door and then I bounced off the front of his. Sorry, this still haunts me. I'm so thankful that he was okay. He was delivering papers in the neighborhood. And it just kind of reminds me of, like, as parents, how many times have our sons or daughters opened a door without looking? And I think on this street, especially, so the winter concerns there, how are we going to have those parked cars on either side? And even now, with the parked cars and cars not being able to pass each other, if anyone happens to open their door and getting out to go to school, to the daycare, whatever, I just think, why are we jeopardizing? So as traffic concerns, definitely in the winter. As well, the traffic concerns in front of adjacent to the school, we do have the restricted parking, which of course we know parents still park there to pick up their kids. And I think you can see in one of the pictures how much parking is down on that end of the road. And then if you put that with our parking that we reenacted the pictures, it kind of shows the congestion that's going to occur.
Thank you very much for that. I don't see any other questions. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Thanks for being here today.
Excuse me, sorry, I just raised my hand.
Deanna Stevenson, please come on down. Councillor Zakiniak, I apologize. Please go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you. So I do have potentially just one question. I believe that there has been some suggestion of potentially redirecting traffic to Douglas Avenue, which I understand is a collector rather than 20th Avenue. Hopefully I'm getting these roads right. Would that help if that were to occur, directing access to the site to Douglas? Would that help address some of your concerns that you were noting?
Concerns of not being able to navigate into the intersection when you're turning onto the street from the exit road, but it still doesn't address the concerns that if you had a 2-car per dwelling, it's 64 more cars that don't have anywhere to park. And I think about those condos across the street, and if they have visitors or family coming in, and if the residents have all taken up the parking, where are their family going to park?
Okay, thank you. So I heard it does address some, but not all. Okay, thank you very much.
It addresses that aspect, but it doesn't change the number of vehicles parked on the street.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. You can now return to the gallery. Thanks. I'll call upon Delegation Catherine White. Welcome, Catherine. I'll ask that you state your name for the record, where you reside, and any organization that you may be representing. Please don't give us your personal address. You have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be an opportunity to answer questions should any be had for you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Catherine White, and I'm representing the Douglas Park Condo Association. We strongly oppose this development. Our condos are situated directly across the street from the proposed development, which I believe makes us some of the people that will be most impacted should this project be allowed to proceed. When I say 535 Douglas Avenue, I'm not sure how many of you visualize the actual property, but if you're thinking it's a barren excess piece of land that no one uses, you're so far from the truth. This site is used for baseball, soccer, and football practice. People fly kites, play with their dogs, throw frisbees, and much more. There's hardly a time between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. that this area is not being used by the community. Where do these people and activities go with this loss of public space? We are concerned as to what this development will do to our property values. When we bought our condos, none of us envisioned losing our open view of a community space and having it replaced with a massive private apartment building, not to mention what the construction will do to the street and the stress it will bring to our homes. We are also very aware of the traffic in front of our homes. Speeding through the school zone is already an issue. We can only see this increasing with a large influx of residents of an apartment building and those utilizing the proposed daycare. Traffic will increase, and increased traffic means increased disturbance and chances for accidents. We know the developer has said there's more than enough parking, but we have never seen an apartment building that always has adequate parking for residents and all guests. Vehicles will end up parked on the street, which will inhibit our vision backing out from our homes, and we will lose our on-street parking. If the development is allowed to go ahead, The increase in density will cause a strain on our school system, and some studies show that crime rates may increase with the lack of stability, as apartments are known for higher turnover of residents. I've heard no explanations as to why high density is better. The city and the developer have said there have been more than normal consultations with the community, but when you've never been down this road before, it's like being dropped in a jungle and told to find your way out. Through this process, I've had numerous questions and no idea where to get answers. I'd love to know why the property on 20th was subdivided and not the property close to Douglas Avenue. There's already a church and 2 schools facing that 4-lane road with a boulevard. Why choose to face the much narrower 20th? Where could I have gotten answers, and at what stage? Who determines the speaking order at these meetings and the Planning Commission meetings? Why is the developer put in the last position, the ace position? And I see that, you know, he's there again today. Like, who determines that? Clearly he knows something about this jungle that I don't. Has Baseball Regina and other community groups been notified about the potential loss of space? Isn't there a great need for practice space in the city? These are just a few of my unanswered questions. Myself and 2 other condo owners have a long-term relationship with Douglas Park, and other owners have quickly learned that we live in an amazing part of the city. We don't believe that there is anyone on City Council or on the Planning Commission that live in our area. We know and we love this community well. We don't see any way that this development enhances our community or our lives, only disruption to a peaceful enjoyment of our neighborhood, and negative impacts to our property values and even our safety. We feel our rightful concerns are being unheard and unheeded. There are many empty lots and unused places in the city where this development could be built, and it would be welcomed, not a well-used public space that is a fixture of this community. Perhaps there's even a lot across from your home. For these and many reasons, I urge you not to allow this development to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine Wright. I do have a question from Councillor Stanachuk. Please go ahead, Councillor Stanachuk.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, how long has your condo development been in place? When was it built?
It was actually done in 3 different sections, and if I'm correct, the first duplex was built in 89 or 90.
Okay, and previous to that, there had been single-family homes, and then?
No, previous to that, it was Herod de Groot School.
Oh, okay. Okay, there's been some developments like that.
Yep.
And the park is not a city park, as far as I understand, is that correct?
No, it's school grounds, but like all school grounds, the community takes advantage of it.
Right, okay. And I guess my only other question is just, well, I will ask the question about the subdivision of the property that you raised, but
Yes.
I'll ask that to either the developer or administration. Thanks.
I'd appreciate that, thank you.
Okay.
I see no other questions from council. Thank you very much, Catherine White, for presenting today and for your written submission. I'll call upon delegation Michael Wild. Mr. Wild, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. Please, welcome.
Sure. My name is Mike Wild. I represent my family and 4 generations of my family that live in the neighborhood. Good afternoon, City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to spend the next 5 minutes to summarize my position on the proposal, the Winchester Group's 5-story development on 20th Avenue East. I'd like to begin by reading an excerpt from 3 years ago concerning a very similar type of development that was proposed at 3700 Green Diamond Road and was fiercely opposed by Councillor Laurie Bershani and resulted in the development proposal being rejected. The reason for citing this example is that the situation seems to have remained the same and the community arguments are once again repeating themselves. The following is a direct quote from a March 11th, 2021 Leader Post article by Alex Saloon. A 5-story apartment in the Greens was not approved for discretionary use on the grounds that it exceeded height requirements for the area. There was also considerable pushback from the community. Matthew Carlton addressed council on behalf of residents of Green Crescent, whom he says will be most affected by the new development. Parking, traffic, and consequently safety were Carlton's main areas of concern, he told council. Broad Street Properties was the developer proposing a 123-unit building on 3700 Green Diamond Road. The project was meant to be 4 stories, but the discretionary use proposal is discretionary on account of the proposed height. Were it 11 meters, all would be fine, and no such application would be required, but this build is 15.57 meters tall. Kevin Reese, the manager of the Greens on Gardner development, spoke in favor of the proposal and the discretionary use application. Council Shannon Zakidniuk said part of her concern was a lack of public engagement with the design and build. Reese said there were a number of opportunities for public engagement back when the neighborhood was proposed. Councillor Laurie Bershani of Ward 4 said 92% of respondents to the application were against it. Both Bershani and Zakidniuk said there was a great deal of interference and speculation engaged in statements made by the developers regarding anti-renter sentiments allegedly expressed in the responses to the discretionary use application. Bershani said it would be unfair for people in the area to get something in their neighborhood other than what they bargained for. This was already zoned, said Bershani, speaking against the developer's proposal. It should be taken into account. If people's concerns aren't to be considered, why ask for it? Councillor Bob Hawkins, Ward 2, said this has nothing to do with people being opposed to rentals in the area as the developers suggested. What this has to do with is preserving neighborhood values, said Hawkins. They think this instance of development is unaligned with the values of the neighborhood. Hawkins said when the neighbors bought in, they bought understanding what the area had been zoned to permit. Council vote was 10-1, rejecting the application. End of article. So does City Council see the similarities with today? What is obvious is the location, the year, and business name. So what has changed in the commitment of the City Council to listen to the community? The article cites the tenacious fight of a city councillor for their representative community. Is institutionally zoned land more attractive to high-density housing at 15 times the existing? The respect of your constituents relies on your integrity in upholding their values. Is the city interested in a collaborative process that allows all voices to be heard? Isn't there a way to create dialogue that has a less polarizing effect? Can't we participate in a process without a binary result? My voice intends to strive for a compromise and achieve a win-win-win, a new proposal that would be in alignment with the neighborhood values and needs. I ask City Council to act the same for this application as they did for the proposed 3700 Green Diamond Road in 2021. Reject the application as proposed. Listen to this community and your own arguments from 3 years ago. They are still valid. Thank you. I'd love to have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weil. I have a question from Councillor Dan LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'd like to put something to you and ask for a response.
Sure.
Thing I'd like to put is the relationship between you folks and the proposed developer is just quashed. It can't be remedied. If council sends it back and says has a conversation, no productive conversation could occur, given the state of the relationship. I'd ask you to respond.
Oh, yeah, no, I totally disagree with that. I think there's lots of room for discussion and response, and my understanding of the process back in November was, as a community member, our responses work through the city administration, who work with the developer back to city administration back to us. So every time I did that path, it would come back saying, well, developer doesn't want to do that. I'd like a wall moved 2.3 meters the west wall to be moved 2.3 meters to the east, allow for more parking, allow for widening of the alleyway, but that results in less square footage that you could rent. So it becomes a profit over design. Like there's always that compromise in that argument. So, you know, when this whole thing started, I was one that said, leave it as institutional zoned. And that still is my feeling, leave it as institutional zoned. But I've been told by city administration and by yourself is that this is outside of city administration and councilors' hands. This is private property that's going to get rezoned one way or the other, and there's nothing I could do as a taxpayer to change that zoning. So if we can't have it institutionally zoned, and it's going to be zoned something else, and again, I was one that was totally against densification, but I've softened. We are going to have something there. But what is reasonable? So now it becomes 13 meters versus 18 meters. The OCP of originally 13 meters, row housing with granny suites, something similar to Badham Avenue where you have higher density row housing. I agree, single family zoning is done. And we need to have something else there, but we need to have a process that allows for discussion. The meeting that we're having today should have been held a year ago with the Regina Christian School, with the developer, and with city administration, and with city councilors. And if everybody sat down, we're all striving for the same thing. We're striving for a productive, beautiful, friendly, welcoming neighborhood. And I think we could achieve that, but there comes a point of it becomes profits over what is best for the community. So to say that that relationship is done, I'd say no. I'd say let's have that conversation. And that's where I talk about in my talk about a binary result. The result that we're going to have today is going to be a yes or a no. There's not going to be a yes but or a no but unless I'm missing something. I think that's the way it works. But if we could turn the clock back, and the reason I cited this whole thing is 3 years ago, it was just different people sitting here. This group was all the same, but it was different people in the audience, different developer, different community, and it had a different councillor really driving that fight for what she wanted for her area in her constituents. So I am frustrated that this process is repeating itself. It doesn't have to. At that time, they should have said, okay, how can we do this different? And in this case, this was something that was, in the case of the Greens, it was zoned higher density, but 4 stories. Here, we have an institutionally zoned piece of property that for 60 years, and I've lived in that neighborhood for 55 out of those 60 years, that has been the schoolyard where we played Frisbee, where I learned how to play baseball. It's a community space. What I'm worried about as a community member is that that space will be gone, and it will be gone forever. Institutionally zoned lands are all going to move to the suburbs because we're taking all the institutional zoned lands of the neighborhoods and we're going to densify them. And so, again, because it's private land, you can't do nothing about it. Administration can't do nothing about it. So the only thing we can do is control the densification through zoning and discretionary use. And I would welcome a conversation that there'd be compromise required probably by the Regina Christian School Association on the value of that land. If it can't go to 5 stories, the value of the land's going to be less. They're going to have to live with something that might be less. The developer might have to live with less square footage and less profit. And we have to live with loss of green space and of institutional zoned land that's in our neighborhood. When you look at the whole thing, like there's the city-owned parks. There is Queen Elizabeth, They even make the park in Invert Crescent, which is the center of a boulevard, shows up as a park. It's not really a park. Nobody plays there. The other one was over on Lakon. Other than that, we don't have any park. But you would argue we have Wascana Park, but it's not a city park because the city doesn't own or manage Wascana Park. And the reason our park, our schoolyard is being used more is because people can't go because the intensification of activities in Wascana Park. You can't learn to play football there anymore because you get hit in the head with a Frisbee. So those activities now are coming to that schoolyard, and that's going to be gone.
So you're happy to chat to the developer?
Oh, I'd love to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate your answers, appreciate the question, Councillor LeBlanc, thank you for that. I don't see other questions from Council, oh, no, I apologize, Councillor Fundura's lit up, there you go.
I thought it was going to go longer, so. Let's just switch it back to your mayor. You were, at the planning commission, you were concerned with that the shadow study wasn't done properly, in your opinion, because you are right there across the alley.
Yep.
In the shadow. Can you kind of give a little bit more?
Yeah, and the reason I didn't bring it up here is because in the big picture, pretty small thing, but it also created trust in information coming back to me, both through the city administration and from to the developer back to city administration back to me. The shadow study that was presented first in March was from a drawing from October 2023. And in November 2023, I asked, could I see the shadow study? Because I think I'm going to get hit pretty hard here for my morning coffee. I'm retired now. I sit on my deck. I have my morning coffee. I love to see the sun come up. And at that time, I was given a shadow study. I didn't get it until March of 2023. And I'm like, this drawing was made in October. Why was it withheld from me requesting it through administration? They said, it's not ready yet, it's not ready yet. And yet when I get it, it had an October 2023 stamp on it. So now I'm like, oh, yeah, who was holding on to it and why were they holding on to it? Questions that I'll never know the answer to. And then subsequently, that shadow study was revised because they made a walkway on the west side of the building to allow for people to walk from 20th to Douglas Avenue, because right now the only other way to publicly walk is down Park Street and down Francis. So there's a 3-block piece of property that the only public access is the alleyway. So everybody that's going to church goes down that alleyway. Everybody that's walking their dog from north of Douglas Avenue are using that alleyway. So now the alley, they put a walkway in, which was great. That came through conversations between me and administration to the developer, back to administration, back to me. So they moved the wall a bit, they moved the setback a bit, and they did a new shadow study, but the new shadow study did not show the spring and fall equinox. And for your information, that's when the sun comes up directly in the east. And when you have sun coming up directly in the east, that's when it's going to maximize the shadow envelope of my property. But they chose not to show it in the new shadow drawing. The new shadow drawing shows the summer solstice and the winter solstice. Summer solstice, the sun comes up so far in the north that my backyard's okay. Winter solstice, the sun comes up so far in the south that my front yard is okay. But why would you purposely leave out the equinox? I don't know the answer to that. I ask administration, they just say, that is the drawing that was provided to me. So when I hear that, I do lose the level of trust between the information that I asked for and the information I received. And I don't know where that holdup is.
Okay, to the mayor. So, like I asked the previous delegation, is you would want to, you said yourself you want to maybe stop this for a second and go have a conversation. So you want an open house again?
Yes, I think there was a failure, and I think there was a failure back when they did on the greens, and there's a failure now of being able to gather all the voices in a room. You know, if you get 700 people, there'd be lots of different sides. But I think through, you know, and I think, I don't know, I appreciated Stu, I listened to him on CJTR on the Queen City Improvement Bureau, and it did shift my thinking about individual residential R1 zoning. So people's minds can shift, and they need to. I agree, we need to have densification in Regina. We need densification everywhere. I'm just appalled of the sprawl as anybody else would be. And we are going to have density and diversification in our neighborhood, but it's got to be a better avenue to achieve that and not have it so divisive. At the end of the day, I'm going to welcome the neighbors that I do get. I'm going to welcome the Christian school to come and have coffee on my deck, because we are going to be part of that neighborhood. But the way that this process has come out, it doesn't create unity. And what we need unity through diversity of our neighborhood. And we're not getting it through this process.
Okay. One more question, I'll let it be. Obviously, you've went through the OCP, you've read the policies and the guidelines. So recommendation does not, in the report, recommendation does not that the existing policy contravenes with this location.
My understanding of the OCP was for, if he was buying up, or if the developer was buying up 10 properties, the OCP would apply. But because this was institutional zoned land, it doesn't fall, the OCP couldn't react to that and say, you must or you have to do this. We've been told that it's the Education Act that talk about how it gets sold and who gets first rights of dibs. I don't even know when this land did get sold, when it got potentially subdivided, does the city of Regina have first right of refusal to say, hey, we need it for stormwater drainage, like we did at Queen Elizabeth Park. Queen Elizabeth Park was surplus school land, and the city said, we have a need for it. We have an engineering need for it. Did they have the opportunity to look at this property to see, is there a city use for institutional zoned land? Or can the city do something where they say, let's attract other institutional zone things into this neighborhood to make it a complete neighborhood, which would include old folks home, care home, long-term care home. I'd love to get my sister living next door to me. She's currently at the Wascana. I'd love it if there was a development there that my sister could be right next door. That would make it more complete for me, but I'm not sure for everybody else. So my understanding of the OCP is that what I referred to out of the OCP was the height and density, kind of the density requirements. But like you said in discussion before, is that this area was never one that was identified for densification. It just happened that there is this piece of property. And this piece of property, you know, according to Stu, was one of the most sought after prime pieces of property in Regina because it's an established neighborhood, walking distance to a park. You know, it should be done right.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vendura. Sir, it's okay. I just want to clear something up in my own head. You appreciate that the rezoning to a different use other than institutional is a thing that will happen?
My understanding is that I've been told by city administration that it will happen, that it's not going to remain institutionally zoned. Now, I don't know the process of why that is, or why, why some other school or some other church or some other organization, second stage housing, something else that would remain institutionally zoned, which should have first right of refusal for that land. Now that land's only going to have a value of what institutional zone land is, which isn't maximum profit or maximum way to subdivide. I understand that, but I don't understand why it can't remain institutionally zoned. And I would love for an explanation from somebody. There should be somebody in this room that knows why that should or shouldn't be.
I'll be sure to ask it for you, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Of administration.
Yeah.
But my second question is, if it goes to a different type of zoning, is it the idea of the height of the proposed project? What is your ultimate now, today, after this process you've been through the last number of months? What is your ultimate concern today?
Today, I have a concern, again, it's the same as what was presented. It comes down to safety, neighborhood safety, which is driven by parking, and parking is driven by density. So leave it at 5 stories, but move that wall 2.3 meters, allow for more parking spots, and now we get something greater than 1.3 times parking spots. Let's go to 1.6, let's go to 1.7, so we get less on-street parking. That increases safety, but that requires a wall to move, and that requires the units now to drop from 70, or from 90 down to, I don't know what it would be, 70. We could ask the architects that. For myself, my own, I have changed, I'll go back a little bit. The first rendering that you got with this package in October that everybody here received had it's a sales pitch, right? It's an artistic rendering, and they modeled my house that it looked like it was half size of what it actually was. And since October till now, I've asked, look, you've got all the information, show me a view that has the building in my house and the alleyway, so we get a really good feel. Every drawing shows just the alleyway and it stops, doesn't show any more residential. And I was frustrated both with city administration and with the architects and with the developer. Why not show that? It's the truth, it's what's going to be there, or potentially, so show it. Because otherwise, you're getting a sales pitch for something that's not true. And it took 3 months, but I finally got city administration to remove that rendering off of the record because it was not true. I enjoy renderings just as much as anybody else. And I agree, this is a nice build, but it's too big. It's got too many units, not enough parking spots. Move a wall, leave it at 5 stories and move a wall. Or go 3 stories, go with a suite down, like a step down suite, an apartment above, and a granny suite, and you can fit probably 50 to 60 units in there. But that's not 90, and 90 is profit, and that's why I keep coming back to is, are we building for need, or are we building for greed? And I know that's we need to have developers in this city to develop, but we also need to respect what neighborhoods and communities need. And it's a difficult job for you guys here to do this today. And I respect that. And I just say, if you can, change the process going forward to allow a more democratic and voices to be heard, because we're sitting here in the last gate of the whole process, and we still feel our voices weren't given an opportunity to be heard.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much for being present today.
Okay.
I'll ask you to return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation A.J. Tidball. Mr. Tidball, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. Welcome this afternoon.
Thank you. Yes, my name is A.J. Tidball. I'm a resident of Douglas Place, and I'm representing myself, my family, and anyone else who is too intimidated or unable to speak today. So my name is A.J., and I'm here today to state for the record that I'm opposed to this development as it stands. I'm the 3rd generation of my family to live in Douglas Place, and I'm proud to say my 2-year-old son is now the 4th. It is for him that I'm here today. As a parent, keeping my child safe is my primary concern. I grew up on 20th Avenue East from birth to age 23. Having moved away from Regina for 12 years, my wife and I bought a house just down the street from this proposed development 3 years ago. We thought it would be a quiet, safe place for our son, much like my childhood was. We had no idea this land would be rezoned and redeveloped.
After many years away, I was surprised by the increase in traffic in the neighborhood. 3 large school buses and an accompanying 30 to 40 parent drop-offs now congest 20th Avenue during school hours, causing blind spots and near misses. The upgraded athletic complex at Leibel Field can draw over 300 cars for events. Combined with all the new activities like disc golf, cricket, and soon-to-be pickleball, I feel as though we are already at a tipping point for motorist and pedestrian safety. With this new building adding potentially hundreds of cars and 50 daycare drop-offs, all entering and exiting onto 20th Ave, I feel school children and my son's safety is at risk. These factors seem to contradict the city's new Vision Zero framework. I take issue with the administration claiming that the traffic impact assessment did not find any cause for concern. It was conducted over 2 days in November between 7:30 and 9:30 a.m. and 4:30 and 6:30 p.m. It clearly missed the mayhem of after-school pickups at 3:30, cars speeding through school zones and stop signs, and the influx of traffic due to the athletic events most days from spring to fall, as well as the narrow width of the lane beside the church. It didn't even recommend to repaint the faded crosswalk markings or increase any signage. And while the TIA may comply with city requirements, I suggest that those standards may be lacking, especially from a safety perspective. I'm sure you will hear or have heard firsthand concerns about safety, traffic, and building height, and I'd like to emphasize those today. This development is in an active school ground. It takes away green open space where kids are free to run and play, both during recess and community after hours. It limits our view of the sky and sunsets. At 18 meters, as well as nearly 100 meters long, it is by far the highest structure in the area. The shadow study in Appendix C only shows until 3 p.m. It goes against many points of the OCP, the school reach guidelines, Mosquito height restriction, and the location does not fall within a primary intensification zone nor secondary, nor does it meet the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives. It also changes the neighborhood dynamic by essentially doubling the immediate area's population. In March of 2021, Council debated a similar development in the Greens, which Mr. Wild referenced, where resident feedback was an important consideration. Those residents were opposed for similar reasons, 141 responses, of which 92 were opposed. Councillor Bresciani stated, quote, "Public feedback should be taken into account, or why do we even ask for people's responses?" Our survey gathered 340 responses, of which 85% were opposed. Councillor Hawkins mentioned that this development was out of line with the strong community values. I feel this to be true in our case as well. During the lead-up RPC meeting, delegates voiced their concerns over the height, traffic, parking, and safety due to density, given that there was a school 1 block away. In our case, this development is inside the schoolyard and directly beside Douglas Park Elementary. Committee members then discussed how developers simply want to dismiss community concerns, that they don't like change, or that we are NIMBYs and they aren't supposed to accept, or that we are supposed to accept that they know what's best. Although each area and develop is different, I think those sentiments still hold true in our case too. I feel that the RPC report glossed over our level of community opposition, with 290 online responses opposed and 720 signatures on a petition opposed. Under the options section, those voices were distilled to some. Quote, "This option is not supported by some who provided comments through the public review process. It should say majority don't support this option." I feel that our summarized comments in Appendix B have lost their tone and gravity. The only official consultation with all parties was a 90-minute online meeting. That meeting was moderator-led, with many questions being typed in the chat, of which many were missed, and our tone was not captured. It also excluded our less tech-savvy residents. Note that the chat history has also since been purged from the replay, further diluting our voices. When asked if this meeting could be in person, the city declined. Please ask city administration why that was. At our first community-led in-person meeting with over 250 attendees, Councillor LeBlanc was quoted in the press as saying, "As a democratically elected person, I can't ignore what appears to be the democratic will of the people who live here." I hope today's turnout demonstrates that will. To be clear, I'm not against development. I'm against the proposed density, height, and short-sightedness and developers putting profits before people. I think this land should be looked at with a longer-term lens and developed in a more sustainable and safe way. That school will likely not be there forever, so why not make a larger, grander plan? In closing, as a father of a young child, I hope that the passion in my voice conveys to you how much I think this development will negatively impact our area. I ask that council vote against this rezoning and development. I hope that you consider that no one knows our neighborhood, its character and values, and what it can sustain better than the people that have lived there for 20, 50, or even 65 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have a question from Councillor Zakidniak for you. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask a question I had asked a previous delegate, which is in terms of some of the concerns you noted about 20th Avenue, if the traffic was diverted to Douglas Avenue as a collector road, would that help address some of the concerns that you've mentioned today?
I think it would help, but in order to do that, the only way is that church laneway, which, as some of the pictures that other delegates have submitted, shows that is quite narrow. And obviously there's a lot of foot traffic there as well, so I think that would be just another safety concern. When I mentioned that this area should be looked at a longer term lens, I feel that maybe in a few years down the road, I'm not sure, I don't have a crystal ball, but at some point that school may cease to be there physically. And at that point, development could be put on the main collector, Douglas Avenue, and more gentle densification could be done on the 20th Avenue side. And you could widen laneways, you could make that whole area much more sustainable and inviting for people rather than trying to shoehorn this particular development to the last third of that land. So.
Okay, so as a follow-up, you're saying that the school, like the Douglas Park School, which is a new build, are you suggesting that it's not going to stay open?
No,
just to make sure I understand.
Not Douglas Park School, the Regina Christian School, or the former St. Andrews School, where this development is in that particular land, that lot.
Okay,
so there's
you.
two schools. There's Douglas Park Elementary and
Right.
the former St. Andrew, currently Colda Park, soon to be Regina Christian Academy kindergarten or preschool to 3rd to 4th grade.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Sakidniak. I don't see any other questions from council members. Thank you very much for both your written submission and being here with us today.
Thank you.
I'll ask you to return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation Amber Carlson. I'm going to do it one more time. Delegation Amber Carlson. Oh, she just stepped out. All right, I can handle that one. We're good. One moment. Thank you. I'll call upon Delegation Jean-Paul Beaurivage. All right. You can correct me if I got that wrong, sir. Please state your name for the record, an organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to live, which I'm assuming is Regina. And you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which there may be some questions for you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Your pronunciation was very close. It's Jean-Paul Beaurivage. A lot of people call me JP. And I live at 506 Murray Avenue in Douglas Park, and I'm here to tell you that you should not approve the rezoning that will enable the building of the proposed 5-story development at 535 Douglas Avenue, as you know, on 20th Avenue. 5 stories, 90 units, right beside 2 schools, doesn't make sense. You've heard all those points. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in time a little bit, and I'm going to make a few points here that may be more appropriate for the Board of Education to respond to, not necessarily this forum. My intention is not to insult, not to create innuendo, and certainly not to be libelous or anyway. So let me go back in time a little bit. And I'm also speaking on behalf of a lot of people in our community that are a little bit intimidated, and they're the ones, and myself, that have some of these questions, okay? But again, like I said, this may not be the right forum. I'd been told that the original sale at the 535 Douglas Avenue property from the separate school board, the Regina Christian School, had not been tendered. Upon searching sastenders.ca, one of the people told me that this was true. Many other public school property sales are on SAS tenders, but not this one. But the Education Act says on page 143 of the Education Act that property sale to another education institution does not require tendering. So, okay, that's okay. Still, it doesn't seem, still, this apparently seems inconsistent based on other school property sales being tendered. I'd also been told that the sale of the parcel of 535 from the Regina Christian School to Winchester developer was also not tendered. The principal of the Regina Christian School told me that their realtor had shopped the property around. No one in our community ever saw a for sale sign on this property. I've also been told by the principal of the Regina Christian School is not obliged to follow the Education Act, requiring the process of tendering the property because they're not governed by the Education Act. This is despite the fact that when I spoke to a person who was employed by the education department, 3 separate parts of the registered independent schools regulations state that independent schools do need to follow the Education Act, perhaps even with the tendering process. I'm not sure. On page 143. For example, in the Registered Independent Schools Regulation, page 10, section 9.1.d, point I, page 12, section 10.1.1, point J, page 19, section 15.5, point C, all state that the independent schools are supposed to follow the Education Act. So I was going to add more details about the above points, but I don't want to run out of time. And really, the bottom line, according to what I was hearing, is that should the developer end up owning this parcel of property, despite there being no tendering process anywhere, should council care that the property has not been tendered, or is this just an issue, as I said earlier, for the Board of Education? We're just asking questions. The point to you all today is that the sale of this property from the Regina Christian School to Winchester is conditional upon today's rezoning vote, as per the principal said at the Planning Commissioner. Therefore, don't we want to ensure that the 2 sales that put the property into the ownership of, potentially put the property into the ownership of the developer, have followed the rules of the Act if necessary prior to this vote? Maybe we have to delay it, I don't know. Why wasn't the original sale from the Regina Catholic School Board tendered like other public school properties were? Don't know. I could be corrected. I might be wrong. In closing, I'd like to state that I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an investigative reporter, and I'm not trying to make any accusations. Just a normal citizen listening and asking questions on behalf of the people in our community. I don't sit up at night reading the Education Act and the Registered Independent Schools regulations for fun. Although if you do have insomnia, I recommend reading them. Had this developer engaged with the community on a height that was reasonable, perhaps 3 stories like on Badham, that's been mentioned, no one would probably have even bothered looking at the acts and some of the rules. But it is troubling that this rezoning and property development is being pushed forward at warp speed. It doesn't make sense to exit the traffic onto the one-way easement onto 20th Avenue. It makes sense to exit the traffic onto the easement out to Douglas Avenue. There's 2 lanes going both ways. That's where the paper corner used to be when I was a paper boy. You can turn right, you can turn left. So in closing, once again, I want to emphasize that our community is in favor of developing this property to attain the City of Regina's diversity and density goals, but a development that is height appropriate for the community and height appropriate for the 2 schools right next door. Let's do the right thing here. And if I was to make, if somebody asked me a question today, I think I heard the bell go. Did it go? Okay.
You're correct, sir.
Okay. Do you want me to finish this sentence?
You finish the sentence, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Worship. If I was to make a recommendation to this council today, I would say you've all worked very hard at going through the process to change the rezoning rules. Some of the councillors, Mr. LeBlanc, Ms. Zaduniak, Mr. Findura have come to see us. But if I was to make a recommendation, while you're changing the rules for rezoning, I think you should examine the rules of engagement when a development is going to go up, because you're going to run into this issue a lot when I talk to the people around the city. You're going to run into it a lot, and I think those rules of engagement should be really examined carefully, and that's what I'm stating here today on behalf of many of the community members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I do have a question from Councillor Findura for you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. JP, as I asked the question before, I can hear the same sentiment from you saying that you want to have some more discussion. So are you saying to me to ask the administration to set up a town hall? I mean, something like we've had with easels and all that, and have a conversation about different things about it? Are you asking for put a brakes on this and have another conversation? What do you think is going to come out of that one?
You know what, Mr. Findura, good question. Thank you very much. I am asking for more engagement, and I think that it's unfortunate that this whole process has created an environment that's rife with mistrust and misinformation and innuendo and bombs being lobbed back and forth, and that's unfair. It's unfair for everyone. Mr. Wild said, you know, we should have the city involved, we should have the developer involved, we should have the community involved, because we want something that's going to work for our new Canadians, we want something that's going to work for the city, and we want something that's going to work for the community as well. So yes, I'll answer your question by saying yes. And that should have started last July when the sale was completed, or conditionally completed, I should say. Because by then, there was already renderings and things like that going on, but the engagement has been few and far between. You know, one of the delegators said that, you know, there were 6 half-hour meetings of half an hour where only 3 people could attend each one. That's 18 people. But 720 or 750 people signed that petition. And the developer at the Planning Commission, I'm not quite understand the math, but said that 92% of the 3,100 people in Douglas in our community, in Douglas Park, were in favor of this. Well, I'm not certain how that math works, because we were the ones that put out a petition and got a solid response, so I don't know where that came from. You know what I mean? And if we're so sure of this, that this is the right thing to do, well, maybe we should have a referendum for the people in Douglas Park and make it real simple. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 stories. Check mark. Which one would you do? That makes sense. These are the people that live in the community. They've lived there since, like me, since I was a paper boy, and they're not being NIMBYs. They're not being unreasonable. They're just asking for reasonableness here. That's all that's being asked for. So I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. One more, Mayor, I'll be good. When I attended the community meeting, I heard that the comments were made that this build does not fit. Just like to hear more, if you know more about who would have said that, was an architect or whoever said that, because I heard at the meeting that this particular build doesn't fit in a local, at the location.
I can't really say for sure who said what and what they were thinking. My interpretation of what your question is asking I would interpret that as saying that it doesn't fit within the height profile of our community. You know, you look around and I would ask the council here, where do we see in the city a 5-story 90-unit building right beside 2 schools? I don't know. So to answer your question, I'm assuming that that's what the person was asking, is that it doesn't fit within the profile. There isn't. There's some 3-story buildings and some 2 stories and that, and they fit really well. And as I said earlier, the traffic entering the 90-unit structure on 20th by the school, by Douglas Park, and then exiting onto 20th doesn't make sense. So you exit it out to Douglas Avenue, a collector, 2 lanes going right, 2 lanes going left, and you can turn both ways. So I'm not sure exactly who said that, and I can't quote, but that's what I would, when I listen to the people in our community, in our neighborhoods, that's what I would expect that they would say to me to respond back to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor, that's good.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you for appearing today.
Sure.
In the start of your delegation's information there, you mentioned about the ownership of the land and the sale, or whether it should be tendered or not. You quoted some legislation. That was nothing that we actually look after here at City Council. Have you checked in with any of the authorities of that legislation?
You know, that's why I brought up the point that I'm not certain that it's the right points for this council on that. And have we checked with some of the authorities? We do have one of our members of our committee that's trying to get some meetings with the Board of Education.
Yeah.
And, pardon me, the Ministry of Education, pardon me, my mistake. And we're trying to get some meetings there to ask, why wasn't this one tendered? It's not that there was anything illegal done, and of course I'm not making any accusations, because they sold it to an educational institution. But when I talked to the principal of that educational institution that they sold it to, he says, well, now we don't follow the Education Act. We're under the Regulations and Guidelines Act for independent schools, so now they can buy it being untendered, but they can sell it without it being tendered too, because now it's a private sale. So we're not trying to make accusations, we're just asking questions.
I guess more to the point, and what I'm making sure, whether you're aware or not, is that that's not within our authority or part of the decision today, or anything to do with what I've been provided as a counselor from my package on the information I can put the decision to.
No, I understand that. I wanted to bring that up just to let, pardon me?
I just wanted to make sure that that was understood.
No problem. I had to turn my hearing aid up here, I'm sorry about that.
No problem, I mumble sometimes too, it's my fault.
No problem. No, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
And we are following up on that. We're not trying to create innuendo. Like I said before, we probably wouldn't have even looked into it if this was a development like what was on Baden Boulevard. Beautiful development there, and I'm sure our neighborhood would say, awesome. But we were never engaged, never. So then you start digging into these things that put you to sleep at night, and then you start asking other questions. And again, that's what promotes that trust or mistrust going forward.
Okay. I know a lot of the discussion's been about the height.
Yes.
I know a lot of this here. Let me do this. Okay, close to the mic and we'll hear each other then. I know a lot of the discussion so far.
Let me turn up my hearing aid for a second.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Okay.
I usually turn it down in a crowd. There we go.
Yeah, I know a lot of the discussion's been centered around the height of the building, and had the privilege of walking around Calgary a little bit, not familiar with the city, and just analyzing it. I noticed that the architecture of the city dictates the time in which it was built. So when we built 3-story apartment buildings on a 50-foot parcel of land, you know, you had to have the price of the land and the price of the lumber and the price of the labor.
In Calgary?
Well, in Regina or Calgary, but for the time you're doing it at.
Okay.
You know, those things all have to come together to make something work. There's been a lot of pressure in this part of the world for some time before the pandemic with the change in PST on building materials.
Absolutely.
And then everyone lived through in the rest of the world during the pandemic, and we all heard about sales of lumber and materials, and we've heard enough of that. But just thinking at this point in time, at the price per stud and per man hammering it together, don't you think that would have an impact on affordability and having to make the most out of every square inch and having to go up a little bit just by what we're experiencing as a civilization right now as well?
I don't disagree with you. I think that, you know, you can go up way high, and the higher you go, it's going to be more efficient, right?
Yeah, within the reason, right?
Well, that's our point, is within reason, right? You know, the stuff around Canadian Tire or Costco or many other areas seems to be within reason, and those ones are 2 stories, maybe 3, right? And this community, as Mr. Fendura was asking, does that make sense within the height profile of the community? I don't disagree with you. You go high, it's more efficient, right? But are we also sacrificing something else down the road? What's going to be the makeup of the community? Is there going to be a mosque there or something like that? You know what I mean? So I don't know that. But to answer your question, yes, efficiency, but what are we sacrificing for that? You've heard lots of the other statements today about safety. One of the community members told me before, even the parking in that, when she was mentioning to me that the parking on the north side of 20th Avenue, well, that's restricted on school days apparently. I wasn't aware of that. But so there's other things that are at play there, and I think that we have to balance that out. Hence the reason that I'm recommending to the council that they change, not just zoning rules and things like that, but the actual process that the administration uses. So that when a development starts, like Mr. Fendura said, there's engagement, real engagement, not just fake engagement, but real engagement. We've been told that we were hostile. I don't get that at all. Just because we disagree doesn't mean that we're hostile, right? So
There's been a longstanding traffic issue at Park Street and 20th and Douglas. I don't live in the area, but am I wrong in understanding that? And number two, is it greatly compounded whenever Douglas Park's put to use?
So you're talking about Park Street, 20th, and Douglas Avenue, right? Yeah. Well, at Douglas Avenue and Park Street, I travel by there every day. There's a crosswalk, and kids are crossing the street there. At 20th Avenue and Park Street, yeah, there can be some congestion there after a football game or after during May and June when the track and field months are on. In my backyard, I can hear the starter's pistol going, and it's wonderful. Great to have the people using our facilities and that. Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Nobody's really saying that this is something that's temporary congestion, right? They're not talking about that temporary congestion so much as the parking and traffic that's going to be on 20th, right where the two schools are. Mm-hmm. That's what they're getting at. So 20th and Park Street and Douglas Avenue, those are things that, there's a crosswalk there and those things can be dealt with. But 20th Avenue itself, no, put it out to Douglas Avenue on the exiting of the development.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Sakiniak, please go ahead.
I just wanted to touch on the point that I've heard a few times, and I heard from you, sir, about the concern about having this proposed development by a school site. Couldn't there also be a counterpoint where like from another perspective, that it would be beneficial to have students living very close to the school that they will be attending? Like, couldn't that be a positive attribute to having a development by a school site?
I didn't quite hear your question just because there's some coughing going on in the background, but that's okay. I think I've got what you're saying. Could it be beneficial to have something developed there because there is some schools there? And my response to you would be absolutely. And I think we were kind of chatting about that when you took the time to come out and see this site. Absolutely. No problem. But five stories, 90 units is probably too much because that's when you're getting into the risks of safety, like some of the other delegations have said.
Okay, and on the 90 unit point, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I do know that the current zoning allows for more units than 90 should someone come forward with a proposal that wouldn't be a discretionary use. Like, that is allowable within the current, without, us having to consider the change, yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question. I could turn and ask Mike Wild, and he'd probably know, but I don't know, Your Worship, if I'm allowed to ask him, so I'm not sure the answer to that question is. But
that's okay.
I guess, yes, you could have somebody come forward and say, yes, you know what, we're going to put in 150 units. And that's what I'd say back to you is that, well, that's why engagement at the beginning with the developer, where trust is promoted, is key to the process.
Right. Okay. And then finally, in terms of the engagement, I understand that you have concerns and suggestions for how it could be improved. But are you aware that the level of engagement for this development has actually quite exceeded the current requirements for engagement from the city?
Well, I think that you're probably correct there, but I think a lot of times it was people like Mr. Wild and several others that had to do a lot of prompting to make that engagement happen, and back and forth. I mean, you don't get answers back really quickly, and you're trying to ask questions and be reasonable. So yes, there has been engagement from the developer. No, there hasn't been the engagement that's necessary, other than these 6 1/2-hour meetings that 3 people per meeting could go, 18. So yes, I think there's been engagement, but what I'm saying, I think, to council is that I think if we want to avoid these kind of binary situations where 2 parties are really pushing against each other, I think we have to have better engagement from the developer, which the community asked for a lot, but we didn't get. So we need to be able to sit down, I'll say it again, promote trust, so that going forward, people are reasonable. I agree with Mr. Wild. I've changed my mind somewhat, and I've said, yeah, you know what? Listen to my wife. I always listen to my wife. You know what? We do need something over there. There's a couple of schools over there. And it does make sense, but not 5 stories and not 90 units. That doesn't make common sense.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakiniak. Sir, I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much for your presentation and your question
everybody.
answering today. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everybody.
I'll call upon Delegation Blair Wood. Mr. Wood, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present, after which there may be some questions for you. Welcome this afternoon.
Good day. I'm Blair Wood. I live at 2927 Park Street in the Dominion Heights area in the east end of 20th Avenue. I'm representing myself. The proposed development will take place approximately 3 blocks west of my house. I'm in favor of this development for the reasons I will list below. This project is in line with the City of Regina, Province of Saskatchewan, and Country of Canada's need to increase housing availability and affordability and increased intensification of already developed neighborhoods and cities. This project would be the only apartment building in the Douglas Park area and in the larger Boot Hill community that would be able to service the needs of mobility challenged people outside of a few assisted living buildings located on Broadway Avenue. Most of the existing apartment buildings in the area are in the range of 50 years old and either have stairs going up to the second level or stairs going down to the lower units. It's doubtful that any are built with a centralized alarm system or fire suppression system. Within the Boot Hill area, there are very few sites that lend themselves well to redevelopment for projects such as this. Some of the older apartment buildings could potentially be torn down and renewed with increased intensity, but there are very few open, undeveloped sites. This proposed development is an efficient use of land space, as single-family housing for 90 families would take up a full city, 4 city blocks of land to achieve the same goal. The proposed building, as rendered by 1080 Architects, is aesthetically pleasing and has several design ideas that minimize impact on the neighborhood. These include the plans to have several underground parking spots to reduce vehicle load on the surface and locating the mechanical room to the basement area instead of the roof line. While it is undeniable that the building will affect the sight lines and sun shading on a few residents, very few other sites could affect less homes than this one. The Douglas Park and Boot Hill communities do not have any architectural themes, such as, say, the Cathedral or the Crescents area, but rather have an eclectic mix from smaller wartime homes to the new build glass front masterpieces, including split lot infill 2-story homes. While this development is not on a multi-line bus route, it does have bus service in either direction along Douglas Avenue. My personal opinion is that many North American cities will struggle with how to replace aging infrastructure, and that the past 50 years of urban sprawl will cause this problem to be a larger problem in the years to come. I feel that continued outskirts development just seems to have the effect of gutting the core of our city of shoppers and residents, a ring that seems to grow as we expand further outwards. Our previous model of building higher intensity neighborhoods on the outer edges of the city works for housing people, but it's not a great model for efficient busing and leads to higher vehicular traffic and increased costs to maintain those services in the outlying areas. I would like to see more development proposals like this one brought forward for lands within the old Ring Road area. Some of them integrating retail or professional services on the main floor would certainly be welcome. I encourage City Council to have a vision of what they want for our city. Is it a revitalized, active city everywhere, or a city of suburbs with a dead core and high infrastructure cost? Please approve this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Councillor Mancinelli has some questions for you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here as a delegate. appreciated your points and the fact that you're also a resident of the neighborhood. I mentioned an intersection to the previous delegate for a bad traffic point. Looking at what was cited when the traffic study was done in November, it's not often you get to reinvent a neighborhood and to have a investment come that way. A traffic study might dictate changes. Should that traffic study be looked at for more of a loaded traffic study for the effects of the neighborhood as a whole, for a time to make an improvement because it's an opportunity? And do you think that would bring more success in having this come forward in other neighborhoods for how to set it up properly and get buy-in from the community as a get-go?
Well, in this particular neighborhood, I don't think any changes need to be made to the traffic structure. I live right at that intersection of 20th and Park. And yes, during the football games, it's increased load, but, you know, for the fireworks and the football games, it's not like it's a major issue. I don't feel there's an extreme amount of traffic on there, nor does it need to be redeveloped. There's limited directions that development can go there, so, you know, maybe for other neighborhoods, they may need to increase the size of the roads, but I think the roads are suitably designed for the traffic that it will need to handle.
Appreciate the input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Masters. You give a good summary of why you support this proposal and density overall. So apart from the space that the housing, you see this as a needed for housing, that the apartments in the area that do exist are quite old. But what else do you see would be a benefit of having this development in your neighborhood?
Well, with 90 units, I would think there would be many more kids that would be going to Douglas Park School. I've heard complaints from some of the people at these events talking about the number of school buses going to Douglas Park School. Well, if you have the kids in the neighborhood, you don't need to bus them anymore. You know, and if they're on that block, they're not even crossing the street to go to school. So I don't see a downside to this development. I think it's a wonderful development. I'm all in favor for it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanachuk. Just checking to make sure Councillor Zakiniak's not turning on a button late. I see no other questions from Council Searle. Thank you very much. I call upon Delegation Dimitri Kurles. Mr. Kurles, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address Council, after which time there may be some questions from Council for you. Welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Dimitri Kurles with Saskatchewan Renewable Energy Solutions, and I'm a resident of Regina, Saskatchewan here. Today I'm here to speak in support of the 535 Douglas Ave multifamily project being proposed by Josh Brusciani. I'm here specifically to speak about the project's innovative, forward-thinking energy efficiency measures and overall sustainability strategy. To begin, this multifamily building is targeted to be built 25% above the National Energy Code for buildings at minimum, which aligns directly with the City of Regina's goal and three-pronged approach of reducing energy consumption, improving energy efficiency, and transitioning to renewable low-carbon energy sources to become a 100% renewable city by 2050. The proposed development will be utilizing a Piranha wastewater heat recovery system, a Canadian-made green building technology, to contribute to reaching at least 25% better than the National Energy Code. The Piranha system is a specialized water-to-water heat pump that efficiently recovers thermal energy or heat directly from wastewater and uses the source energy to provide up to 100% of domestic hot water, hydronic heating, or cooling for a building. In this application, the system will be targeted to provide most of the building's domestic hot water requirements, significantly reducing the usage of natural gas. Regarding system efficiency, the Piranha holds an average coefficient of performance of 3.5 or 350%, as compared to condensing natural gas heating systems with efficiencies of 90 to 99%. This system will also help reduce stress on the aged underground sewer infrastructure, as it uses a wastewater holding tank, which acts as a buffer where the building's wastewater is temporarily stored before heat is recovered from it. After heat is recovered from the wastewater in batches, it is sent downstream to the sewer in batches as well, which will lessen the overall flow rate and stress on the sewer from the added density in the area. In terms of the development's building envelope, having a well-insulated roof and walls is an important piece to achieve the stated 25% better than National Energy Code at minimum. To contribute to this goal, Josh and his team are currently exploring the use of light zone insulating glass, who manufactures windows with high center of glass R values from R10 to R17. These glass units have 1.5 to 3 times the insulating values of typical double pane or triple pane windows, with no concern of declining insulation values over time due to inert gas leakage, which is a common issue in windows as they age. Light zone can provide energy savings by effectively reducing the usage and/or size of building heating and cooling systems, while allowing for large expanses of glass to maximize building aesthetic, daylighting, and views without compromising energy efficiency and occupant comfort. In tandem with these high R-value windows, the development team will also be assessing other measures that will be able to elevate the insulation of the building envelope, not only to reach stated sustainability goals, but to further enhance the comfort and living experience of tenants during our winters and summers. This building is expected to use a geothermal or geo-exchange system to provide heating and cooling to the building in the effort to achieve its energy efficiency goals. Geothermal or geo-exchange utilizes the relatively stable underground temperatures to efficiently heat and cool the building, significantly reducing reliance on fossil fuels and lowering greenhouse gas emissions over the lifespan of the building. By implementing a geosystem, this project not only aligns with ESG goals, but can deliver resiliency and long-term savings for building residents. These geothermal systems also mitigate the need for cooling towers or allow for much smaller ones, which helps alleviate concerns of noisy rooftop HVAC equipment in the neighborhood. The building will also include a green roof and balconies as common areas where residents will be able to spend their leisure time and enjoy an amazing view, offering unique options to nurture mental and physical health, as well as establish a community garden that can provide vegetation and green architectural features within the community. Green roofs and balconies also contribute to increased rooftop insulation in terms of building efficiency, reducing heat island effect and temperatures of the roof surface, as urban areas often experience higher temperatures than rural. Green roofs help mitigate this island effect by providing a cooling surface which can lower ambient air temperatures. They also supply a form of rainwater conservation, and they help elevate overall air quality. Developers in the city, such as Josh Bresciani, who are building with the ambition to exceed energy code standards, should be commended. This project will undoubtedly motivate others in the industry to develop their projects with sustainability and energy efficiency at the forefront. More holistically, these are the types of projects that need to be supported, not only to stay on track to meet the city's stated sustainability goals, but to also set an example for other developers and to other municipalities within and outside the province, demonstrating that energy efficient buildings can indeed be built here, can be tasteful, are viable, and further establish the city of Regina as a leader in sustainability. In closing, I believe this is the type of development that should be supported and that a neighborhood should be open to welcoming. This building will contribute to elevating surrounding community, as it has been very consciously and carefully planned from every aspect to align with the city of Regina's goals of increased densification, inclusive housing options, and sustainability. The development also takes the community into deep consideration to maintain its character and create a positive impact without creating any difficulties for its current residents. The proposed development is one that residents can really take pride in having within their neighborhood, as it could perhaps be an option for some residents to move into when it comes time to downsize or explore different housing options.
Mr.
Allowing
Curlis?
them, yes.
You're out of time, so if you could wrap it up in a sentence.
Sure thing. Allowing them to continue to live in the area. Additionally, this building will provide an opportunity for various other groups, such as young professionals, immigrants, young families, and more, to enter into and rent to live in the area. That's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So you mentioned many extra amenities that are planned with this this development. It is my understanding, and I'll confirm this with the developer, that if there is a reduction in the amount of units that are to be developed, all of these extra amenities would be at risk because there wouldn't be the capital to invest in these sustainability or aesthetic measures that you've been communicating with us today. Can you give any opinion on so if that occurred, if council approved this and said not 90 units, you need to lower the amount of stories, what would be the negative impact in relation to sustainability, aesthetics, and underground infrastructure. You touched on some of those in your presentation.
For sure. And yeah, you said it right there. We wouldn't be able to supply those extra amenities or as many of them to the community there if there was a reduction in units. And I feel that would really take away from what this building can provide for the community as a whole and the new residents that are brought into it. So yes, to your point, it would affect that negatively.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Council, we're at mandatory 90-minute break time. Do you have quick questions? Or do you want to just break and we'll come back? Mr. Curlis? Okay. Councillor Stanichuk?
I actually, Councillor Zakiniak asked my question, and I just want to say I think we're sharing a brain today, so people mix us up for a reason, I guess.
Councillor Stanichuk, thank you very much. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. If this project goes ahead as proposed, will your company do any of the work for the developer?
We'll help consult in which energy efficiency measures would be most beneficial to implement in reaching the 25% better at minimum.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. That was quick. Thank you. I see no further questions from Council, Mr. Curlis. So thank you very much for presenting.
Thank you.
Council will be back in 15 minutes at 4:35. Welcome back. I'll call upon delegation Leanne Croft, Nathan Orban, and Vanessa Keelback. I think we're only got one of them. There we go, Nathan Orban. I'll have you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time there may be some questions for you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Orban, and as a principal architect and partner with 1080 Architecture here in Regina, I'm here to speak in support of this project and in support of density as a whole in our city. As the architects for this project, we want to provide additional insight specifically on the zoning and design that have been uniquely considered for this project. Firstly, to support any form of residential development, this site would require rezoning, as it is currently zoned for institutional use. The surrounding residential neighborhood includes a mix of residential high-rise, mixed low-rise, and residential low-rise. The zoning change proposed is to residential low-rise, which exists directly across the street from the site. With this zone, 4 stories is a permitted use. The TWG proposal is for a 5-story, 90-unit residential building with 52-spot childcare and underground parking designed to minimize its impact on the streetscape. The addition of the 5th story puts the project into a discretionary use for this zone, while only adding 11 units in comparison to a typical floor that contains an average of 22 units. The design proposed incorporates garden entries to main floor suites, similar to a townhouse approach. The tiered massing emphasizes the 3-story street front and steps back the facade at the 4th floor and further at the 5th floor, sculpting the building to reduce its presence from the street. Tiering the building was intentional and designed to create a comfortable pedestrian experience with the perception of a 3-story street wall. The building is also set back from the street beyond the setback to align with the existing houses and support an enhanced frontage with opportunities for landscaping, adding to the character and beauty of the existing street. Despite the new zoning regulations, which remove parking requirements for projects like this, the TWG development includes a 1.3 parking ratio and features underground parking stalls, which help to reduce the heat island effect that would have produced if all the parking were to be surface. The City of Regina official community plan projects that Regina's population will grow to 300,000 over the next few years, with a future projection of 500,000 residents based on current immigration trends. Densification of our city is a key part of preparing Regina to accommodate this growth. Higher residential density is ideally located close to public amenities like playgrounds, parks, and public transit similar to this site because they provide excellent outdoor public space for gathering and play, enhancing the activation of the outdoor space while increasing the livability of higher density housing. As highlighted by the OCP, the City of Regina wants to develop complete neighborhoods, defined as safe and inclusive neighborhoods that are easy to get around and that have a mix of housing choices, amenities, and services. These are vibrant, diverse, and economically sustainable communities that accommodate different demographics, accessibility levels, and family types, promoting inclusivity. As we achieve higher densities in all our neighborhoods, we will be able to support higher quality and more efficient public services, including public transit and infrastructure upgrades, as higher tax revenues and economies of scale make these possible. Change to existing established neighborhoods is difficult, but it must begin somewhere. We can't afford to exclusively build density on the outskirts of the city. There must be a balanced approach to continue sustainably as a city. Density should begin organically in areas that can support it, such as this, supported by ample green space, a walkable distance to key amenities such as grocery stores, services, and schools, and be designed in such a way that they address the street state and neighborhood context. Cities are about choices, and the decisions we make today will fundamentally shape the Regina of tomorrow. The TWG proposal not only aligns with the City of Regina's official community plan, but also represents a thoughtful approach to necessary urban densification. I think it's important to say that after working with TWG, it's clear that they understand that design matters. They understand the impact that design has on the people that are going to use this building and call it home, and they understand the impact that design can have on a community and on the fabric of our city. I appreciate that we have a developer that isn't leading with the bare minimum, who isn't proposing to maximize the size of the building on the site and throw up a 4-story stucco box with 140 units with no parking, but instead is leading with a socially sustainable development that will contribute to Regina as a vibrant, inclusive, and resilient city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orban. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And to you, Mayor Masters, appreciate your presentation and just wanted to get a sense of, because I don't know a lot about architectural design and how much time you spent developing it to date, and how much more would be expected if this proposal continued.
Yeah, so there's like typical phases of a project start out with what we call schematic design, which is really where we're figuring out what the building is, what the size is, the character of it, which is really where we are now. There's definitely been a lot of back and forth with the developer, a lot of design iterations that led to this point. So it's kind of an ongoing fluid process that certainly will continue to be refined and developed if the project were to proceed, but yeah.
Okay, and I guess secondly, part of that is kind of following up on that. There's been a lot of suggestions about perhaps a lower height or different footprint of the building. You've already put in some work, significant work, I assume, for this. What would be involved if you had to, you'd have to start all over if you had to, if there was a request for a different kind of building or a lower building?
Well, there's certainly time that would be put into making revisions. So you don't have to start from scratch, but there's definitely work involved with lowering a building and revising the design for sure.
And maybe this isn't the question for you, the cost, but then would design elements cost more if there's a smaller, if it's a lower height building?
If it stayed the same amount of units, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. This will follow up on Councillor Stanachuk's last question because, yeah, I guess we do share a brain. So the question is, so considering about the extra elements that were incorporated that you were speaking positively to in relation to this development, so whether or not, so it is my understanding that these extra features would be at risk. So what would be some of the drawbacks to a design? So, you know, let's say there were fewer units and there needed to be a scale back of some of these extra features. What would be the implications of that, I guess, negative or positive to what you perceive as a well-designed project?
Well, I guess I spoke a little bit to it in my statement, but I like to think about sort of if a developer were to come in, what's sort of the minimum they could do, which really would be a 4-story building that's built the maximum footprint allowed with no parking, probably upwards of 140 units, probably clad in stucco. So I think the smaller the building becomes, the more at risk things like parking are, that sort of vibrant articulated facade, the additional setbacks that are more sensitive to the neighborhood, and then as well some of those amenities that are in the building, patio spaces, you know, all those things. So it's a bit of a balance, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Findura, please go ahead.
Thank you. We can say good evening probably, right? Yeah, quick question. As the community is talking about consultation, lack of consultation is one or the other. When as a 1080, when do you, as an architect, get involved in consulting or advising the developer, or where do you get involved to consult with the community for, say, like, I mean, you see what's going on here, right?
Yeah.
When do you start out? Did you, or how did that work for you?
Yeah, so I mean, it's certainly project dependent. Not every project has engagement, but you know, for this one, it was decided, you know, discussed and decided as a group that you know, what the approach would be, and that perhaps the smaller engagement sessions would lead to, you know, more constructive discussion and feedback. That was followed up with a virtual engagement session. So I would say it varies depending on the project, but we certainly do offer, you know, our opinion on how we might structure something.
So just a, hypothetical question. Do you think a bigger consultation, let's say, with easels and all the different bells and whistles, would that have satisfied the community or give a little bit more insight of how this came about?
I think it really depends on the level of engagement that we're looking for. I think if the goal is simply to inform the public of what's going on and what the project is or could be, then certainly a larger open house is, very useful, I guess. But, if we're trying to sometimes achieve more constructive feedback and have more one-on-one discussions, that's where sometimes a smaller venue can be of benefit. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ventura. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, was the decision to propose a 5-story tall development that of the developer, or did that come about from your office?
Ultimately, the developer is telling us what they're looking to build and what they're trying to achieve, and the result of that is a back and forth between us and a developer to find a design that's going to suit their requirements and meet their needs. So, I don't think it's necessarily this has to be 5 stories, this has to be 4 stories, but how can we achieve their goals and meet, some of the needs of the community and build a sensitive building.
Thank you. And through the chair, were there changes made to the proposed architectural design, the building design, in response to community feedback? And what were those changes?
Yeah, so setbacks on the west side of the building were increased in relation to the alley was one of them. There were revisions to the parking entrances and exits, so limiting the access to the alley to kind of a one-way that kind of directs people down towards 20th, and really limiting the east side to 2-lane to try and keep traffic on that side. Those were two of the bigger changes for sure.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I have a question about the height itself. There was a decision made to go higher and do the discretionary use application. Can you talk a little bit about that?
About the decision to
Go
actually...
to 5 stories? Yeah.
To go to 4 to 5? I think it's partly a question that the developer will have to answer, but I think there's certainly, projects have to be financially sustainable to proceed with them. And so I think there's a balance to be found there with the number of units and the other expenses on the project, the parking, the facade, all these things that lead to going to the 5th story to try and fit those extra units in that help with making it a viable project.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any other questions from council. Thank you very much for being here and for the afternoon. I'll call upon delegation Philippa Ovanji Odida. I apologize, you can correct me on that. I'll have you state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time there may be some questions for you. Welcome.
Thank you. Am I audible enough? I have a little bit of a cold. Awesome. Good afternoon. My name is Philippa Carey Obonji Odida. I do currently work with 1080 Architecture and I'm the intern that was on the project. However, today I am speaking as a recent immigrant into Regina because I felt that it was important for my voice to be heard. I am speaking in support of this project. At the Planning Commission held last month on this project, I asked everyone in the room to take a quick look around the room and then look back at me. I won't get you to do that this time around. It was obvious that we have a bit of a way to go in realizing the OCP's goals for diversity and inclusivity in all existing communities in Regina. Today as well, I am the only person that looks like me within my age range and professional demographic in a room that's predominantly filled with people that represent the residents of the Boot Hill community. It's telling of why a project like this is much needed in this community. I moved here from Halifax, Nova Scotia in 2022 with my husband. We're both African immigrants in our 30s who work professional jobs, and we've been renters all our lives since we moved to Canada. We have no desire to own a property with a driveway, because like I mentioned last time, I'm not interested in shoveling snow. And I don't earn enough to hire someone to do that consistently, which means I have no desire to own a home right now. I've heard worries about drugs, about pedophiles, about all sorts of people that are renters. And that's specifically the reason why I chose to speak today in the capacity that I am. There are very many different kinds of renters, and people like me do exist. People who live in apartments, who have families. I don't have a family myself, but I have friends that have lived in apartments in Halifax that desire nice, safe neighborhoods, just like the Boot Hill community. People ask why 5 stories, not 4 or 3. It's because TWJ has designed a building that would definitely attract people like me, a new generation of young professionals who want to rent beautiful apartments in areas where they can take advantage of building amenities, public transit, public green spaces, without having to move to the outskirts of the city. When I first moved here, my husband and I were severely disappointed with the available options for apartments. We desired somewhere with easy walkability, amenities in close proximity. For reference, if this building was to exist and I was to move in, I would be only a 30-minute bus ride from my workplace. Right now, I live in Harbor Landing. We drive to work every single day. That's not what we desired. And sometimes we're even contemplating buying a second car because the public transit is not reliable. There are very many people like me that don't want to do that because I keep on hearing people say Regina is a car city. The decisions that we make on councils like this determine whether it remains a car city or not, for people like me that do not desire that. There's a big difference between a 5-story building, which is maxed out at 120 to 140 units, versus a 5-story building with 90 units, because I keep on hearing profit before people. If it really was about profit over people, the 5 stories would be maxed out at what it needs. However, many of us look for projects like this. Young professionals who want to live in beautiful buildings, and we understand what it needs to make that happen. More of us are coming, because Regina is increasingly attracting a wave of young professionals. A new worker at my office recently moved here from Toronto, intending to use the public transit. Eventually, she moved to an apartment in Harbor Landing, and her parents had to send her a car from Toronto because the public transit didn't work. These things keep on happening because of development decisions that we're making for a city that does have the potential to be great and forward-thinking in practice. So let's not keep designing Regina in a way that absolutely necessitates cars for one to move around. It does mean introducing projects like this in locations like this, projects that are more than just bare bones, which is what most of the apartments that Regina right now has. 3 to 4 stories without amenities or nice material finishes to them because the financial numbers don't work. People like me, we do desire to have nice options to live in communities like Douglas Ave. We're young professionals. We don't do drugs. We're not pedophiles. We're not in a place in life where we'd like to own property. But we take our apartments and we make them homes that we're proud of. We take good care of them and we do well to integrate into the community because it becomes our community for that season. I will wrap up with saying this. I hear people saying that they want to make Regina better. Well, decisions like this help. We have an opportunity to create a city where people in my generation and demographic are proud to call home because it truly feels like home. If Regina says that it's open to welcoming people like me, we do need to have housing that reflects that statement in all communities. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanachek, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that you have lived in a different city, so you're aware of different realities of what housing could be. Friends that you have around your same age or colleagues that are around the same age, do you know how many of them actually own homes versus how many have to rent because of affordability issues?
Sure. If I think about my immediate circle, I would say that are in the same age demographic.
Well, yeah.
Or close.
Close.
If I extend it a bit more to close, then I would say two to three out of about 10 own. The rest rent and have rented as
Right.
long as they've been in Canada.
Yes, and,
Yeah.
and through the chair, you have said that you don't want to own a home.
Not
but
presently.
Do your friends, because your presentation focused a lot on a different demographic than a younger demographic in our city. Do they want to own a home and it's just unaffordable right now?
Some do, some don't. In all honesty, a lot of home ownership in Canada is hard, especially for immigrants, just because we're not used to the environment. And so when you look at what it takes to, the costs to home upkeep and all of that here versus what we're used to back home, where labor is a lot more cheaper, it honestly discourages a lot of people unless they become friends with people who know how to do things here and there. Because the average African doesn't grow up knowing how to do their own stuff. A lot of African countries are service-based.
Yeah.
And so the average African isn't going to know how to fix their own floor or all these different things that come up with home ownership. And so that also tends to deter a lot of people until they're at a point where they can not just purchase, but also solicit services for upkeep.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate your presentation, and I do know younger people who struggle to find a lot of the apartment places to rent in the central part of the city are quite old stock. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. I don't see any other questions from council, so thank you very much, Philippa, and ask that you return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation Alexander Sky. I'll ask you to state your name for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which there may be some questions for you. Good afternoon.
Hey, this is Alexander Ski, just representing myself. Oh, shoot. Yep. Okay, so I am against this development as proposed. They can build and stay within the rules without getting special permission for a increased height. It would be nice if the rules limited to be smaller, but this is like every inch counts for height. The current proposal is going to have fifth-story residents looking straight into my backyard. I live on the north side of Murray, so that's the next street over to the south of it. I put up a privacy fence that won't give me privacy anymore. This is the same as, it's going to be the same kind of situation, probably the same concerns for everyone on the north side of Murray. I just wanted to mention, because this is kind of came up in the other meeting there from a couple weeks ago, but the direct neighbor over isn't the only casualty of this build. It really does affect many people. So that was kind of a misrepresentation of the situation. There is always compromises when trying to work out the financials for stuff like this. They need to compromise somewhere else to reduce the height to the permitted limit. The neighborhood is not asking for underground parking or rooftop green space. We just want to reduce the height as much as possible. One more thing, I think we need to make sure and not fall to the fallacy of sunken costs. You know, there's been a lot of administrative effort towards this build and this stuff. We got to make sure we make the right decision instead of just going with what's in front of us because of the massive amount of effort that has been, you know, taken so far. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions coming from council. I'll thank you very much for dialing in today and also for your written submission, Alexander.
Okay, thanks.
I'll call upon Delegation Jane Borowski. Ms. Borowski, I'll ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you're calling from, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have some questions for you. Welcome this afternoon.
Hello. A similar building was proposed.
Ms. Borowski,
City Council.
I know there's a delay, Ms. Borowski.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I need you to state your name for the record, as this isn't a recorded event. So state your name for the record, an organization if you represent one, if any, and where you reside, and then you'll have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So my name is Ms. Krosky. I live in Regina. I do not represent an organization. So a similar build was proposed, but in City Councilor Lori Bershani's area. And she said herself that if the citizens do not want this build, then the City Council should listen. This project that I'm talking about was not accepted by City Council. Our neighborhood should have the same opportunity and be treated the same, particularly because it's Lori Bershani's son who's putting forward this proposal. As you can tell, I'm opposed to this building, and I'm currently out of town in the field, so if it's windy, I apologize. I have always lived in this neighborhood. I was born here. Sorry, I'm not very good at public speaking. And I chose to stay in this neighborhood and raise my family as well. I'm not wealthy, but I was able to buy a house, and the developer will say that houses in this neighborhood are too expensive, but that is untrue. This whole process, I have not felt that the city is listening. Sorry. This development has a strong opposition from the neighborhood, but they are still advising to pass it. 200 people came in November to oppose it. This should be taken into consideration. If the city is not listening to its citizens, this is bad government. We are a democratic nation, and we should not be silenced. I am not sure why people cannot read others' letters. There's others that are too anxious to speak, and they also have a voice. If you think that there are others that did not want to talk today, you are mistaken. Please remember that the delegates that speak today are not the only ones in the neighborhood that oppose this build. Please take the time to listen to the people that have lived here for generations, for multiple generations. And remember that your decisions will impact the lives of the people in this neighborhood for their entire lives. You may or may not be here next year, but we will be living with the consequences of your decisions. Political pressures are a thing, but please remember that you may or may not be here next time. I oppose this building because neighborhood plan compatibility. The proposed development does not align with the existing neighborhood plan. The change in the zoning raises concerns about the overall character and aesthetics of the area. We must develop in a way that harmonizes with existing neighborhoods. Loss of privacy. My concerns have not been addressed. The increased density and height of the proposed 5-story building could significantly impact the privacy of young families and other residents in the vicinity. Balconies and windows overlooking neighboring properties may compromise the sense of privacy that we currently enjoy. I chose this neighborhood for the same reasons, and I have 2 small children. This apartment building will be looking directly into our backyard, and this is a concern as this is our privacy for my 2 young children. There's also safety concerns for the children, the proximity of the school zones. We need to prioritize the safety of our children by carefully considering the impact of this development on traffic flow and pedestrian safety. The traffic impact should be taken into consideration for multiple times of the year. Regina has -40 weather for a lot of the year. Buying lawn johns, as Dan suggested in a meeting we had in the community, is not actually enough to make Regina a walkable city, and is actually a flippant and unhealthy comment to make. There will always be a need for vehicles in Saskatchewan. Increasing this neighborhood will create a lot of traffic issues in the neighborhood and for people's safety. Migratory birds, there has been no environmental considerations. Migratory birds, this neighborhood is a corridor to Wascana Lake for migratory birds, sorry, I already said that. And the proposed development will create more window strikes that the city is already having issues with in the downtown area. In light of these concerns, I urge the City Council to reconsider the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, or whatever we're talking about today, with this building. We must prioritize the well-being of our community, preserve the neighborhood's character, ensure the safety of our residents. There should be a development, but reasonable development. Please focus your efforts in the areas that are closer to downtown that have already been promised to make these larger changes. The developer's family has had an interest in our neighborhood for a few generations.
Ms. Borowski, you're past 5 minutes. Do you have a final sentence to close off?
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Yeah, you did just fine in terms of public speaking. I'll see if any member of council has any questions for you. I don't see any. Thank you very much for calling in this afternoon and for your written submission.
Thank you.
A call upon delegation, Rod Rilling. Mr. Rilling, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to present to council, after which they may have some questions for you. Welcome, Mr. Rilling.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of council. My name is Rod Rilling. I'm here representing the Regina Christian School Association. I live at 2302 Hanover Crescent in Regina, and I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed development at 535 Douglas Avenue that's proposed by Josh Brashani. Before I start, though, could I have a couple minutes to correct a couple of things that were said?
Sir, you got 5 minutes regardless, so you go ahead and do what you like.
Well, I just want to say that the property was put out for tender, and it was put out with the approval of the Ministry of Education and the Regina Catholic School Division. So that's out there. There was no response to the tenders, and therefore it was it was marketed in a traditional manner. The next thing I guess I would like to address is just the idea that somehow there was something nefarious going on between us, Regina Christian School Association, and the families and so on and so forth, or with the Bresciani family and so on. And that was nothing like that. We purchased the property with the intention of moving a part of our school population over there. That's still our intention. It's a long-term project for us. It's not something that is going to, you know, as was suggested in the past, that we would sell the property and so on and so forth. I would like to suggest too that probably had that property not been purchased by us, that whole area would have been rezoned, and there could be 2 or 3 buildings similar, or probably 3 buildings similar to this one, maybe at a lower height. But there would be lots of traffic in that area, and I'm not sure that that City Council would have refused that kind of a development because it's happened in other areas. Our school right now is on 23rd and Albert. It's a very busy intersection. We have 2 of these buildings around us right now, plus Marion Gardens to the south. There's a 3rd building being built, which is, and I think those buildings are 4 stories. And there's a 3rd building being built right next to our parking lot. I can tell you that we have no concern. We have never had any concern with those people in those buildings, with anything that has happened that has been, you know, concerning in terms of safety or anything like that. I can suggest to you that yes, we have had needles and pipes and things like that, drug paraphernalia on our property, not coming from those buildings. It's coming from people who come into that area because there's a large open space where nobody can see them. It might be even advantageous to have these buildings around us because people can see into that area. So I'm not sure that the argument that somehow a building like this is going to create more problems that way is, you know, can be justified. Next, the other thing that was suggested was that Regina Christian School, that I said we do not fall under the Education Act. In terms of buildings and receiving funds, we don't fall under the Education Act. We're an independent school. We have to provide the funding for any properties that we purchase or build or renovate, etc. So in that sense, we don't fall under the Education Act. That's part of the Independent Schools Act. And had we received money from the Ministry of Education to purchase this property, then yes, that would be a different story, but we don't. And no independent schools do. Perhaps historical schools do, but that's another story. They have received some funds in the past, but all independent schools other than that are not eligible for any funding for infrastructure purposes. So, Education Act, yes. When it comes to teaching, instruction, curriculum, etc., so on, absolutely. I have, again, no concerns, and I guess I was naive because I never thought that there would be much concern about a building like this, because it's a very high-end building. It's a very attractive building. The area itself is not specific like old Lakeview or something like that. The housing in that area is fairly 1960s, so I see this fitting in. There's houses in that area as I drove through it that are very modern, very architecturally modern in that area right now. So this building looks like a wonderful building to me, and I do think that it will provide an option for some of our families, new families who are moving into our city from Africa, from Korea, from China, etc., because when they come, they don't often want to buy, and they can't in some cases. And so they often ask, what areas of the city could we find housing in, and so on and so forth. So I would expect, we certainly have people living in Evans Court area, in those areas, who bring their children to school because of its proximity. I would expect that there would be people that would go into this building who would bring children to both Douglas Park and to our school as well. And I'm not sure, again, this is just something that I heard, that Douglas Park's enrollment is not increasing as in some other areas, because there's a lot of families who have stayed in that community, been there for 40 or 50 years, and I understand change is hard and so on, but again, that school, those schools will that building will provide, I believe, homes for these families who either don't want to or can't originally purchase a property, whether it be a home or a condo development. So I
Mr.
think
Rilling,
this,
I'm going to tell you.
sorry,
You have time? You want
Yep,
to wrap it up?
good. Well, I'm just going to say that I think this is a one-of-a-kind building. I think it will set the standard for some really nice rental properties in our city, and I hope that it would not, like 3 stories, 4 stories, I don't know, 5 stories with gardens on top seems like a really nice idea. It is a high-end building. It's going to be a really quality building. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rilling. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. Thanks for coming. And I wanted to get a sense of the history of how that subdivision of that land happened. Was that your decision, which one you were going to sell for the residential unit, or was that at the request of the developer?
We looked at we hadn't originally thought we would sell any of the land, but we looked at it and we said, well, you know, I mean, it's not cheap to buy that land. It's expensive land, but the school is in very good condition for its age. With maintenance, it will last another 40, 50 years. So we looked at it and we said, well, this is going to be a school that we will use for preschool to grade 3, plus there will be a daycare in it. And on that basis, there'll be about 200 of these smaller children in there. We looked at it and we said, you know, maybe we don't need all of that land. Maybe we can sell a portion of it and reduce our capital costs. Be nice to build a new school there. Again, we as an organization have to raise money to buy buildings, renovate buildings, etc. So you can imagine the cost of building a school is probably $400 to $500 a square foot today. This was an ideal situation for us. So we looked at it, we came up with something that worked for Josh and his group and Winchester group, and said, yeah, we can live with that. And so that was our reason for doing it. It was not sort of thought about before we actually purchased the building. It's after we got it, we looked at it and said, oh, maybe. That's how it came to be.
Okay. And through the chair, so to follow up on that, why was the section on 20th chosen instead of a piece of land on Douglas?
I would have to go back through that whole, I guess, and think about that. I think it just seemed to be the best in terms of, at the time, in terms of having a sort of a playground area that was more suitable, and that seemed better building to be in that spot. I don't think it could have been a little bit one way or the other, or maybe we could have looked at it, but that's what we came up with, is saying this would suit us the best.
Okay. And through the chair, so you have purchased that property. Now, I'll look at the maps again, but the you haven't purchased a École des Parcs, have you? That school?
Yeah.
That's part of it. So
That's
they're
part of
moving somewhere else than the
Yeah,
Francophone
there's
students?
a
Okay.
new school being built for them. They've leased it for 4 years.
Okay.
They are now leasing it from us.
Great. Okay. I think that's all I have for the questions then. Thank you for coming.
You bet.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on some of the concerns that were brought forward in relation to the safety of kids at the schools adjacent or near to the property. And so from your perspective, as a school representing the school, your school, can you just speak to those concerns that like it's not safe to have this kind of development close to a school, that it raises concerns for the safety of the children?
Well, again, I would say, you know, we're surrounded by 3 4-story, I think they're 4-story buildings right now, or 2 of them are built. 1 is being built. I'm not sure if there's room for another one on the property that's there, but right now there's 3. We have had no issues, no concerns with the 2 that are there right now. I don't really care if somebody is looking into the yard from their 4th-story balcony. I do know that the people who live in Marion Gardens, and they're further away from our school building, but they're right up next to our playground area. There have been people there who have made comments about how nice it is. Now, I know it's a different demographic, how nice it is to be in their balcony or look out and see the children playing and doing whatever, beating each other up, I don't know. Anyway, no, that doesn't happen, sorry. But they enjoy it, and I can imagine that there could be some seniors from the area, or maybe other areas, who would like a building like that, who would like to rent a building like that, and would feel pretty nice about having 2 schools around there and being able to watch the children. But the people that are living in those buildings are not a concern around, and I can only speak from where we are and our situation. They have never been a concern to us. The families that I think would be affected from our school when we move a portion of it over into a Colda Park, they know that there's that we've made them aware that we have sold a portion of the land, that there would be a development on it, that it would be a medium density situation. Nobody has expressed that concern, and maybe it's because they're already used to it. I don't know, because as I said, they bring their children to Albert and 23rd right now, and there's never been an issue. So I think it's not on their radar. So I can see people.
Yeah, and.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Well, I was just going to say, I can see people maybe who, again, haven't maybe been in that situation, feeling like, oh, this could be really bad. I would just encourage them to look at it and say, no, these people are going to be very good people for that area. I think they're going to love the area. I think they're going to have their children go to schools in that area, and they want a safe area as well, and in terms of driving and so on and so forth. So I really, from my perspective, I don't have a concern. I don't think our families have a concern. None has been expressed to me.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakuniak. Sir, I see no other questions from council. Thank you very much for being present this afternoon. Thank you. I'd call upon delegation Jeff Ballin. Sir, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, where you happen to live. You're going to have 5 minutes to present to City Council, after which there may be some questions for you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Jeff Ballin. I'm from Saskatoon. I'm a professional engineer. Can you hear me? Sorry.
We can, sir. Please go ahead.
And I was hired by the developer to do the traffic impact assessment for the development. As part of most developments in municipalities in Canada, in particular Regina, developers are required to do a traffic impact assessment, which determines the trips generated by the proposed development and then applies them to the existing traffic in the area adjacent streets to the development, and then also forecasts that into the future with a gross factor that is acceptable to the city of Regina. So the study complied with the city of Regina's requirements for traffic impact assessments. I met with the city of Regina administration on this report. They reviewed it and they accepted it. Based on the traffic analysis of the roadway network serving the development, the existing transportation network adequately serves the proposed development in both the 2026 post-development and the 2031 post-development design scenarios. The traffic analysis results for both the AM and PM peak hours indicate that the complete build-out of the proposed multi-residential and daycare building site generated trips that do not adversely impact the traffic operations on the existing study area roadways, and that traffic operations remain consistent with the existing conditions. Further, there were some concerns with pedestrian linkages to the transit route on Douglas, and the developer has agreed to create a pedestrian pathway link between 20th Street and Douglas, which should help pedestrians navigate to Douglas without having to go down the alley. I'm here to answer any questions of council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. It's Jeff, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Were you listening to the other presentations? Did you see the presentation where they simulated if there was parking on the streets when it was filled and how they moved out? Did you see that presentation?
I watched the whole afternoon, yes.
Yes. So how would you respond to that? Because they did some modeling and they raised some compelling concerns about on-site traffic and loss of sight lines for pedestrians, etc.
Yeah, so I guess how I'll try to answer that first off is the architects did the building complies with the City of Regina's zoning bylaw with respect to the number of parking stalls required. Further, the City of Regina administration asked me to do a check from another way to analyze the parking demand based on the building's use being multifamily and a daycare, determine what the site parking demands would be based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is really what all these traffic studies are based on. The Institute of Transportation Engineers compiles reams of data on development and the trips generated and the parking demands required, and they compile these things in these dictionary-like books. It's all online now, of course, but and that's where you get this information on in order to model these things. So anyways, they asked me to look at it from the Institute of Transportation Engineers parking demand, and actually the demand for that was 94 stalls, which is actually less than the developers actually providing. With respect to sight lines, with a couple of the speakers noted, if you're pulling out of your driveway, I mean, my opinion is when you're pulling out of your driveway, you need to be conscious to look both ways, and whether it's a residential driveway or a multi-family driveway, a driveway is a driveway. So it's at 90 degrees to the adjacent roadway, and the onus is on the driver to exit that properly. I think the difference between the multi-family driveway is people will be exiting that moving in a forward direction, whereas a residential driveway, sometimes they're backing out. So I would say the moving from the multifamily driveway would actually be more advantageous. In circumstances, full disclosure here, I used to be the traffic manager at the City of Saskatoon. So what we used to do lots, or what we've done in these studies, is you could recommend that there's some no parking restrictions placed on either sides of a driveway if it's deemed that they need better sight lines, and there's a sight triangle that you can determine. So usually what you would do is put a no parking restriction on either side of a driveway that's experiencing perhaps some visibility concerns, and blocking off the parking 3 or 4 meters on either side of it, which provides a better sight triangle.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And through the chair, just one last question. If with your traffic impact study, how many more cars on that street did you calculate there would be as a result of this development?
What we do is we do it on a peak hour basis. So the study's based on an AM peak and a PM peak, which are the two busiest times of the day. Traditionally, it's when people leave to work and come home from work and whatnot. So the busiest number of trips generated between the daycare and the multifamily was 77 in 1 hour. Correct.
More in an hour. Is that what you said? Sorry.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so a little more than 1 a minute.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, as part of the traffic study, over and above just the load on this one street, do you study how this street might load in a neighborhood?
Sorry, I'm sorry, my phone is a little scratchy there. Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah. Okay, in doing the traffic study, do you study over and above just how the street is loaded, how this street loads a neighborhood?
The study area took into account 20th Park, McDonald, and Douglas. So those 4 adjacent streets, as well as the lane, the north-south lane connecting between 20th and Douglas. So that was sort of the adjacent street network. So we counted those streets, and those intersections saw sort of a before development state, how things are acting, and then we modeled the trips generated by the proposed development and then applied those to the existing trips to model it, and then forecasted that into the future to the model year of 2031.
Okay. Whenabouts did you do your traffic counts to base your modeling on?
On the intersections of those streets I just mentioned, so
what time of year?
20th and November 7th.
Unique to this neighborhood is, thank you. Unique to this neighborhood, thank you, I said. Unique to the neighborhood is the Douglas Park amenity. It has lots of active different amenities there, cricket, it has track and field days for the schools. It does load the neighborhood quite a bit. Did you consider doing the traffic study with this asset activated and how that affected the neighborhood?
Again, the counts were done on November 7th, 2023. That was ran by the City of Regina administration. They accepted that as a count date and the findings of the traffic impact assessment. So no further counts were required.
Okay. Do you think that would affect the recommendations if that was a loaded count caused by the field? Would that affect any of the recommendations or how you process that data?
Most, I would say, cities usually don't plan for one-off events. If you did, then you would have roadways that are built far beyond capacity, sort of planned for the majority of the time, or the 85th percentile of what's happening in the world. One-off events, like I heard one of the speakers say, Canada Day fireworks or something to that effect. You couldn't plan the parking around that one sole event. So what we try to do in the traffic world is use the AM and PM peak and use those for modeling instead of events. If they wanted to do events, that certainly could be counted and data could be compiled around that, but that wasn't done in this case.
Understood the point about events, but the amenities at that field are usually activated during the summer, and they're everything from cricket to tennis, pickleball. There's a large increase in traffic for those amenities in the summer. With that in mind, as opposed to just the one-off events, do you think that would affect the traffic recommendations? Would the count have occurred at that time of year?
Usually the events occur on weekends or evenings when the traffic on the network is reduced. So the busiest times, again, are first thing in the morning when people are driving to work from, say, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then 4 to 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Most events occur in the evenings or weekends when outside of those peak hour times. So I would say the network traffic as a whole is reduced. So you would have to factor that on, that people aren't commuting to and from work during those peak hours, so that when these events occur, the traffic on the network is reduced.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you, Councilor Mancinelli. Councilor Sakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I was informed by community members that the traffic impact assessment, first of all, I just want to verify this, was done in November over 2 days. The hours were 7:30 to 9:30 and 4:30 to 6 p.m. Is that accurate?
7 to 9, 4:15 to 6:15.
Okay. And so one of the concerns noted from those community members is that the latter
And it was,
time,
on one day, just the one day.
okay. So that latter time, which now you're saying is 4:15, but that may not capture the peak of the after-school pickup. And so there was a concern that traffic was missed in the traffic analysis. Do you have a response to that through the chair?
Yeah, the peak hour in the city of Regina and other municipalities is not school hour. It's the hour usually between 4:30 and 5:30 when people are driving home from work. That's when
Right,
if you're looking at your traffic count in the city. No, we did not count during the school hour.
Yeah, okay. And then another question is, it's my understanding that the original application from the developer actually looked at routing traffic onto Douglas Avenue, not 20th Avenue. That was changed to some initial feedback from a resident. Do you have any, was there any traffic impact assessment done on Douglas Avenue? If not, do you have any opinion about what would that be a potential revision that would make sense?
Through discussions with the City of Regina administration, a concern was brought up about the pedestrians using that north-south lane between 20th and Douglas, in particular for residents, say, in the 20th Street area wanting to use transit on Douglas and walking down the lane. So the concern was if traffic from the proposed development were to use that north-south lane to get to Douglas, it would possibly be a pedestrian vehicular conflict because the lane is that wide. So that's where that pedestrian linkage through the schoolyard was created. And further, there was if you're in the back surface parking area of the proposed development, you can only make a northbound left-hand turn onto the lane. You cannot make a right-hand turn and proceed northbound on that lane to Douglas.
Okay, so the pedestrian pathway sounds like potentially addresses the concern about pedestrians. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but then you just noted an additional concern which remains unaddressed. Is that about the way, that there's only one way to turn?
No,
is that accurate?
That was the pedestrian concern was addressed by the pathway through the schoolyard. Yes. So that was the concern. The concern was by having increased vehicular traffic on the lane, and currently people are walking down the lane to get to Douglas. Mm-hmm. So the thought was we need to separate the pedestrians from the vehicles so they're not on the same surface. So that's where the pedestrian pathway came in. There was never a concern about the city administration and the developer thought it was better to have the traffic deflect to the south onto 20th Street. That was the way we were advised, and we made that modification. The architects made that modification.
Okay, so I can ask the city administration about that, but yeah, I don't know if you have anything further to add, because what I'm hearing is there was a concern about pedestrians that has been addressed, but if you'd like, I don't know if you have any additional input on that, or if I should just follow up with administration for more information about additional concerns that might remain unaddressed.
Yeah, our concern was the pedestrian vehicular conflict on the lane. That's where the pedestrian pathway came in. As far as deflecting traffic southbound from the lane, that was something that the developer and the city, we came up with, and that's the plans are modified for that.
Okay, I'll follow up with city administration and the developer for further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sakiniak. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I understand the Regina Christian School is going to begin operating a school on this site, not this fall, but next. Did your traffic impact assessment account for those students who are going to be using the space next year?
Again, we took counts on November 7th, and we used background traffic from the city, and then we projected that into the forecast years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Mr. Ballin, I see no further questions. So thank you very much for being present this afternoon and answering questions that council had.
Thank you.
I'll call upon Delegation Joshua Bresciani. Mr. Bresciani, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to present to council, after which there may be some questions for you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Masters and Regina City Council. My name is Joshua Bresciani, a local Regina developer with vision, direction, and passion for building a better Regina and a mission to build a city that thinks about future generations. As a young developer, I've always put sustainability, architecture, and the community first. The infill project we are discussing here today is highly anticipated, sustainably built, architecturally forward, and fully aligns with the city's strategic goals. Overall, is a very much needed positive addition to our city. I want to acknowledge the concerns that have been raised by the community. I want to thank you and let them know that I have heard their concerns. We've taken them into consideration, and we've conducted comprehensive studies with some of the best engineers, architects, planners, and a handful of other experts to ensure that these issues are thoroughly addressed and considered. And I'm so happy to report to the community as well as the council that the alterations have been made, these concerns have been addressed, and overall have been deemed to be non-issues. I understand that change can be daunting and frightening for some. However, history has shown us that while people often fear change, they end up appreciating the positive outcome that change brings. This infill project site, privately owned and considered a surplus of land, does not collect tax dollars and is on the southern end of the former St. Andrew's School that closed in the past due to the lack of population and families in the area. As you've heard today from the Regina Christian School, the sale of this land is an imperative investment, ensuring this educational facility can serve this community for years to come. This project is not at all about maximizing density and profits, but rather balancing density, community integration, and viability. The city has set very clear direction to provide sustainable and diverse housing and build complete neighborhoods by utilizing infill land. This involves developing underutilized land and offering various housing types, as well as amenities like childcare. This project not only aligns with the city's goals, but is a thoughtful design solution to a neighborhood that is severely underutilized. Operating at roughly only 65% of its capacity, the area houses roughly 3,000 residents despite having services that were designed for over 4,500 plus residents. This development addresses the most pressing issue in the area that is hindering growth, which is the missing middle. The Douglas Park community lacks options for those wishing to downsize and stay within their neighborhood, as well as for young families eager to join the vibrant community. Several people in this community have already joined the wait list for an apartment of this development, as well as others have connected with us in support of this project. This is an opportunity for professionals, young families, as well as elderly that cannot maintain their home anymore. Maybe they need an elevator and need to downsize, but do not want to leave the community that they have called home. Myself and the City of Minden have engaged extensively with residents through 6 separate public engagements in 4 different formats. Not to mention that the city's comment submission form for this project was open not just for the typical 30 days that a regular development would see, but for 7 months. We have heard the residents and we have addressed their concerns, and to say that they have not been heard or connected with is a little disheartening. Still, despite the ample engagement amount of in-person, video conferencing, online submissions, and community-held meetings, some still prefer no development or progression at all, a stance that would be a drastic step backwards for our city. We have addressed concerns and made adjustments. We went from 140 units down to 90 units. We are building an underground parkade to manage parking and keep cars off the street, as this was a main concern. We've designed main floor units to operate as single-family homes to match the function of the nearby properties. We have doubled the municipal setbacks. We have significantly tiered back the building to minimize its visual impact, but also offer unique amenities like rooftop gardening, as well as to further eliminate shadows. Reducing height by a few meters, as some residents have suggested, might seem sensible at face value, but it undermines the full financial viability of the project and would eliminate the unique features, the sustainability efforts, the underground parking, and compromise the quality, functionality, and integration of this project. We have seen this time and time again, and lower height does not translate into a better product for the area. In closing, This process started back at the end of 2022, working through plans, hearing concerns, and making alterations from those concerns. But the delays are now impacting the project. There has been extensive public engagement, more than most projects have ever seen, and to some in this community, it is still not enough. And I believe it will never be enough. There is a fear of change, and I sympathize with that. But the request for single-family or townhouse-style homes isn't viable and do not contribute to sustainability or density goals that the city has put in place. We need to embrace this opportunity for our city so everyone now and in the future has a place to call home. The development industry is watching closely, and if supported here today, displays a very clear direction from the city and shows its true support for growth. Staying true to the goals they have set, let us not take a step back due to fear. Instead, let us support growth and the opportunity that growth brings. I was born and raised in Douglas Park, and this project is not just about constructing a building. It is about setting the precedent and building a future for our city that is vibrant, sustainably focused, inclusive, and forward-thinking for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bresciani, Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a question. I did want to follow up about my understanding that the original proposal actually did propose for traffic to be directed to Douglas Avenue instead of 20th. Folks have brought up their concerns with 20th being the access point. Is that accurate, number one? And number two, is that something that might be worth, like, that you may still be able to consider, and how would that happen?
Sure, so maybe I'll just walk through kind of how that conversation happened and then where we're at today. So the original, after, hearing community feedback on maybe where the underground parking was exiting and entering, we heard from the gentleman on the corner, Mr. Wild, his house, and met with him and heard concerns, and the comments were that there might be too much traffic on the alleyway. Would you consider moving the entrance and exit to the underground parking to the east side of the property? So we went through that situation, and we said, yeah, no, actually, great idea. We moved it onto the other side and actually put in a two-lane entrance and exit on the east side to keep traffic away from there. Even furthermore on that, we actually there was concerns about cars using that alleyway with noise near backyards and things like that. So they asked if we could put a one-way out onto 20th Avenue so there wasn't cars. Sorry?
Oh, my apologies. Please continue.
Onto 20th Avenue. So we put that in, and then comments about people still being able to use it in the winter and things like that, use the alley. So we put in the pedestrian sidewalk to be able to connect the two. Where we're at now, we've actually heard more engagement from the community up into even this week saying, we thought this was a better idea. Would you actually consider now changing this again back to going to Douglas Avenue instead? We maybe don't like the 20th Avenue idea. Can you redirect it to Douglas Avenue? And those are things we're already in the works of working through with them and to change that. So that's as of this week.
Okay, so just to clarify, so I think you're saying you're already considering that potential change, so no direction. If that's the case, no direction. It sounds like no direction is needed from council for you to further consider that to come up with the best recommendation to mitigate concerns. Is that accurate?
Yeah, correct. The TIA supports both of the uses, and both work. We're just trying to decide on where the community would prefer the entrance and exit to be and which way it would be routed if using that alleyway.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Pendura.
Thank you. Good evening, Jeff. So it sounds like, as you know, with the delegation, they were talking about maybe we should put a pause on this. So I'm going to ask you let's say if we would put a pause on this for a month. It's already June, end of June. I don't think you're going to be building anything this year. Is that going to interfere with your progress to say, let's go back for a month, and you're already talking, so why make a decision right now? There are some suggestions. I mean, the conversation to be had. This way, maybe we'll come back in a month, it'll be a different conversation. I mean, give the council a little bit easier decision. I mean, this could be easy as well. I mean, you don't know, right? But what I'm asking is that, would you be interested in pausing it for a month or so and go back? And I mean, you did consult, but what I'm hearing from the delegation is that it's not exactly what they were looking for, that kind of a consultation. To be in person, have easels, have a discussion, come up with something. I mean, we've done that several times, other developments that we did. And folks came together, and you know, it was a good discussion, and at the end of the day, everybody was happy. So the question is, would you entertain that?
You know, I think where we're at now with the extensive amount of public engagement that has happened for 7 months, we seem to be at a bit of a divide on what maybe the community would prefer to see versus what's viable on the site. To me personally, I don't see having some easels set up in a room would change that perspective from the community. I think where we're at now is there seems to be two different opinions, and I think it's important to rely on the neutral bodies, administration and other people like that, with recommendations based on the studies and the facts, and to be able to move things forward. And there's severe cost implications with continuing to delay and redoing engineered plans. A new building design means a new traffic impact assessment. That means new shadow studies. That means all new architectural design. So it's not just time, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars as well in that.
Okay, so through you, Mayor, a hearing from the consultant out of Saskatoon Traffic, there was one time in November traffic impact. And as we're hearing is that's not enough. So we're taking the assumption that traffic is going to be fined for that one day or for the 2 hours period time. Wouldn't it be, to educate ourselves, because there's, like I said, there are times on the school zone, the morning and the afternoon. I'm uncomfortable to saying that one day will educate me on knowing exactly what's going on. Not possible. Why not? I mean, if you're going to go through more discussion, why not put something on a quick pause? You don't have to spend too much on anything, and just say, can we look at this?
Well, I think what Jeff, the engineer, traffic impact engineer, is saying is they pull data from all cities and all different municipalities and school zones and all these types of things, and they're able to extrapolate and come up with basically what the traffic is in these areas. Traffic near schools and things like this, based on how many kids are in those schools and the amount of population in that area can be properly looked at depending on the day of the year. They look at the traffic counts at two different points, right, in the morning and in the evening. And to Jeff's point, it's tough to build roads and build your infrastructure based on really peak events and a cricket game going on Sundays only or things like that. So they have taken those things into consideration. We've actually done 2 traffic impact assessments. We did one with daycare and one without daycare, showing the different options, right? Showing that how these things can change. So I actually think if you just look at the difference of those 2, you'll see the difference of drop-off and pickup and how those function. And really the results came back very minor, almost with no difference at all. So, do I think an additional traffic impact assessment on a different day of the year? It's not my expertise. I'm giving my own opinion on it, but that'd be probably a question better for administration or for the engineer.
Okay, just one more and I'll be done. You mentioned that you are already talking to the community, right? So if the decision's made here today, how do we stand on things that says if you do something or you don't do anything, so I'll ask the administration if they would have to come back here again if this passes. So wouldn't it be, what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be logical to step back for even a month or less than that and have a conversation about you're already going to have one, and then come back and make a decision?
I guess, just from my opinion, and as well as administration's report, there's been so much more public engagement above and beyond what any other projects have seen, that we still seem to be at just this difference of stories. And it doesn't seem like maybe we're going to see eye to eye on what, you know, maybe the community would prefer to see versus what's viable on the site. You know, I think it's important to note that we are coming into this really hearing the concerns and trying to figure out a good way to do this with sustainability and architecture, and really try to mitigate visual impact. And I think an important note is that, you know, if we really didn't care, we could just go for rezoning, which is way easier, and not go for discretionary use. And we could do 4 stories with no parking, maximizing the site with 140 units, and build something not appealing. And that's never been the idea. It's not been about, you know, profits in this sort. It's about building a building that is setting a standard for the city and for development moving forward. And what, you know, a better community that's, you know, already about 1,500 residents underutilized, and it's a vacant land that puts money back into a school and offers childcare. You know, I think it's just it's really turned into, it's a great solution for the situation.
Okay, thank you for your answers. Thank you.
Councillor Fundura. Councillor Stadicuk.
Thank you through you, Mayor Masters. First of all, I'm just going to say it because I don't know if anyone else has said it yet, is that it is a really beautiful design. It's a very attractive building. And I guess the question, you kind of said it already, because I do recall when we were considering a development, condo development in Evans Court, the choice was for 4 stories and on-street limited parking, or underground parking and 5 stories. So is that, I think that's what I heard you say, was basically kind of the choice that you're looking at.
Correct, yeah. When you just look at the cost of things like, you know, underground parking for a building like this is roughly $2 million. That's a very expensive parking, you know, situation, where it could just be surface parking, far cheaper, or no parking. You know, trying to offer those amenities when we've heard, you know, the community concerns is there's going to be too many cars on the road parked. Okay, well, let's do underground parking, right? So we've been working through this process with them to try to combat some of these things, but those things are expensive. They come with price tags. And, you know, it'd be one thing if we were building a box 5 stories tall, but, you know, if you actually look at the footprint of the building, it's 3 stories, tiers back to 4, tiers back to the 5th, and it's around 21 or 22 units on the main floor. If you actually go to the 5th floor, it's only 10 units. So it's severely, you know, step back just to get those extra units to be able to support the project. But it really reduces the corners and mitigates the visual impact. And that was strategically designed to try to offer a gradient and a blend into the community that's not as invasive as like a 4-story actually, you know, is actually far more invasive just by having those corners like that.
So to follow up through the chair, the cost, you mentioned, what, I can't remember what you said, $1 million or something?
$2 million for
$2 million
parking.
for parking, so that would be what per parking lot? I can't.
It's around $40,000 a stall.
Okay, I thought it would even be higher, because I've heard 70,000 sometimes, so.
It's changed a lot in the last, like, it fluctuates every year. I've seen anywhere from 32,000 to 45,000 a stall, but
Okay.
that's the most recent in the last probably 5 months, 4 months.
So everyone's getting tired. I'm just trying to remember what my other question was. I can't remember. I guess the only other question would be if, oh yes, now I know what it was. The question is if, I'm too tired. To remember my question.
You can take a break, because Councillor Skiniak wants to go again.
Okay, well, there was, yeah, no, it was regarding what would happen if. But anyways, it was a conditional kind of question, but I'll leave it at that. But I suppose I am kind of curious if you think there's anything that you could have done. You've made some changes. You have done anything differently?
I think maybe how the project was introduced to the community. We followed the standard protocol with the city and how that, how that's done. Maybe just having some earlier conversations with them and just to talk about a couple things before the sign went up, right? I guess from our opinion, I'm a young developer. I'm still learning some of the intricacies of some of this stuff, but I think I really wanted to just put my best foot forward with the community and say, we're not just going to play the game of saying, hey, we're going to build 8 stories and you guys bring us down to 5 and now we've had a compromise. I wanted to say, what's our best foot forward we could do? Sustainability, tier it back, underground parking, how can we do this? And I probably should have had some more early stage conversations with the community on that.
Okay,
Of
thanks.
maybe the reason why we were doing those things.
I have my question. So it was, I think I saw a question that was circulated by email regarding what happens if the infrastructure does not support this building, and that there hasn't been a full study of the infrastructure needs. So that will be on you, I understand. So do you have any concerns or fears about that?
I don't. We have done preliminary infrastructure studies. The infrastructure can support the development. There was an upgrade done on Douglas Avenue in the recent years with the new Douglas Park School. Also, with using the sustainability efforts we're using in the building with the wastewater, heat retention, the shark or piranha system, we can expel the wastewater actually at not peak times, so we're actually a lot less of a drag on the current infrastructure. So at those peak times when everyone's home, we can decide to release it at 2 in the morning or something like that instead of at the peak times.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Stadenchuk. Mr. Bresciani, I don't see any other questions coming from council, so thank you very much for being here today, for your written submission, and ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Council, we've got a break for 30 minutes. That good? It's legislative, so you got it's 45. I'm pulling it back to 30. You okay with 30? Come on, 30.
Mayor Masters?
Yeah.
I will not be able to rejoin the meeting until 7 o'clock at the earliest. So, I mean, I don't want to miss the vote on this, but I have something that I cannot move from 6:30 to 7 at least. So I'm just throwing that out for consideration. My apologies.
All right. We'll reconvene at 7. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, council. I got quorum. Yeah, I do. All right. Before we move on, can I have someone move to receive and file the following communication? CP 24-49 from Vel Gelsinger, 2450 from Regina Knowles, 2451 from Jim Elliott, 2452 from Vel Gelsinger, 2453 from Shelley Bailey, and 2457 from Amber Carlson. Can I get a motion to receive and file, please? Thank you, Councillor Statichuk, seconded by Councillor Fundura. Thank you very much. Any opposed? Carried. We will now consider item CR 24-59, the zoning bylaw amendment and discretionary use application for 535 East Douglas Avenue. Councillor Stevens, can I ask you to please introduce the report?
You bet. Through the chair. So RPC 24-15 was one item and what turned out to be a two-part 11-hour Regina Planning Commission agenda. Commission heard a number of delegations on the Douglas Avenue development, many of whom have returned this afternoon and this evening to speak. Concerns in opposition and in support were very much the same as we heard today. Resident commitment to their community's well-being is very noteworthy. Commission ultimately supported administration's recommendations with some votes opposed to several components of the report. Several votes were, separate votes were called on recommendations 1, 2, and 3. I'd let Councillor Fundura, when it's his time, to explain the rationale, but I could walk through some of the concerns that were raised by commissioners who both voted for and against. One commissioner supported recommendation 1 and 2, but noted that the recommendations do contravene existing policies and guidelines as they were publicly understood at the time of the vote. In particular, the proposed development land was not identified in the city's primary or second intensification areas, though it does fall within the broader intensification boundary. There were also concerns that the proposal doesn't align well with the existing neighborhood plan or, as noted by administration, the existing guidelines in the OCP respecting school siting and reuse. I would certainly ask administration when they provide an intro to clarify. The same commissioner voted against part 3 of the recommendation, stating that there is still value in having guidelines in the OCP respecting the future use of institutional lands. Simply deleting the guidelines without amending or replacing them was insufficient, according to them. There should be some guidance that can serve as a framework for evaluating the redevelopment of closed school sites. It's noteworthy that there will always be some inconsistency between policies, so it's a matter of balancing a variety of policy objectives when it comes to land uses and intensification targets, amongst other factors. As a member of administration wisely suggested at commission, we need to consider both public interest and public opinion. Sometimes they are aligned and sometimes they are not. And that's essentially what council has to decide this evening. Similarly, the OCP and neighborhood plans are guiding documents, not unchanging rules chiseled in stone. And I think that's really important as we're trying to balance these different interests. I think today's vote will be a very important reflection of council's commitment to development plans and strategies that encourage density in a variety of housing forms in established neighborhoods. And, you know, to put it simply, this is kind of where the rubber hits the road. It's easy to support the HAF. Are we actually going to support the projects that come forward? So with that, I turn it over to administration if they could provide a high-level overview of the development proposal and why are they recommending.
Ms. Bryden, you're up.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, and good evening, members of council. We thank you for your patience. The decision before you today, as Councillor Stevens outlined, is rezoning application for 535 Douglas Park Avenue, as well as the approval of a discretionary use to accommodate a five-story building with 90 residential units and potential daycare. I'll start by acknowledging and appreciating the devotion that delegations have showed toward their community and their efforts in response to this proposal. However, we respectfully disagree with those who would see the proposal should be rejected or substantially compromised. The proposed development aligns with the city's goals outlined in Design Regina, the official community plan. The project expands housing supply and diversity, contributing to the creation of compact, efficiently serviced, complete neighborhoods, as emphasized in the OCP, providing citywide housing options for all residents of our city. Allowing diverse housing options is part of the city's commitment to creating a better, more vibrant, and more inclusive community, and we support the development and availability of housing options in every neighborhood to ensure people from all walks and stages of life can choose to live where they live, enjoy safety, stability, and opportunity. The project aligns with the city's goal of inclusivity, vibrancy, resilience, and sustainability by offering alternative housing options within a predominantly single detached dwelling neighborhood. The development also supports the city's goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and promoting renewability. The increase in density and the proximity to transit and pathways helps energy efficient living and active transportation, aligning with the city's commitment to environmental sustainability. At this time, I'd also like to to address some of the key concerns that have been raised in our consultation process and in person here today. We understand that people have concerns about loss of property value. This is a common concern with any infill development. However, we are unaware of any evidence that necessarily concludes this to be true, nor would it be possible in advance to do so. The impact on property values will be determined by the resulting actions and perceptions of existing and prospective residents of the neighborhood. Administration supports and agrees with the statements that the building as designed considers impacts of the immediate surroundings through architectural treatments such as upper floor step backs, amenity spaces, and grade level designs which strive for a high quality development. We heard about the impact of the development on school safety, being that the development is next to a public and private school on Douglas Avenue. In response, we note that through the review process, the Regina Public School Board showed no concerns about public safety. They noted, however, that the development may help to counteract a trend toward declining enrollment in Douglas Park School. The traffic impact analysis for this project considered pedestrian safety of intersections and concluded that there are no concerns, no upgrades to infrastructure were recommended. Administration also considered this development in relation to the recently approved Vision Zero framework, the goal of which is to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries on our roadways. The Vision Zero framework is not intended to limit development, but to consider upgrades to infrastructure based on monitoring and data. Needs for infrastructure upgrades, such as enhanced crosswalks, will be monitored and implemented as necessary. We've heard comments about crime and safety because of the development. Administration is unaware of evidence that suggests that high-density residential results in more crime or safety issues. While it may be assumed that an increase in population could result in an increase in criminal activity to some extent, it is not known how a particular development will affect these numbers. The administration would also add that assessing a proposed residential development based on this consideration could be construed as projecting bias based on perceived social, economic, and demographic factors, which is counter to the OCP objectives relating to diversity and inclusivity. Regarding loss of open space, the city found no need to purchase the space from the school board or Christian school when it became available on the market. While the subject property may have accommodated recreational functions that the community has enjoyed, the space is not necessary to meet the city's recreation needs or access to open space policies of the city. Neighborhood residents enjoy access and proximity to Wascana Park, including many sports facilities and fields within walking distance, which is a main appeal and draw to the neighborhood. We heard concerns about the land acquisition process by the Winchester Group. This issue is beyond the jurisdiction of the city to comment on in detail. We note only that sale of real property by a school board is covered in the Education Act and involves approval by the minister. Regarding consultation for this application, administration has provided details in Appendix B of the report. We note that we have exceeded the legislated requirements by expanding the public notice radius, accommodating information requests by the community to the extent possible, providing regular updates on the city's website as information became available, attending a community-led meeting, and holding a virtual information session. A public open house is not a mandatory part of the process. We acknowledge that many delegates have raised concerns that the consultation process was not adequate and that concerns were not being heard. administration has been clear that the purpose of consultation for a proposed development is to ensure that people understand what is being proposed, the processes involved in decision-making, including how to submit comments and participate in the review. We strive to provide correct information and identify opportunities to provide comments in the process, and to accurately portray the comments in the report to both the Planning Commission and City Council. The purpose of the consultation process is the review of a development proposal is not to achieve consensus or compromise between neighborhood residents' desires and the developer's proposal. While this is often the desired outcome of the consultation process by the community and sometimes occurs, the developer has the right to propose a development to ensure it is successful. The city's role is to assess the impacts of the proposed development in relation to standards and policies. Despite the opposition by the community, administration supports the proposal because it meets standards and helps to achieve long-term policy and development goals. We are confident that objectives of our consultation have been met as people are well informed about the development and are here to participate in the decision-making process. This was a robust consultation process. There is nothing new that we've heard here today. We have reviewed the concerns, addressed them in the report, and understand the opinions of the residents. We have considered all of these items and respectfully disagree with several of the comments and think this development does fit into the community. More consultation will not change our recommendation. Housing choice and options for all residents should be available in all communities and neighborhoods in Regina. We reiterate that we are confident that the proposal strongly aligns with housing policy and the needs of our growing population. We've evaluated the proposal from a technical perspective and find that it meets all requirements. We have kept in mind that we are being challenged to change the way we are developing our cities. Nationally, we are facing a housing crisis. City administration has been working on zoning amendments and policy changes to accommodate more housing choices citywide. This means many of our neighborhoods will be introduced to new housing options, and we need to find a way to house more people if we want the city to continue to grow and be competitive with other cities across Canada while not continuing to only grow outward. And with that, we are here and more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bredin. Can I get someone to move the report? Councillor Hawkins, seconded by, I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to simply make a few comments. I want to begin by saying that some years back, I remember a discussion in this council when we had to decide on a building proposal for the northwest corner of 13 and Elphinstone. The building being proposed was a good building. We voted against it. I voted against it. There was a concern about heritage. The result was the lots that fell vacant for a number of years. Eventually, a rather nondescript square box building went in that was much less effective than the building we voted against. We would be in danger of making that same mistake again if we didn't approve this proposal. We have before us a good proposal. Both the developer and the administration have outlined its advantages, 90 units, setbacks, sustainability, underground parking, a tiered building. This is not a proposal which is designed to squeeze every ounce of profit out of a piece of land. This is a proposal which is designed to build a community of the future, and I salute that. Some may say, well, we want to redesign the buildings. Maybe we want 4, not 5 stories. Maybe we want a wall moved here or there. It's not the job of this council to redesign the building. It's the job of this council to recognize that the developer has done work, has presented us with an option, and for us to take the time to look at that option. We risk, if we try to redesign it, if we try to delay it, that with this particular or any other developer would walk away, and more importantly, we risk the developers of the future will say, no, we're not going to put our time, our money, our sweat, our tears into good development, only to have council say, oh, we want more time, or we refuse to consider that development, we want some other development. So I want to send a signal to our developer community that we are prepared to recognize good work, such as the ones we have here. A couple of other short points. Safety. The best way of ensuring safety in a community is to have eyes on the street. If you have communities where there's nobody out on the street, if there's no population, as we know, then you risk having less safety. Indeed, the whole idea of community watch programs is built on the principle that a community will watch out for the safety, particularly of their young children, and I believe this development promotes the idea of more eyes on the streets, so more safety. In terms of consultation, the consultation process may not have been perfect, but we've had good consultation. We've cured any errors in the consultation by inviting a very engaged, concerned group of citizens to come here. We've listened as a council patiently to their views. That's what the last word, the best kind of community consultation is. And I'd ask council, after having heard those views, to make an informed decision. And I would say that no amount of further consultation in this case is going to, as the administration pointed out, produce a different result. All of the arguments are on the table. It's clear there are 2 points of view. It's now time to decide. And I want to end on this note. In this city, we have a problem. Our problem is that particularly our young professionals, our young tradespeople, the people that we are relying on to build businesses in this community are leaving. They're leaving to go to Calgary. They're leaving to go to Saskatoon. We have heard today why they're leaving. We're not creating a kind of community in which they want to stay. This is a development which works towards creating the kind of community in which our young people will want to stay, in which new immigrants will find a community that's welcoming and exciting. I think that this is a development that moves in that direction, and I'd ask for your support for what is a really exciting effort by a young developer to produce a building of the future.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any other member of council have any questions for administration? Or have wish to make any comments? Councillor Stanachek, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. I do have a couple of questions. One is that we heard a lot of concerns about traffic and speeding that currently, some residents said that it currently is happening on the streets in that area. Have you had any discussions with Regina Police Services about any enforcement efforts on this, or any discussions with our own traffic engineers about things that could be done to make that area a little bit, try to slow down the speed?
Who am I going to? Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Dawson.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. We haven't had any consultation with RPS on that issue. We have reviewed this with our Vision Zero team, who are looking at safety from that perspective, and they looked at this site in particular and had no concerns, no suggestions for upgrades, and so we were satisfied with that answer, keeping in mind that their lens was strictly safety.
Okay, thank you. There was also some comments that there was limited bus service in this area, that it's not a main route there. Do you expect that there would be, does the administration expect that there might be improved bus service in this area with this proposal through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, my apologies, I don't recall the comment on this particular neighborhood about bus traffic or transit access, but there is transit access on Douglas Avenue and quite good transit access.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, so I will make a comment. I did listen to the delegations, and I thank them for their passion and a lot of them raised some really good concerns, and a lot of them were very open to saying that they're not against density, but they're just concerned about this particular process. And on the other hand, there was some that had really, really deep fears and concerns about the worst case scenario that would happen in this development. At Evans Court, which is in my ward, on 23rd, near the Regina Christian School, we heard from the representative from the Regina Christian School that they had no issues with the condo developments at Evans Court. And I know that before Evans Court development was happening, there were concerns from people in the neighborhood that there was going to be all kinds of issues and problems and especially traffic concerns. There's still some people who think that there's too much traffic, but it's still, 23rd still maintains the appropriate traffic levels. I think the key issue is during pickup and drop-off times for the school. But it is a very dense piece of land in Evans Court, and there are much larger developments that are going up there. There is a bit of a distance with some of the residential, but it still is a desired, I think, neighborhood to be in. I think that this development has incredible promise. The fact that they've tiered the different floors is a beautiful design, and it will make the building seem less imposing. That was the word I was thinking, less imposing. So I am going to vote in favor of this, and I do hope that any issues in the future that might come up regarding traffic, road design, that is something that our city administration can address through appropriate traffic engineering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Findura, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Question to the administration. A lot of the discussion with the delegation was towards consultation. I mean, I know there's certain consultations, and we discussed that at the Planning Commission. So the question to the administration for me would be this: why wouldn't we? I know that administration said that that's when you get involved in communicating with the communities or the developers. So my question is, why wouldn't we go to an open house like we did many times before, and we resolved a lot of issues on the floor of that open house? So I know the recommendation was to go to Zoom, it was one-on-one and all that. So I asked at the Planning Commission, even the 1080, who recommended this? I asked the developer, who recommended this to you? How the city recommended. So to me, it felt like some kind of communication was lost. And I know as the administration, as a city, I think we need to, maybe we're not going to get into the kitchen at everything, but in this particular case where we are, it's pretty hot. Maybe the delegations are wrong, maybe people in the area are wrong. Okay, maybe, but there's still a large number of individuals that are out there saying something. And for us as a council, we listen to the people that elect us. I hear this all the time. Residents come to talk to us, speak with us, and we make decisions regardless of what they say. That's not the way I want to feel. Maybe we did a good job on consultation, maybe we did not. I don't believe there was a good job done through Zoom with the 80-year-olds or 85-year-olds. In person. Not everybody has a computer. So my question to administration is, why was the decision made that we do not go into a consultation, an open house with, the last one I was at, there was 6 planners, 4 or 5 folks from the developer, whole bunch of folks in a room, explain to the residents what is happening. So we might have to change that to council going forward. So my question is, we knew that this is going on for 6-7 months, or this is going to be hot. and we chose just to kind of, that's my opinion. I just need to hear an answer.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. As I noted in our introduction, we did a pretty extensive consultation process. Understanding that what we're trying to do is put information out there so that residents understand what the development is and to receive their thoughts and opinions and that type of thing. With respect to the public meeting, we did have staff attend a public meeting in the community. There were over 200 residents in that public meeting, which is great. It's a really difficult setting to actually receive and understand and communicate back relevant information. When the opportunity came to talk and have another meeting, I determined that we should do it on Teams through consultation with our Deputy City Manager of Communications. And part of that is when I'm putting my staff out there with a few hundred folks, I think it's a really uncomfortable place to be. That's my opinion. That was the choice that I made, and so that was the direction that we took. And I would add, through all of our consultation, we haven't heard anything different. The concerns have been traffic, safety, traffic and safety, and all of the things that we've heard today. And I would just add that I think we've addressed those concerns. I understand that folks are feeling the concerns, and we appreciate them. And at the end of the day, what we're trying to provide council is our best opinion on how we think the city should develop and how we develop as a city and not just one local community over another. With that, I would refer, Ms. Johnson is online as well, the Deputy City Manager. Sorry, Ms. Johnson, if you would like to add, that'd be great.
Thank you. Through the chair, as Ms. Bryden said, that was exactly the conversation. There was an in-person session where city staff attended and answered questions in November. And so we made the decision when we hosted a follow-up session to do it virtually so that we would provide another and a different opportunity to give even more people the opportunity to comment, provide feedback, and add questions. And I can certainly go through more if needed, but I think Ms. Bryden did a very good job in the opening of going through all of the ways we consulted, and both through, like I said, a community organized session, as well as sessions by the developer, as well as a session by the city. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just continue, Mayor. I'll go back into, I think Ms. Biden mentioned about how we grow, which area we pick on to grow where. We worked on a neighborhood plan when we decided the height variance. We talked about how we're going to develop that part of it. And now all of a sudden the accelerator fund that comes in, the housing accelerator fund comes in, and all of a sudden we're going 360, we're changing. I understand that we need to grow. I just came in from Calgary. I see what's going on. But there's got to be a reason and way how you grow. We've always discussed having 240 individuals from the community saying something with the one voice. I know we want something, but they want something different. They're not saying no, but they want something different. And I felt that within that communication, that consultation, I always like things face to face, talking to grandma, talking to grandpa, right? Not over the phone or over a Zoom, over a screen. It makes a total difference. Like I heard that the minds were changed or could be changed. So this is where my kind of hesitance of looking at this area, not hesitating, but looking at this area and saying, there are people are speaking. And we as elected officials, elected there to hear the individuals. Yes, growth, no growth. If we didn't have this accelerator come here, we could have rejected it. We would have been fine, going to our thing. So something jumps into middle of our process, our city grows, and all of a sudden we're changing things. If you heard Councillor Stevens talking about from the Planning Commission. Commission had difficulties of deciding on things. Some voted for, against few things. So there is already some unease about this in decision making here.
Councillor Fundura, you're going to run out of time really soon.
How much money got? 2 minutes? 30 seconds? Okay. So, and then I will say a few things, and then I'm going to do, I want to do a referral motion. So I'm going to say, I'm going to give a notice, a referral motion. But talking about the institutional lands, when we were debating that, the institutional lands are leaving us faster than we can grow them. That we can't grow any more institutional land. And that could be used for, as Delegate said, could be a retirement home or something in that sense. So the recent zoning bylaw amendment intended to support intensification in key area, major corridors, major transit routes. So if you look at the big cities, that's how they grow. The subject property was not specifically located, targeted through the housing, right? So if you look at all of that and consultation, we are kind of jumping to a different hoop. So Mayor, I would like to put a referral motion on the floor to take this back a month to come back and to do, I would like a city, I know the city administration tells me they don't do this, but I'd like the city to put on a proper, they would have done it, but I want to see an open house. So that's my referral.
You're saying within a month, within two council meetings?
Within a month.
Okay. Okay. He needs a seconder. Councillor Zakiniak? Are you
Oh,
seconding?
no,
No, I think
no, I'm not seconding that. Sorry.
Councillor
No.
LeBlanc, I think he raised his hand.
Councillor LeBlanc seconds it for the vote.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
That's good. Clerk, can you take the vote?
This is Councillor Nelson. I vote against.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Zakiniak, you're in the system?
Opposed.
Thank you. Clerks, you're on.
Mayor Masters, the referral motion has been defeated, 1 voting against, 1 in favor, 9 against. Voting in favor was Councillor Fundura. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Standichuk, Zakidniak, Stevens, LeBlanc, Manson-Lee, Moule, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fundura, if you want to wrap up?
No, I'm good. I'll leave my speaking when a vote comes up. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Question to administration. Well, what all amenities does the city offer at the Douglas Park location?
Do you understand the question, Ms. Bredin?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Let me get close to my microphone again here. What all amenities does the city offer at Douglas Park?
Amenities?
Yeah, pickleball, the track and field, like what all goes on?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's a very amenity-activated area. So there is the track and field, there is the football field, there is pickleball, there is cricket, there is, I believe, disc golf in the park, lots of mountain biking, hiking, walking, trails and pathways. In the wintertime, there's fat biking trails and ski trails. And I guess if you're a paddler, you can paddle on the lake.
Thank you. Nice little amenity in itself there, and super successful, I think, especially in the summer. That leads me to my question. Knowing all those amenities and hearing from residents in the area, why wasn't the traffic assessment recommended at the peak of its use instead of a lull point.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that question to Mr. Bosgard.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So as Jeff spoke earlier, he completed the TIA in accordance to our design standards where we are looking at AM and PM peak. In terms of usage of the park and how it impacts it, he spoke to it a little bit in terms of that is off the peaks of when the traffic from the residents and the daycare are expected to occur. So with the residential development and the daycare, the expectation would be that the peak traffic is happening at 7 to 9 a.m. and then 4 to 6 p.m. There could be some overlap with some instances of uses of the park. Certain track and field events and such may start directly after school or at 4 o'clock or whatever it may be. However, a lot of those events, whether it be football games and soccer games at Live Field, disc golf usage, baseball games and otherwise are going to be happening outside of those peak times, and at those times the expected traffic coming from this development would be quite low. And since those peaks of when the traffic's happening do not correspond with each other, we had no concerns when we were reviewing it in terms of reviewing it at time of Live Field or otherwise usage, and delaying that another 6 months or so until those things were happening. So we were okay with what was presented in the TIA and what was done in terms of the November traffic counts. I will add to that as well. I did do a comparison, or we did do a comparison with some of the previous traffic counts that our traffic department had completed in the area. And during those peak hours were very similar in all these other traffic counts that were done. There was traffic counts done in May, June, September, and October of 2022, and the numbers we were seeing were very comparable to what was found in November this past year when Jeff and his company did the traffic counts.
Okay. I guess just as a matter of policy, an expectation I'll just voice is whenever we're analyzing something for our residents, for an investment or for an opportunity, we should look at the actual situation if we're making a measurement and at its peak all the time. I know that I'm not here to direct you directly, I'm just giving a little bit of input. When I get asked questions by residents, they come at me with that expectation because it's going to affect their quality of life. And I know to fill it with assumptions can work to get you through a formula, but for the actuality of day-to-day life, I think that that's some of the actual measurements they expect when these decisions are made in those type of situations. And it's been voiced to me quite a few times, so I'm just sharing that along. I really appreciate what's been put together here from a sustainability point of view for a reuse of land. So many residents rely on us to try to find a way to keep taxes at bay to the best we can, and reuse of land within our city this way is one of the most successful ways we can do it. So from that point of view, I know it serves well for the land use. For me, knowing this corner of the city is used as it is for those recreational uses, and I'll be affecting so many residents, what type of a time impact would it have to request that traffic impact study to be done at this time of year when it's probably most activated to formalize and check over those results?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start on that one. So I don't know the specific time and impact, or time frame. I'll let our professionals speak to that, our engineer. However, I will add, what it does add is added cost to the development process, which increases, added time, increasing cost, additional costs for the developer to do that additional study. And I would refer to Mr. Bosgard again to speak to how long that might be.
Through the chair, Mayor Masters. It would have to be completion of all the traffic counts again, which can be done within a day or two, like it was done previously. But then the entire report would have to be revisited depending on what those traffic counts stipulated, including remodeling, reforecasting all the future traffic, remodeling all the analysis that was done at all the intersections. So It's hard to say a specific amount. It would be a minimum of a few weeks from Jeff to complete, but that's also dependent on what his availability is at this point in time.
Through you, Mayor Masters, if I may add, at the time when we were looking at the proposal, if we would have had concerns at that time, we would have requested that additional work be done as well. I just wanted to add that.
Okay. Appreciate that. Through the chair, once again, is it just because of the 22 traffic counts that there was no additional concerns about this being added? Or was it from neighborhood input, like in the past? Have you never had any complaints about the traffic in the neighborhood previously? Just wondering why there would be no concern.
Through you, Mayor Masters, there was no concerns as a result of the traffic impact analysis.
Okay, thank you. If I understand the reply properly, a day to complete the actual traffic counts. If the traffic counts had no substantial change, then it would just move forward without a reanalysis, or does it have to have that whole reanalysis no matter what? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I guess it would just depend on what those traffic counts are. If it came back with very similar results, there would be no requirement for analysis. If there was substantial differences, there could be that requirement, but it would also come down to the judgment call from Jeff on whether or not he would want to undertake that analysis or not, as he is the signing and stamping engineer on that report.
Okay. And just as a shot in the dark, a couple of rumble strips to count traffic for a day on a loaded day imminently in the near future, as we're in a busier season, I'd imagine. To have that answer probably wouldn't be that expensive if it turned out to be a moot point. If it really had no change on anything and I'm just totally wrong, I don't think I'd cost anyone hundreds of thousands of dollars. It would just be a simple traffic count to say, hey, look, you were wrong. It didn't change nothing, correct?
Yeah, I mean, if we were able to do that as the city and contact traffic and they would be able to go and put traffic counters out, yeah, we have the equipment available to potentially to do that, or it'd require Jeff and his staff to go and do a manual counter, however they want to do it again, as they did it originally.
I don't want to stand as an impediment to this proposal, but I would like to have the most accurate data going forward before it hits the ground and everything goes. Is there any advice on how this could go forward and incorporate what we've just spoken about?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'd just like to reiterate that the determination by our traffic engineers and by the consultant was that there were no concerns, in as much as we would be adding some traffic clearly from additional folks living in the area. But the area is well served by the infrastructure, and so we didn't ask for that additional work to be done.
Okay. Understood. What constitutes well served by the infrastructure? How is that defined?
Through the chair. So when we're doing a TIA, we're evaluating the intersections on two different criteria, one being level of service and one being volume to capacity ratio. So level of service is determined by the expected delay when you're trying to make a traffic movement. So if you stop at a stop sign, you're not stopped for a minute because there's substantial traffic in the other direction preventing that movement. In the analysis that we saw, every intersection was either an A or a B. It takes an E for it to become a failure, so a substantial increase to traffic to ever get to that point, and that's including the post-development and new traffic from the proposed development. The other thing that we're looking at is volume to capacity ratio, and what that's looking at is how many cars are expected versus how many cars the road can actually handle. To get to failures, we're, I think, 0.95 is what the value is. The highest value that we saw was 0.25 here, with some intersections as low as 0.05. So the roads were very much on the lower end of both those criteria and nowhere close to failure when it came to the analysis. So it was deemed that it was able to handle the additional traffic and growth that was proposed up until the 2031 post-development scenario that was analyzed.
Okay. I hope this isn't off topic, but you mentioned level of service. I'm just thinking, I've been in the seat for over 7 years now. How do we define acceptable level of service, and who makes that definition on behalf of the public?
Through the chair. In this instance, level of service is criteria that's based from one of our transportation reference manuals. Again, and like I said, it's based strictly on the delay at intersections, and that's it. When I use that definition of level of service, that's what I was referring to. A specific design standard requirement that we're specifically looking at.
Okay. And what's our goal for the level of service, just so I know going forward too?
Well, through the chair, like I said, failures are considered at E. There is no specific goal. Obviously, the lower the better, A, B, C, or D. Yeah, we're just looking to not have those failures at that level of service of E.
Okay, so E's a failure, and right now this one sits at an A minus, B plus kind of range from what you've described. Is that correct?
Depending on the intersection, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I still can't buy in because I'm just looking at the size of the intersection, how many cars it would take to go from an A minus, B plus to a D. Because it's a smaller intersection, probably wouldn't be many. And the activation in the summer between cricket, football, soccer, pickleball, and tennis, seems to me like there might be a couple people traveling that way. I'm going to wait for others to speak. I don't think anyone wants a referral motion. I think I've kind of brought a point forward, and I hope it's considered for other Housing Accelerator Fund investments or proposals. And yeah, I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll see if I can turn my camera on. I have a question first for administration and then some comments. So my first question is, so as noted, I did meet with some residents on site last week. At that time, one of the residents noted that she had seen a traffic count actually on May 23rd, like just of this year. So is that accurate, that there actually was a recent traffic count around May 23rd? So we do have recent traffic information.
Just for a moment. Councillor Zakiniak.
Through the chair, that was brought to my attention. I'd reached out to traffic. The traffic count that I'm aware of was only, it was completed May 14th to May 16th, so I'm not sure if there was a separate done on the date that you specified. With that said, that traffic count was only specifically north and southbound on Park Street, specifically at the Douglas Avenue intersection. It was related to a pedestrian crossing analysis that they were completing in relation to the overhead lights to see if it would need to be upgraded further. The result was that what was there was more than sufficient, and that was it. But it was only in relation to those two directions. It didn't take into account necessarily people turning other directions in the intersections, and that's only one of the four, or one of the six, I guess, that were actually studied within the TIA. So it's a very small piece of the whole puzzle.
Okay, but it is accurate that the city did get some recent traffic information, which, though incomplete, did not identify additional concerns. Would that be an accurate statement?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I just wanted information about that. And then I just wanted to make some comments, which is that, first of all, I actually find it a really refreshing change to have so many residents engaged with our council decision-making process. As folks, there's generally a low voter turnout in municipal elections, low level of engagement. So I certainly welcome residents coming out to speak to us and engage with us and share their concerns. I also, as stated previously, I did go out and meet with some residents and have spoken with residents about their concerns. And I think that is part of our job. And it is important for us to, of course, we're going to have opinions about proposed developments or policies, but it is our job to come into these meetings with an open mind and be willing to listen to concerns and respond to those concerns and ensure that questions are asked to address those concerns. And that's certainly been something that I've attempted to do throughout this process. I also think that the developer has responded to community's concerns. Of course, it's clear that folks are not everyone is satisfied with the changes or adjustments that have been made, whether to reduce the impact of the additional height of the building, reducing the amount of units, the ways that the setback, things like this. Although there have been changes made, there's still members of the community that are not feeling that it's enough, and I understand that. But it is also our job to weigh everything and make a decision that we think is in the best interest of the entire community. Regarding the engagement, as noted, this engagement was over and above quite exceeded what is required by the city. And if folks think that we need to improve some of our processes in terms of consideration of policy, that's something that we should consider, but that's not something that we should be punishing this development that did go over and above for. If we need to adjust our processes that we require of folks, that's something we can consider moving forward. But I don't think that that is a relevant reason to deny this application today. And we also know that although we didn't hear from these folks in such high numbers, there are others in the community who would like to see this go ahead. So we don't hear from everyone. We don't have a poll of what the whole community or what the whole city wants. We have to do our best to weigh the pros and cons of every policy issue. And I'm happy to support this development. I think that the developer has done a good job. I think that this is a site that is well set up, well suited for this development. And I think the development, I hope it will set a standard for how developers will engage with infill developments in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. My perspective is this is consistent with the sort of housing accelerator fund changes we're making. I support those. My perspective is we need community buy-in and we need to bring the community along to make those changes successful long-term. My question to administration through staff is, does a vote in favor of this today support those long-term goals of bringing community along and building community buy-in for this sort of important changes we need to see to the city?
Through you, Mayor Masters, thank you for that question, and I'm going to take the opportunity to highlight the fact that intensification as a goal for this city has been in place for many years, long before the Housing Accelerator Fund. And our policy favors and encourages intensification in our city. It's set our target of 30% of our new units to be built within existing areas through our OCP, which was very much developed with community engagement and involvement. Intensification helps to relieve long-term investment in our city by using our existing services to their full potential. And supporting this type of intensification really helps to remove the barriers that is seen by developers for doing this type of work, as we heard from a couple of delegations today. In terms of whether or not approving this tonight helps to bring residents along, specifically, I think council has been respectful in hearing all of the concerns of residents, and questions have been asked and answered. And I hope that residents feel heard, and that as we carry on and move forward with these types of developments, we'll have more of these types of conversations. I don't think one approval is going to bring them along specifically, but certainly as we see these types of builds happen in our community, it really helps to set that tone for what an infill development can really look like and be part of in a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. We've spoken a fair amount about community consultation and that we've gone beyond the requirements here, the minimum requirements. My question through the chair is, on the application for rezoning and the application for discretionary use, what are our current minimum requirements for consultation and for public notice?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll throw that one to Ben.
I can start.
Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, I can start. Thank you, through the mayor. Under the Planning and Development Act, which is provincial legislation, it sets out guidelines for municipalities across the province for when rezoning occurs and also when discretionary use applications are considered. Both are public processes, require public notice. There's a distance 75 meters from the property, as well as some signposting, newspaper ads. So as we're an approving authority, as deemed through the legislation, we're able to adopt our own public notice bylaw. And when we were drafting and approving those, we followed very closely what the provincial legislation had. And we can go through the details if there's any differences, but that's essentially it. There's a certain mail out that you have to notify property owners, and there's sign posting on the site, there's newspaper ad before a bylaw is heard. So what we do when we get applications is we assess it based on impact. And so we ensure that we meet our minimum, but if we need to go beyond the time frame or beyond those minimum thresholds for mailing out letters or notifications, then we do that. And we make sure that everybody has an opportunity to review it. We post on our website. We have available the information on the application, drawings that were submitted by the developer or the applicant at the time, a way for people to reach us. So they have both a printed copy, and then anybody who may feel impacted can also have an online version. Through the process, we determine whether or not we need to do more. So sometimes we do go into community and do public open houses, and sometimes we do virtual sessions. It just depends on the situation, but our goal is to get information into people's hands, make sure that they have an opportunity to understand what the development is, making sure that there's an opportunity for everybody to speak and for everybody's voices to be heard. As Ms. Bryden had suggested, we were out in community. It was very difficult to understand, and I believe you were there, Councillor LeBlanc, understand if we were hearing from everybody. So there was multiple tactics that were used, both in person, online, through mail, communications through email, communications via telephone. My colleague, Mr. Fenton, has taken hundreds of phone calls and talked to hundreds of residents, explained the process, and through service requests. So there was a multi-pronged approach to this communication strategy. And so that's what we mean going above and beyond. We've met the thresholds in both the provincial legislation as well as our bylaw, and then beyond. So I hope that kind of gives you an overview of our process.
Yeah, that is useful. With that in mind, I'd like to propose an amendment to add a new point 6, which I've just recently provided to the clerk. And I can resend that if needed. And then what I'd propose to do is just give a minute for folks to read that, and then I can discuss.
That covers them to C?
Please.
Councillor LeBlanc requires a seconder? Councillor Hawkins? All right, it's an amendment. Councillor Stevens seconds. Now, please go ahead, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. So the heart of this is, we've heard concerns about the level of consultation. I think we've heard, to my mind, reasonably fair responses by administration, which is we went well beyond the minimum that's prescribed. And then I think you hear some from council and from community saying, although you went well beyond what you're directed to do, it still wasn't enough. I think that sort of situation of what I would call sort of a low floor of the consultation, a low consultative floor with the ability to go above creates some unfortunate ambiguity. I think this proposed amendment would request that administration prepare a report to come back Q1 of next year, so for the next council, with some recommendations, if any, on how to improve the consultative guidelines. And my perspective is that report could enhance fairness to community. They know what to expect beyond the current, what I'll call a low floor, and also to administration in that they'll be able to say, here are recent guidelines on how we're meant to do this, and we in fact did those things. Sort of into the weeds of it, there are three particular things, and I'm happy to hear if others want others specifically considered. Three specific things I would like considered and either recommended or not. That's up to administration, but one of those is showing drawings of the proposed project when it's a discretionary use application. So some of the times, you see one of those signs and it's essentially a big picture of a legal contract is what it looks like. And it says, do you want to comment on this? And you don't really know what it's talking about until you go to the website. So point one is, does it make sense to give a draft rendering of what they're proposing to build on your street? Point two is, as far as I understand the public notice bylaw currently, I'm happy to be corrected, is the minimum notice is actually only 7 days, which is pretty tight. This would say, can we at least consider giving 2 months notice before this comes to Planning Commission? So my thought is that might give some time for people to tell the proposed developer, these are some of my thoughts. It's a bit more collaborative. And the last one, which I don't know, it might be a bit unruly to do, but my sense is sometimes there's more community interest, it justifies more consultation, sometimes less, justifies less. So C is when a prescribed number of individuals respond and say, I'm interested in this, I don't know what the number should be, we flip over and then there will be an in-person community meeting about it. And again, that's something for administration to consider. If this passes, you can take it or leave it, but turn your mind to it and give us a recommendation on it. So my view is this, if it passes, gives an opportunity for the next council to have more clarity, to give more clarity from administration on not just what's the low floor of consultation under provincial legislation, but what do we in fact expect? It's a bit more operational. So I seek support, but happy to hear discussion on these proposals.
Can I just, on point number C, when a prescribed number of individuals provide comments on a draft proposal, you want to hold an in-person meeting, you mean oppositional comments? Like if you want a town hall in the event everybody's in favor? I was just trying to check.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that's right. I think you're correct.
Oppositional comments?
Yeah,
okay.
I think you're correct.
All right. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead on the amendment.
Thank you very much. I had to think for a moment about whether I would accept this as a friendly amendment. In general, I'm nervous about amendments which are tangential to the heart of the major issue in the motion itself. Here, the major issue is, do we propose or not a developer-specific proposal? It is true that in the course of that debate, the adequacy of the public consultation has arisen as an issue. But to here suggest that this detailed amendment should pass, it seems to me, requires time for council to consider whether this is a useful exercise in terms of spending time. It requires more information before us on what, we had some explanation what the current public consultation processes are, but not, it seems to me, sufficient to fully address this. And for those reasons, I think this would be better done if Councillor LeBlanc asked the administration for an undertaking to report back to council on the possibilities for improving, if necessary, the consultation process, than to, at this point in this motion, tack in an amendment which is prescriptive to this degree. I think in some ways the mayor's question illustrated the need to deal with this separately outside this motion, and perhaps the best way to do that is through an undertaking.
Councillor LeBlanc, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. I don't know whether administration would be willing to give that undertaking. Maybe I can ask. The other comment I'd make is, I'm sort of doing this on the fly, which is part of Councillor Hawkins' fair critique, is I think we could remove everything following or discretionary use applications. It could be less prescriptive, consider these three things. It could just say, sort of give us your best shot. Yeah, but I think those are fair comments on Councillor Hawkins' part.
Councillor Hawkins, did you have a response to that if it were less specific and a bit more general?
Well, again, I prefer not to do this by way of motion on this topic folded into the motion that's the main subject of discussion. Perhaps the administration can indicate to us whether or not they would be comfortable with an undertaking along the lines suggested by Councillor LeBlanc.
Ms. Bredin?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, certainly we're comfortable. I think this is very clear. We would be comfortable with an undertaking and bring this forward.
Do not delete this. Do not delete this. Councillor LeBlanc, back to you.
Great. Thank you. So the undertaking's given. Yeah, thank you. I want to ask a little bit about the traffic impact assessment. Am I correct that the traffic impact assessment document itself didn't come from council, didn't come to council rather? What we have is administration indicating we reviewed the document and it passes what we needed to pass.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Yes, as we move through these development applications, there's several types of reports that we can ask for when we have concerns, and a TIA, or traffic impact analysis, is one of those. Yes, our engineering team would review that, and if they have questions, they'll reach out to our traffic area, et cetera, and those aren't provided to council.
Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc, before you continue on, are you good to remove your amendment?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so this has been sent to Ms. Bryden, so we've captured this for you in terms of the undertaking, so you have record of it. And this is now removed from the floor. Please continue.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli raised points about, essentially, was the traffic count done at the right time of year? I want to ask, there were concerns raised about, was it done at the right time of day? Notably, is after school busier than after work? I wonder if administration can provide any comment on that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that to Mr. Boskard.
Through the chair. Thanks for the question. Again, when we're completing the TIA, we're specifically looking at the peak of what the proposed development is going to be, because that's the main impact that development will have on the surrounding network. When you're off those times, the traffic's going to be significantly less. And so when you have something like the school next door having a pickup at the end of the day at 3:30, that's outside of what we'd expect a large traffic impact to be at that point in time. So therefore, we're only concerned about those AM and PM peak hours that we've discussed here already today.
Thank you. There was a suggestion by some delegates that when there was a lot of snow, the road looks different than it did at the time the TIA was completed. My twofold question, I suppose, is one, does administration have any response to that concern? And two is, does the sort of TIA model, if I can call it that, does it have the ability to account for narrowed road on account of snow conditions?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll speak to the snow. I was in touch with the Director of Roadways and Transportation on this, and for cities' snow clearing service levels, on Douglas Avenue, it's Category 2, and it's cleared within 36 hours. And on 20th Avenue, it's a Category 3 and cleared within 48 hours of a major snow event. Now, understanding there's still tracks and whatever else gets done in the winter on all our city roads. And then in addition to that, because on Douglas Avenue there is adjacent transit stops, the city does clear sidewalks along Douglas Avenue as well. So that's a service that's provided so that there's available pedestrian traffic to the transit stops. And so it's fairly good level of service in terms of snow clearing. But yes, again, we understand that there are some congestion just due to the snow. And I'll just pass it back to Mr. Bosgard. Good, in terms of if the TIA addresses any of that winter road conditions.
So yeah, the TIA does not make any adjustments based upon snowbanks or winter conditions in any way, shape, or form. It's strictly based upon the geometry of the road as it exists. None of the TIs that are completed anywhere in the city would ever take into account snow removal.
Thank you. Yeah, if one were to complete an updated TIA today, is there a way you could, if I can call it, build in that variable into the conclusion that you draw, or would that be impractical unless there is in fact snow on the ground? Through the chair.
I don't believe there is a way to do it. I'd have to discuss further with some of our transportation engineers to determine if there's anything that we could have Jeff Blond do. However, when you're doing these analysis, a lot of times it's just how many lanes exist. So the expectation is in the winter, those lanes would still exist as they are, because the parking doesn't play into the TIA.
Thank you. And then this is sort of continuing on with the assumptions the TIA can build in, which is, I had asked the delegate from the Regina, the traffic, I had asked the individual, did the TIA modeling account for the opening of a new school next fall, the Regina Christian School, and what I assume is additional traffic that's going to come associated with 200 students being there? So I have two follow-up questions. One is, was the traffic consultant correct to the best of your knowledge that the influx of students next fall was not accounted for in the TIA? And the related question is there a way for us to take that into consideration in doing some updated analysis to say, is this likely to be appropriate in light of the school?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Masters, there is a school there already. They're leasing it to another school. And then once they move into Regina Christian School, it'll just be the same particular land use. I'll ask, just to clarify that there is already the existing land use on the site, so it's not a new use and I don't know how many pupils will be attending now or in the future, or what the capacity of that is, but I will see if Mr. Bosgood has that information in terms of the TIA, but I just wanted to clarify that in case there was confusion.
Through the chair, so yeah, as Ms. Dawson said, we did get confirmation that both schools were open the day that the traffic counts are completed, so the assumption would be that the operations would be similar once it's transferred over. I don't know if they're what the populations of the current school versus the new school would potentially be. So nothing like that was built into the TIA. It was just strictly based upon the background traffic of the day, and then the additional traffic from the development, and then there's also a 1.5% growth factor year over year that's also applied to account for other intensification in the area.
Thank you. So I will indicate I have some outstanding concerns with the TIA, and in particular they are Councillor Mancinelli's point around these areas are more activated in summer. The residents' point, as I understood it, which is the busy time may begin at 3 and not at 4, and one which I appreciate the comment, may or may not be a variable, which is that the school to go there, Regina Christian School, may be busier than what's currently used, and can we account for that in some ways? So with those three things and administration's prior comments about what I understood the relative speed, which is not to say simplicity, with which an updated TIA can be performed, I would like to move a tabling motion, and I'll ask assistance from the clerk if I can. And essentially what it would be is council would direct administration, I suppose, to direct the developer to prepare an additional supplementary TIA accounting as best as possible for those three factors. So summer activation, busy hours beginning at 3, and insofar as possible, increased traffic on the road on account of Christian School being there next fall, and that the matter would come back. The supplemental report would be provided before the June 26th meeting, and then we would vote on it on June 26th in light of that additional information.
Tabling motion on the floor. It needs to be seconded. Just one moment. Councillor Mancinelli seconds it. There's a tabling motion on the floor specific to a traffic impact. Go ahead, Councillor LeBlanc.
That's right, yeah, to give time for administration to get the developer to get the traffic impact assessment and put that in a supplemental report for us.
To be revisited in 2 weeks at June 26th.
Correct.
Okay. Got it? Okay, 1 minute.
Right, yeah, thank you.
If it's all right, Councillor LeBlanc, I'm just going to ask administration if that's even, is that possible? I know the questions were asked. The question in terms of updating with a supplement report within 2 weeks on the traffic impact assessment as it relates to the different time of year.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so first of all, the city staff wouldn't be able to perform this type of
Correct.
analysis.
Yeah, asking the
The
developer.
developer would need to reach out to his consultant. It would cost him probably an extra $10,000 plus the delay on the project. And I'm unclear as to whether that could be done within 2 weeks. By the time he goes out and does the traffic count, provides the information back to us, and we need to do a supplemental report for council.
And over to you, Councillor LeBlanc.
That's fair. I think some of the trickiness is, as you know, Ms. Bryden, we're not the ones doing it. And actually, I mean, I think it would be quite fair, let's say we pass this, and the developer comes back and says, I don't want to spend $10,000 extra on this. I would like you to make the decision based on what you have. I don't know that there's anything we can do about it. But despite that, I suppose the tabling motion, I would still like to move with it, which is, I suppose, to request the developer to commission this in peak times and so on.
We can request it within 2 weeks?
Pardon me?
We can make the request of the developer within 2 weeks?
We can make the request of the developer. It does take time for administration to turn around a report. And that's also plays into part of this.
Okay.
Can I say something? Changing to 3 does nothing because again, we're evaluating based on which doesn't apply to the 3 p.m. time. So that does nothing. They could redo the traffic count specifically.
Through you, Mayor Masters.
Please go ahead.
If we could just allow Mr. Bosgood to speak to
I would love to. Mr. Bosgood, please, go ahead.
So to address the 2 things that you're worried about or wanting to see, the first being the peak surrounding the school times. The methodology that we do within the TIA to generate these numbers, it's based upon the IT trip generation, which is based upon the PM and AM peak hours, so it would not be applicable at the 3 p.m. time frame that you're referring to. The other thing that I would mention is that even when schools are going forward, like the new proposed school, the TI is completed during these typical PM and AM hours that would correspond to what was completed at this TIA. The TIA that's completed was done in accordance to not only our standards, but our standards are based upon a TI that would be done anywhere in Canada based upon TAC standards, which is the Transportation Association of Canada, as well as what would be expected from IT, which is the Institute of Transportation Engineering. So on that front, not much would change on that specific piece. The other piece that we're being discussing would be, again, the traffic going towards Liable Field and Douglas Park as a whole. The other thing I would like to mention on that, again, we're trying to design for a typical day. Like I've mentioned previously, the typical traffic that's happening there would be outside of the peak that's happening here. The other thing I'll mention is that the traffic count that was completed and the analysis that was done that was specifically, and it was only addressing the pedestrian crossing at Douglas Avenue, so looking at some of the pedestrian safety infrastructure in the area, was completed on a day when there was a track meet at the Douglas Park track, and even with that, they had no upgrades that were recommended based upon the traffic counts that were happening that day, even though they were higher than the ones that were in our traffic, the TIA or any of the other traffic counts that they had. So it, again, would be possible, but like they've mentioned, it is a timely and costly effort to undertake for the developer.
Thank you. Do I have time?
Sure,
Yeah.
We'll give you a little bit.
Those are fair comments, and I suppose one of my questions might be, it sounds like we already have some summer data, if I can call it that, in addition to the winter data. Is that fair to say, through the chair?
Again, like I mentioned earlier, we have one specific direction, I guess north and southbound at one specific intersection. That is one of 6 intersections that was evaluated along with pedestrian counts and otherwise that would need to be completed. So it's a very small piece of the total collection that would need to be required.
Thank you. But would it be right if we have, call it 1/6 of the summer data, we can draw inferences about what the other 5 intersections might look like on that same summer day, or would those be weak bases to draw an inference?
It'd be hard to make that inference just based upon what the typical traffic movements in the area. Obviously, what we have is for Park Street, which is the main access where you drive south into the park. Obviously, McDonald Street does provide some of that access, and then the alleyway, again, would kind of be completely independent of those, where you wouldn't expect people to be driving down that alley in any difference. So you can't just do a pure extrapolation. And again, you had mentioned it's 1/6, it's more like a 1/12, because it's only one direction of intersection, so it's only half of a single intersection, if that, because it needs to be broken down into specific left-hand turns, right-hand turns, or straight through, and all we have is like a specific number at a traffic counter that's counting as just north or southbound.
Through you, Mayor Masters, if I could also add, we are into mid-June, and I think the activity around schools is starting to lighten up, and certainly the end of the school year is approaching quickly, which would then, if we're looking for traffic accounts around during the school year, then we're pushing this off to the fall, which, delays for developers are very costly. And just take that into consideration, please.
If I can ask a follow-up question, I know I'm not meant to, which is, you had commented, I think it's a fair comment, we're looking for sort of an average day. I think to Councillor Mancinelli's earlier point, a fair question is, are we looking for an average winter day or an average summer day? Fair comment, an average summer day, that's when it's busier. I think that's the core of the data I'm looking for. One of the questions to administration through the chair is, do we have enough data? Could we provide, for example, the data we have, the TIAs we have, to council to review without sort of commissioning this extra expensive report through the developer? Is there a way to get at, to be satisfied that the summer average day, one, we have good data on it, and two, the conclusion is the same as the winter day without commissioning this expensive report?
Through you, Mayor Masters, as I indicated previously, at the time of the review of the project, if administration would have had additional concerns based on the information that we were provided and with the information that we know, and I believe even further to that, we've had folks out in the area this spring actually monitoring the traffic just because we knew this conversation was coming. And so I would say that we have sufficient information, which is why we are recommending that this project move forward.
I think that's fair enough. Yeah, I appreciate administration's comments. I think those are fair. I would still like us to vote on the proposed.
That's what we're going to do then, Councillor LeBlanc. We're going to vote on the tabling motion. Oh, please, go ahead.
The referral here is June 26th. The clerk has already advised us that we have an overcharged agenda on June 26th for critical matters. This is just yet another big matter. It could be decided tonight, but pushed over for June 26th, which will bump some other important matter out.
It's true, but
I cannot.
it's all gets tabled. Does anyone have any clarity questions on what they're voting on?
I have a comment that might clear things
Please
up.
go ahead.
Which is, Councillor Mancinelli and I don't think we're going to win this vote, so we're going to withdraw the tabling motion.
Just 1 second. We said if they just answer enough questions, maybe we'd get to the point of withdrawal. All right. Do you have any further, your time is done too, by the way. You're good? All right. Everybody say, yeah, you really want to vote. I had promised some questions. So I'm going to, administration, I'm turning your mics on. Ms. Dawson, Ms. Bryden, Mr. Fosgood. The clerk suggests it is mandatory break time. Here we go for 15. See you in 15 minutes. Hang on a second. Unless council agrees, just to let me ask a few quick questions and go to vote. If you don't see anything.
I'm okay with that.
Thank you. I don't know, making eye contact. All right, your microphones are on, folks. Just going to go through some of these things that were brought up. That's that one. There was some concerns about adjacency to school. We heard from Mr. Rilling with the Harvest City Church. There's no concerns from the church. Ms. Bryden, you said there was no concerns raised, as in we didn't hear from the public school board, or they responded with, we don't have concerns?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we met with the public school board on this project.
No concerns?
No concerns other than what I outlined about school population.
Thank you. There was a question, I actually want to go, the traffic impact assessment continues to rise up. Mr. Bosgood, what is an impactful change in traffic? Is it quantifiable? Like, is it 40 cars? Is it 100 cars? Is it dependent on what type? I know it's dependent on what type of street it is. But on this particular type of street, what would be impactful that would signal alarms for you?
Again, like I spoke about earlier, we do have the criteria that we're looking at in terms of delays at intersections, number of vehicles on a specific roadway. So it all depends on both the specific street, the existing conditions, and how things are functioning. So it's hard to quantify a specific number without getting and doing a bunch of analysis to find that breaking point.
So you're not going to tell me it's 1,000 or 100 or 500?
There's
No?
nothing that I can provide
Hey,
today.
do your job, sir. I'm good with that. I'm just, I was trying to come up with, is 90 people, additional people living on a street, potentially some with 2 cars, does that completely alter the makeup of a traffic scenario?
I guess in this instance, the TIA hasn't indicated that the 90 units and/or daycare that's being proposed is going to have any negative impacts on the street or its function.
It increases traffic, but there's no delays and et cetera.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it. There was another question asked with regards to the winter road conditions been asked. There was a question asked about higher density. Ms. Dawson, why is density a good thing?
Thanks for the question. We were actually prepping for this question today because we thought that this might come up.
All right, it's only 8:30. Keep going.
Yeah, so there's a number of different reasons why we've consistently promoted denser neighborhoods citywide, and where, when appropriate, and all the other measures are accounted for, that density would be appropriate. And that's not only to utilize potentially underutilized sites, underutilized assets, including roads and infrastructure, but it also creates more vibrant and diversified communities. It increases the tax base within communities, and certainly provides for additional housing options for people who want to reside in certain neighborhoods. And so we believe that each neighborhood should have, or every neighborhood should have, options for people to live from all walks of life. And I think Ms. Bryden had addressed that in her opening remarks and had alluded to why, some of these developments within communities that don't have those types of housing options is a benefit across the city.
Got it. There's a question asked about who determines speaking order at Planning Commission. Why was the developer, spoke last? Normally because we hear concerns from, whether it's committee or council, we hear concerns from residents, and we want the ability to kind of package those up and ask at the end. That's just my comment on that. There was questions about why is it that institutional zoning has to change. There was a question around the institutional zoning changing. Is this a normal course of order when we're looking at underutilized lands that are attached to schools? Essentially, it's normally where this comes from.
Yeah, so typically we see school lands zoned either institutional or public service, PS, and if they are not zoned for, say, a market residential, then rezoning is necessary. Institutional zone does allow for certain residential uses. It allows for example, group care, humanitarian services, and there's no indication that we're running out of institutional lands or that we can't rezone other lands to institutional lands. It just depends on what the need is within the community and if it's a good fit for the particular site.
Okay, as an institution, what if we say that we're not going to change the zoning, what could be built here on institutional zoning?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there's a number of things that could be built on this land. I would start with nursing homes, care homes, group homes, all different types of facilities, if you will. And
typically our hospitals or our schools or
shelter.
Other emergency shelters, those types of things are on institutional lands.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, you can close off debate.
I think there's nothing further to be said. Thank you.
Clerks, call the vote, please. I apologize, council. We're going to do points number, thank you, Ms. Williams, the city solicitor. We will do vote on 1, 3, and 5 as a package deal first. If we don't change the zoning, there's no point voting on discretionary use. So 1, 3, and 5 are up.
It's Councillor Zakidniak. Can I vote? I have to vote verbally. Can I do that right now?
Certainly, go ahead, councillor.
I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Councillor Nelson, I vote in favor too.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mole? Oh, you seconded it. We're good.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, the vote on parts 1, 3, and 5 of the motion have been voted in favor. The vote being, seem to have a double count here. The vote being 9 to 1. Councillor Mole's vote has recorded twice. So we have Councillor Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, Stevens, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters, in favor. Councillor Findura voted against.
Thank you very much. Items number 2 and 4. Clerks, you can start the vote. Councillor Nelson?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. In favor, please.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Mole? Never mind.
In favor.
Don't say anything. I already got you seconded. We're good. Thank you, sir. Sorry.
Mayor Masters, the vote on items 2 and 4 has passed in a vote of 9 to 1. Voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, Stevens, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against was Councillor Findura.
Thank you very much, council. We do have to take a mandatory break. Let's take 5, come back for the public notice file. I know, I'm killing you, but 5 minutes. You got it. right, folks? We're not quite done. 1, 2, 3. I got quorum. I'm going.
We just need Landon to do his bit.
We'll now consider the public hearing and public notice bylaw related to this report. I'll be asking Councillor Hawkins to do first reading of bylaw number 2024-38, Regina zoning amendment bylaw 2024 number 8. Councillor Hawkins, could you please do first reading?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that bylaw number 2024-38 be introduced and read a first time.
Thanks. As the clerk is not at the computer screen right now, I'm going to do a verbal on first reading. So thank you. Is anyone opposed? Councillor Fundura, thank you. I will call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of the bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. As you've discussed today, Council will now be considering the bylaw which requires this public hearing to accommodate a multi-unit residential development and daycare within the Boot Hill neighborhood. If there is anyone remaining in the gallery who wishes to address Council on the specifics of this bylaw, you may indicate your interest at this time. Mr. Elliott.
Mr. Elliott, please come forward. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which the council may have questions for you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council, and I'll indulge this and make it fairly brief. First point is I'd like to mention that to Mayor and Council as well as City Administration that as a bird-friendly city and as some lands within Wascana Park are federally regulated, it's illegal to canoe or kayak in the lake west of or east of Albert Street, or Broad Street I should say. So that I want that corrected appropriately. Second of all, and I'm just going a little bit on memory, the UN has a set of what they call a ladder of public participation. And if my memory serves me correctly, consultation is the second to bottom rung of that ladder. I think what we heard fairly vigorously, as well as even from the Planning Commission, was a higher level of public participation, and I think I would put it as public engagement rather than necessarily public participation or public notice. And so I just wanted to make sure those are publicly noted, and I'll be happy to put in some effort if and when City Administration comes back with that report or discussion regarding the public engagement process for the zoning bylaw and bylaw amendments. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll be happy to answer questions around this, or even if there's questions around my correspondence. So.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Elliott, for coming and attending. Councillor Hawkins, I'll ask you to do second reading of the bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, the bylaw number 2024-38 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. Any members of council have any questions or comments?
Mayor, I do.
Councillor, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, voting in opposition of the first two. I don't want to be disruptive to vote on the third, so I will be voting in favor of that. My feeling's been clear. I don't want to be disruptive. I don't want to be causing any issues. Just want to make that statement. I just don't want to go no and then disrupt few things. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fundura. Clerks, I'll ask you to start the vote on second reading. Councillor Nelson?
Councillor Nelson, in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
In favor.
Councillor Moll, I got your vote.
Mayor Masters, second reading has passed in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Sakidniak, Stevens, LeBlanc, Manselli, Mole, and yourself. Mayor Masters, voting against was Councillor Findura.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, can I get you to do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk. The council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-38, going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Clerk, can you start the vote? Councillor Nelson?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
In favor.
Thank you.
Yes. Mayor Masters, unanimous consent to third reading proceeding at this meeting has been achieved with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, can you do final reading of the bylaw?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens. The bylaw number 2024-38 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Clerk, can you start the vote? Councillor Nelson?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
In favor.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, third reading has passed unanimously with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting? Thank you, Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Stanichuk. Any opposed? Carried. Thanks very much, Council, for hanging in there. Thank you to administration as well.